Chapter 1. Arziran Larith stood before the sloped roof of the freshly painted wooden building. It was new construction, and unlike most buildings in Ilion, made of wide rough-sawn timbers rather than block or stone. A building like this was meant to be temporary. You don't need to do this. Arziran turned to Jessa. Her face still hadn't lost that haunted expression, the aftermath of what she'd gone through when Josen had abducted her, and her normally flushed cheeks looked pale. Brown hair hung longer than it had since he first met her, passing her shoulder. A length of ribbon tied it back. She pulled on it, bringing it around her shoulder and twisting it between her fingers. Another nervous tic she'd acquired. A yellow flower was woven into her Lorsith charm, the first day she'd worn one in many weeks. "I haven't come here since I learned. It's not like you haven't been busy," she said. Arziran sighed. Since returning from rescuing Jessa from Ilfisen, he'd spent his time fortifying the smithy he'd taken over. Bars of the heartstone alloy now lined the inside of the walls, worked together as a barrier. He'd not risk Jessa's safety again and let someone like Josen reach her. Now, no other sliders would be able to enter the smithy, keeping him safe from the threat from the Forgotten for now. As far as Arziran knew, only he could slide past the alloy. "I still should have come before now," Arziran said. She grabbed his hand and turned him toward her. Her green eyes seemed especially bright under the full moonlight. Were he sighted, like Jessa, he might see the tight lines of worry around her eyes that had been present since he'd rescued her from Josen. Instead, his ability was different. Once thought to be a dark ability, he'd finally come to accept his gifts from the Great Watcher. A hard-packed path led away from the building, winding back toward the rest of Ilion. This was separate, almost on the edge of the Aisl forest, and surrounded by enough trees that you had to know where to look to find it. In spite of that, the steady sound of crashing waves carried even here, bringing the scent of salt air to mingle with the earthy odor of decay. Why? What has he done to deserve that? Instead of answering, Arziran checked the knives stuffed into his pockets. He didn't need to touch them to know where they were. The Lorsith pulled on him, connecting to him in a way he still didn't fully understand. Like his father, he had Lorsith in his blood. That was part of the reason he'd come tonight. "I need answers. Della only has so many." He thought about what Della had told him of his ability and of the Elvryth, remembering her hesitation. "And she won't share. You think she's trying to hide something from you." Jessa didn't chide him as she once would have. Neither of them felt completely comfortable with what had happened to them. Risks taken that had kept them in the dark and pulled them into a fight that was greater than either of them. The Lorsith charm he'd made her hung openly from a small chain of the heartstone alloy around her neck. That had been the first thing he'd made after rescuing her. Delicate work that he'd asked the Lorsith allow. After losing her once, Arziran would do anything to keep Jessa safe. "I'm not so certain of that anymore. Arziran, how much did Bruceus keep from us? He knew what he had me doing. He knew the risk he asked of me and did it anyway. Would we have done anything differently?" He sighed again and shook his head. Bruceus was family to him. "We shouldn't do this. Let's return to the city. By the time we get back, maybe Hearn will be at the bath. We can dice and have some ale." He shook his head. Since Lyanna had died, the wretched bath hadn't felt the same. Maybe that wasn't right. Since learning that Josen hadn't died as he thought, nothing about the city felt the same. The Ilion he'd known was different now. Darker. The only place he felt comfortable was the smithy. Even there, he jumped every time he heard a strange sound. "I need to see him. He deserves that much." "Does he? After what he did to you?" Arziran squeezed her hand. "If he hadn't, I never would have met you." He tried to keep the bitterness out of his voice. Meeting Jessa was one of the few good things that had come from what his father had done to him. I think I would have found you eventually. The Great Watcher would have seen to that. Aziran didn't argue. Only the servants claimed to know what the Great Watcher intended. After everything that had happened to him, how could the Great Watcher have a plan with him? Ready. She squeezed his hand, signaling that she was. Aziran slid past the door. There came the familiar rush of stale air, reminiscent of the bitter scent of Lorsith. Flashes of color streaked past him as he felt movement, though took only a single step. Such a brief slide took little energy. Since facing Joseon again, he'd taken to sliding everywhere, building up his stamina so that sliding great distances wouldn't challenge him. When alone, he practiced sliding rather than walking. In the weeks since he'd left Joseon trapped inside Ilfisen, he slid everywhere. Bringing Jessa with him took only a little more effort. From the beginning, he'd slid with her. First, throughout Ilion as they made their way through the city. Later to Ilfisen and building. A lantern with weak orange light streaming from it rested on the floor near the far wall. A small raised platform for a bed tucked into the corner. A low counter served as a makeshift kitchen. The place stank of a mixture of smoke and sweat. Everything seemed more welcoming than the man living here deserved. A small fire pit set away from the wall. 3 logs that had burned down too. Glowing coals sent smoke drifting toward a hole cut in the roof. A stump rested near the fire pit and a lean man sat atop it, staring into the coals. "Are you sure about this?" Jessa whispered. "There's nothing more he can do to me," Aziran answered. He took a step forward, sliding without thinking about what he was doing. Jessa held his hand as they slid, but said nothing. She had grown accustomed to him sliding everywhere. Often, she preferred it. "They said you would come." The voice came from behind him and Aziran spun. He should have realized. There was someone else in here with them. Bruceus wouldn't leave him unguarded, not until he fully understood why his father had been in Asador. The Forgotten had taken him there, but they still didn't understand why. He didn't recognize the man near the door. Brown eyes looked back at him. Not of a Leon. Dressed in thick leathers, he carried a short sword, forbidden in a Leon except for the constables, made of steel. Aziran frowned at it, thinking it might be one of his forgings, though it was difficult to tell. Working with steel gave him a way to practice the skills Lorsith taught him, to see if he could carry it over to other metals. "What else did they say?" Aziran asked. The man grunted. He wore hair shorn close to his scalp, revealing the end of a long scar. He shrugged. "That I wasn't to interfere with you." Aziran narrowed his eyes. Did Bruceus actually think this man could interfere with him? And that's it. A smile split the man's face and reached his eyes. "Also said I should run if I saw one of your blades." Figured that was a joke. He shrugged again as he studied Aziran. "How do you know Bruceus?" The man tilted his head, considering him a moment. "We've worked a few jobs together. In Ilion." The man shook his head. "Mostly in Thea." Aziran tried to hide his surprise. Thea. One of the great cities, though far enough away he'd never thought to be able to visit until he learned he could slide. Aziran knew little about the great cities. He'd only slid to Asador once, and that was because he searched for Jessa. Like Asador, Thea was home to a university. This man looked nothing like a scholar. But how had Bruceus managed to reach Thea? He couldn't slide like Aziran, which meant he had to travel using more conventional methods. He'd never heard Bruceus mention leaving the city before. "What's your name?" He wanted to know who Bruceus assigned for this duty. Until recently, he'd felt removed from Bruceus's work. Even now, he didn't think he fully understood everything Bruceus had in motion. The man tipped his head slightly, revealing more of the scar. It stretched from the top of his forehead all the way back along his skull. How had he survived a blow like that? Tom Lallen. The man waited, as if expecting Aziran to recognize his name. When he said nothing more, the man chuckled again. And you must be Aziran Lareth. He turned, eyes slipping over Jessa. Jessa. Aziran frowned. How much had Bruce shared with Tom about Aziran? Enough to know he could slide. To Tom, it would appear as if Aziran simply appeared in the room. Had Bruce said anything about Riran's other ability? I'd like some time alone here, he said to Tom. A dark hunger shone in his eyes as he looked at Jessa. Guess we'll be going, then. She shook her head. I stay. Tom shrugged. Tell me when you leave. Aziran nodded and Tom turned to the door, twisting the lock quickly and slipping outside. Jessa released Riran's hand long enough to hurry to the door and lock it again. Now they were alone with his father. Perhaps Jessa was right. Maybe he shouldn't have come. You finally come to finish me. Aziran turned and looked at his father. He stared at the glowing embers. His face appeared long and gaunt, wasted compared to the muscular man Aziran knew, but the beard that had been there the last time he'd seen him, the beard that prevented Aziran from recognizing him, was gone. Lantern light reflected off eyes that had once been a brighter green. Finish you. I'm the one who brought you out of Asador, Aziran said, sliding forward a step. I saved you. His father still didn't turn. You should have left me there. Then I wouldn't have to see what you've become. Aziran blinked slowly, hating how his words could still sting, even after all. This time, I've become what you made me. What the Great Watcher made me. Nothing more. His father finally looked toward him. His eyes were deep hollows. If that's what you wish to believe, but don't think to lie to me. I've seen your work. The forgings you made. Dark works, things the Great Watcher never intended a smith to make with Lorsith. Aziran tensed. How had his father seen his forgings? I make what the ore requests. He snorted and looked back toward the fire. You should be better than that. But I've seen what you've made. Was forced to study it. Recreate it, they said. He shook his head. Lorsith never calls like that unless you want it. Had you stayed and learned, you'd have understood. Without thinking, Aziran slid forward to stand in front of his father. He would make him look at him. He felt Jessa as she senses. Even the heartstone chain around her neck pulled at him, though its core was soft, and barely there. He had to focus on the heartstone to hear it fully. Anything I learned of Lorsith, I learned by working with it. Had you only been willing to listen, you might have understood how I made my forgings. The lessons the ore taught. Dark lessons, his father snapped. Dangerous and forbidden. His eyes looked past Aziran and over at Jessa, lingering on the heartstone chain. They widened slightly. Forbidden by who? The Elvryth. Or the Great Watcher. He looked back at Aziran. Yes. Aziran shook his head. Why did he let his father push him like this? The Elvryth only want to keep power. That's why they control the Lorsith so tightly. That's why they created the myth of the dark ability. He slid forward, just a step, remembering when Josen told him how the Elvryth worked to eliminate sliding. Identifying the ability as a curse went a long way toward that end. Aziran had lived nearly a year thinking he needed to hide what he could do, and when his father had learned of it, he punished him. I've learned much since you banished me. His father blinked. And forgotten much, as well, it seems. What does that mean? Aziran heard the word forgotten and thought of everything he'd feared since learning of his ability. Banishment from the city, sent away from everything he knew. But by sending him to work in the mines, it was his father who had banished him, not the Elvryth Council. Exiled from everything he'd ever known. Forgotten, just as much as if he'd been sentenced by the council, until he'd decided he wouldn't accept the exile. More than that, he thought of the forgotten. He knew little about them other than that they were out there, searching for a way back into Ilion and back into power. Joseon had worked with them to achieve their goals, until Arziran left him in the mine he and Jessa had discovered on the other side of Ilfisen, chained, unable to escape. His father leaned forward. Once thick arms had lost much of their muscle. Skin seemed to hang where before it had been taut and youthful. You reached too far, Arziran. Was that a note of concern in his voice? There are things we weren't meant to make. Had you chosen to listen, to learn, rather than being so stubborn, you might have understood. Instead he shook his head and turned his eyes back to the fading fire. Arziran sighed. Arguing with his father would not get him the answers he sought. Better to confront him directly. Arziran no longer needed his approval. Drawing on the sense of the Lorsith knife in his pocket, he pushed it out and hung it suspended over the fire. The knife was simply made, the blade solid Lorsith and forged in such a way that dull grey metal still appeared liquid. The knives he carried with him were weighted for pushing. Small enough to Jessa, brighter than they'd been before. You're with him. The question carried a certain weight, but Jessa didn't hesitate as she nodded. Then it falls on you to keep him safe. He looked at the knife but made no other movement. From who? Jessa's voice came out like a whisper. Arziran heard the uncertainty in it. From himself. Arziran pulled the knife back toward him and snatched it out of the air. He thumbed the smooth edge of the blade, running his finger along it. Why had he come here? To taunt his father. To find the answer why he'd been pushed away from his family. He glanced at Jessa. Those answers didn't matter anymore. Not like they once had. But there were other answers he did need. Who took you to Asador? Arziran asked, wanting confirmation that it was the forgotten. He slipped the knife back into his pocket, feeling foolish for letting his emotions get the best of him. Seeing his father took him back to all the times spent within his smithy, times when he'd feared making any wrong move while hoping to impress him enough that he'd allow him to work the forge. Now it didn't matter. Arziran had his own forge and access to a supply of Lorsith his father once would have longed for. His father stared at the crackling coals and said nothing. Arziran stood and took a deep breath. He wouldn't get angry, not again. Why were you trapped there? What did they want with you? Moments passed with the only sound that of the coals snapping. Finally, his father shook his head. They wanted you. He spoke softly and didn't look over at Arziran. Why? What would they want with me? Because you started this. You began making weapons of Lorsith again. For centuries, that had been forbidden. He looked up, and a distant look crossed his eyes. You think you control the Lorsith. You think me cruel for forcing it to become what I want rather than letting the all work through me. You think you have learned so much, that you know what it means to have the blood of the Smiths run through you, but you are nothing more than a child playing at the forge. Arziran swallowed and leaned forward but felt Jessa's hand on his arm. She squeezed, pulling him back before he did or said something more foolish than he'd already managed. He looked over at her, saw the way she bit her lip, her chin tilted toward her flower as she sniffed softly, and knew she'd been right. He shouldn't have come. He took her hand. This was a mistake, he said. You've made plenty, his father said. Arziran sighed. Maybe I should have left you in the cage in Asador with the forgotten. You would have been happier then, if you've ever been really happy. At least I wouldn't have to wonder if I did right by bringing you back to Ilion. He turned and looked at Jessa. Let's go. She looked over at his father as if she wanted to say something. Arziran slid toward the door. He wouldn't give his father the satisfaction of hiding the ability from him. Not after everything he'd been through. At the door, he hesitated. Without looking back, he said, Elise thinks you left her and mother. Should she think you're dead too? His father sucked in a quick breath. You've seen Elise. It hurt that Elise meant so much to him. I've seen her. She works in Lower Town now. How was she? Arziran snorted and shook his head. Perhaps he should have started with word on Elise. Maybe then, he would have gotten the answers he wanted. Angry. But well. Arziran looked back. His father stared at the wall rather than the fire. If I see her again, whatever else happens to them, it is better for them that I be dead. He looked over to Arziran, and his eyes softened. Let him have that, he begged. Arziran stared, debating his Chapter 2. Tom looked at Arziran as he emerged. His brown eyes flickered from Arziran to Jessa before looking at the door. You left it locked. Arziran looked over at the door, cursing to himself. In his haste to leave, he'd forgotten that Jessa had locked the door. As he readied to slide back inside, Jessa signaled him by squeezing his hand. You have a key in your pocket, Jessa said to Tom. A tight smile pulled at his mouth, and he nodded slightly to Jessa, the scar atop his head gleaming against the moonlight. Sighted then? He asked. Clever, Arziran realized. Tom knew enough about Alian to wonder what abilities each of them had. And by simply sliding into the hut, Arziran had announced his ability. At least his other skill remained hidden. Jessa said nothing. Tom fished the key from his pocket and held it up. Wouldn't be much use if I didn't have a key. Gotta piss sometimes and can't leave him there unlocked. Arziran laughed softly. What does Bruce's plan for him? It was a question he hadn't dared ask Bruce's yet, fearing the answer. He hadn't seen much of Bruce's in the last few weeks. Safer to stay within the smithy. Tom shrugged. Don't know. Sometimes there's different levels to what he intends, you know. He tells me one thing, but means another. Arziran couldn't help but note how similar that seemed to the way Bruce's had once described Josen. Has Bruce's been here? Not that I've seen. But the old man mostly just sits quietly. He snorted. Tried asking questions but got nowhere. One time, I asked about his family, and I had to hold him back. Arziran frowned, having a hard time envisioning that happening. Tom shook his head and turned to the door. As he slipped the key into the lock, he said, the old man has got a temper with questions. Surprised he didn't jump you too. It wouldn't matter. Tom looked over his shoulder as he twisted the key. No, from what I've seen, it wouldn't. He opened the door a crack. So who is he? Arziran debated answering. He knew nothing about Tom, just that Bruce's trusted him. Once that would have been enough. Now he wasn't as certain. Neren Lareth. Lareth. My father. Tom smiled wide. Arziran frowned. Homeland. Did he mean Thea? Or did Tom come from someplace else? Tom tipped his head. Sithlan. Your father said he'd. A smile pulled at the corners of Tom's mouth. No, I can see you haven't. He disappeared inside, closing the door behind him. The lock slipped into place with a loud click. Jessa stared at Tom before pulling on Riren's hand. Do you feel better that we came? Arziran frowned. What had Tom meant that his father had been to Sithlan? As far as Arziran knew, he'd never been anywhere other than Alian. Why had he never said anything about leaving the city? He sighed. Did it matter how well he knew his father? After everything that had happened between them, perhaps the mystery of their experiences was the difference. Arziran had long ago given up on the idea that he might learn to understand his father, perhaps even have his father understand him. Not better, he admitted. But I needed to come. To have him do that to you. Do you still think you deserve that? After everything your ability has let you do, you still think you deserve to be treated like that? The way his father treated him went deeper than his ability. The ability to slide had surprised and scared Aziran. When he first awoke on Crowley Rock, not knowing how he'd gotten there, he'd gone to his father for answers and hoped for support. Instead, everything changed. To his father, sliding was a dark ability, one for thieves and criminals. And Aziran had used it to sneak places he should not have been, places like the Elvryth Palace or File's ship, but he'd also used it to help his friends. For his father, what Aziran had done was worse than that. He turned away from his apprenticeship, as well, leaving no one to take over the smithy that had been in the family since the founding of Ilion. "It doesn't matter what I think," he said. Jessa punched him gently on the shoulder. "You're still an idiot." She pulled him along the path leading away from the wooden hut. Massive trees quickly stretched overhead, blocking much of the moonlight, leaving dark shadows hanging around them. "If you think it doesn't matter, then it doesn't. I think it matters. Brutus and Della too." Aziran shook his head. "Brutus hasn't been exactly honest with us." Jessa shook her head. Her short brown hair swished as she did, and she grabbed it with her free hand, pulling it back over her shoulder. "He's got his reasons. We can't know what it was like, what he's gone through knowing where he came from, but unable to reach the palace. I think you would understand more than most." Aziran understood. Brutus thought to learn about the Forgotten, but in doing so, he pulled Aziran, and Jessa, into something more. "I can slide us." He wanted to get back to the safety of the smithy. Out in the AISL, he felt safe enough, but once they reached Ilion, the familiar anxiety would return. Fear of what could happen. Here, he could almost imagine what it must have been like before their people moved to Ilion, when they'd lived among the trees. "What do you think it would have been like?" he asked. Jessa frowned. "What? Living among the trees? In the AISL? How would it have been?" Jessa looked at him, amusement twisting her face. "Cold. Wet. I'd rather have a roof over my head." Aziran considered the heavy canopy and wondered whether it would have mattered. Sight would have been useful. Listeners. Probably readers too. He thought about the other abilities, but those seemed the most useful in the forest. "You don't think sliding would have been helpful?" He shrugged. "Sliding from tree to tree. That seems as dangerous as sliding onto a moving ship." He laughed. That had been dangerous. But it had worked. If he hadn't gone to File's ship, he wouldn't have found Josen. He would never have found Jessa. And he might never have learned about his ability with the Heartstone alloy. "Didn't you once tell me that sometimes you have to take risks to be rewarded?" Jessa slipped her arm around him and pulled him close. She laughed softly. "Haven't I rewarded you for what you did?" Aziran smiled. He loved the way Jessa felt against him, her warmth pressing through his clothes, the way her hips curved toward him. "You never can have enough thanks." They reached a small clearing in the AISL. A circle of rocks surrounded a soft mound of earth on the other side of the clearing. Grass had overtaken the mound, deep green in the daylight. At night, it looked practically black. Aziran had first thought it strange that Brutus would build the wooden hut out here in the forest, so close to the place he'd buried Lyanna, but suddenly realized why. He missed her and did what he could to be near her again. Jessa turned toward him and put both arms around him. She leaned into his chest and rested her head. As they stood for a moment, Aziran smelled the clean scent of her hair, the crisp bite of the cyan trees, and the damp earth beneath his feet. He could stay like this and be happy, he knew. A low howl echoed through the forest and made him jerk. Jessa laughed and pushed away. The moment ended. She pulled on her hair and bent her face toward the flower in the charm. "What now?" she asked. "Now that you've seen him. What do you plan?" Aziran hadn't thought that far ahead. Since rescuing Jessa, he'd focused mostly on fortifying the smithy, making it so he couldn't be surprised again. During that time, she'd mostly watched him. Jessa would never admit it, but since Joseon took her, something had changed in her. Some of the independent edge softened. Rather than roaming Aleon without him, she preferred to stay nearby. The only times she didn't were when he slid to Ilfison for more ore. I don't know. I told Bruce's that he would have to explain everything he knew about the Forgotten, but he hasn't. Not yet. We can't be stuck in the dark, forced to wonder what might happen next. Jessa shrugged. I'm never. Arziran wondered again what it must be like to be sighted like Jessa. Never. Isolated in the darkness. With his ability to slide, he could always escape, but he needed to know where he slid to take the next step safely. I know. I'm like a blind babe. She laughed. At least you finally admit it. The howl came again, closer this time. This time, Jessa stiffened. From his time spent in the AISL, the sound always came at night, never during the day. He'd never seen what made the sound, but imagined some massive wolf prowling through the treetops. Had they feared the creatures when their people lived in the trees? Still want to walk back to the city. She punched his shoulder. Get us out of here. He grabbed her hand, focused on the smithy, and slid. Sliding into the smithy now was a different experience than it had been. Before, he'd been anchored to the smithy. With enough of his forgings there, he barely had to exert any energy to reach it. He'd managed it even when weakened and fatigued. After the fortifications he'd built around the walls, he didn't think he could manage the same anymore, but that was just as well. Rather than a rush of wind and color, what he felt was more of an oozing, his body stretching as it slipped between the bars of heartstone alloy. So different from sliding anywhere else. Not painful, but not comfortable or easy. A barrier designed to keep him safe, and similar to the one the Elvryth used for the palace. They emerged from the forest to the dimly lit smithy. The blue heartstone lantern sat atop one of his long tables, the light drifting out enough to easily see everything in the smithy, especially with eyes adjusted for the moonlight. The air had the familiar bitter tang of Lorsith, but after all the work he'd done, it now mixed with the strangely sweet scent of the heartstone. The alloy seemed to have no odor of its own. Once inside, Jessa let go of his hand. She tossed a log into the hearth built into the far wall, and flames slowly built around the dried wood. She stood staring at the flames, reminding Arziran of how his father had looked back at the hut. He stepped up to the table and twisted the knob on the lantern. More of the blue light spilled into the smithy, pushing back the shadows. Except for near the hearth. There, shadows seemed to linger, almost as if swirling around Jessa. Another trick of his imagination, he figured. Arziran took the knives from his pockets and set them on the table, counting as he did. He'd taken to inventorying what he'd made. After what ended up on File's ship, he wanted to know where his forgings went. And he'd stopped sending knives to Bruce's that he could trade for information. So far, Bruce's hadn't challenged him on that. 24 of the slender knives rested on the table. Made from only 3 separate lumps of Lorsith, he could feel the bindings between the blades made from the same lump. The contours of the blades shared a similarity as well. Arziran pulled on the knives, lining them quickly without ever touching them. After seeing his father, he wondered if others could push with Lorsith, as well, especially, had his father had a glimmer of recognition when he'd pushed on the knives. He'd certainly become more agitated at that point, and Arziran could almost imagine he'd felt pressure on the knife, but maybe that had been just his imagination. In addition to the knives, Arziran had a few other implements on the table. An iron pan, steel tongs for holding metal he forged. His attempt at making one of the heartstone lanterns. Another failure, but he felt he was getting closer. Those were more difficult than anything else he'd made. Come sit by me, Jessa said. He turned, scanning the walls of the smithy. Long slender bars of heartstone. Alloy ran from the smooth floor planks to the ceiling every few paces, creating a perimeter. Arziran had experimented with the spacing until he felt comfortable that another slider couldn't easily pass through, but ensuring he wouldn't have to strain too hard to enter his smithy. It was a delicate balance, and one that took the better part of 2 weeks. Each time he forged one of the heartstone alloy bars, he found it easier to do. At first, he'd struggled mixing the alloy. Different from working with pure Lorsith, adding heartstone to it required asking the ore to allow it. He didn't think the ancient smiths who had made the alloy for the palace had forged it the same way, especially considering the strange forge Shael had asked him to make, but it was the only way that Arziran knew to do so. In some ways, his method worked better. He didn't fight with the alloy, not as he would if he tried to force it. That was the reason that making the necklace for Jessa had gone as easily as it had. He couldn't talk to anyone about the process, who'd understand that he spoke to the ore in a way, which left him feeling more isolated than ever. Even with Jessa sitting watching him. There was a part of him that wished he didn't have to ask such a forging of Lorsith, but to keep Jessa safe, he would do what he needed. Arziran made his way over to her and took a seat on the floor. She'd swept the floors clean, her contribution to keeping the smithy tidy, but they still hadn't managed to get any chairs to sit on. The bed was little more than a low pallet with a thin straw-stuffed mattress. Neither minded so long as they were together. "You're distracted," he said. He pulled her hand into his and squeezed. Slender fingers felt so small and delicate, all the better to pick locks he suspected. An old scar worked across the top of her hand, slightly raised and smooth. He ran his finger along it. Jessa looked over at him. Firelight reflected in her green eyes, looking like dancing flames. "I'm not the one who's been distracted, Arziran." She swallowed and leaned away from him, looking around the smithy. "This place worries me. You shouldn't worry. With the bars of the alloy, no slider should be able to get in here. We're safe here." She turned back to him. "Are we? This is safe." She shook her head and closed her eyes. "After what happened, I feel safer being with you, but this is something else." "What then?" Jessa took a deep breath. "I know you needed to see your father. I don't understand why, but I know you did. And makes it feel." She shook her head. "I don't know. Less like we're keeping others out and more like we're trapping ourselves inside." Arziran frowned as he looked at the walls, thinking of the Elvryth in the palace, the bars of the alloy over the windows. They had been there to protect the Elvryth, hadn't they? "What should I do?" he asked her. "I can't lose you again." "Not like that." Jessa smiled and leaned toward him again, taking his hands. "You won't lose me, Arziran. I'm more worried about you losing yourself." After chasing File and then Josen, Arziran wondered if he knew who he was anymore. Once it had been a simple answer, but the days of being the son of a smith were gone. Now, was he Bruce's private smith or was he something else? "What do we do then?" "The Elvryth." "Not the Elvryth. The Forgotten. And you can't blame Bruce's for what happened. You have to forgive him, and I don't think you can move on until you do." Arziran sighed. For some reason, that had been more difficult than he expected. Secrets kept from him, secrets that had put Jessa in danger. But what else was there? Bruce's had taken him in when Arziran had no place else to go, gave him a purpose, friends. And if he didn't try? What would happen with Jessa? He saw the strain on her face, the anxious way she pulled at her hair and sniffed the flower. He'd thought that was because Josen had captured her, possibly tormented her, but what if that wasn't it? What if she worried about him? He couldn't be the reason she was unhappy. Arziran forced a smile onto his face. "Should we go to the bath?" Jessa smiled and pulled him toward her. Well, maybe not tonight, she said. But tomorrow. We need to see our friends again. As Jessa pressed against him, Chapter 3. Arziran stood on the rocky slope of Ilfisen Mountain gripping a heavy burlap sack. Fading moonlight gave enough light for him to see. Cool mountain air gusted around him, fluttering his thin shirt and tasting of bitter Lorsith and a hint of the sea. Nothing else moved around him. Lorsith pulled on him from every direction. It came most strongly from the mountain itself. The vast minds working through Ilfisen were filled with awe. Some nights, Arziran still dreamed of the way the awe pulled on him when he'd been exiled to the mines by his father. In those dreams, the steady tapping he now understood to be other miners working in the hidden section filled his head, pushing out everything else until he could think of nothing more. Those nights, he awoke soaked in sweat. But he felt Lorsith other places as well. Standing here, away from Ilion, he recognized the sense of his forgings from within the city. The hidden sword tucked into his smithy pulled on him the most, even through the heartstone alloy barrier. Other forgings were scattered around the city as well. Many were knives. Arziran had been surprised to discover that his forgings had made it into the palace until learning how Brutus traded his knives for information. Others were things like the bowl he'd once made Liana or gifts he made for Della to thank her for all the times she'd healed him. He clung most strongly to his connection to the charm he'd made Jessa. Keeping an awareness of it in his mind kept her close to him, even when he slid elsewhere. He would not lose her again. Arziran pushed away his sense of Lorsith. Doing so was no longer difficult as it once had been. As he did, he felt the soft pull of the alloy. This sense was not the same as the way Lorsith pulled on him. Not so much muted as harsher, as if harder. Much like the alloy itself. With it filling him, he recognized the bars he'd placed in his smithy and those blocking the palace. There were others, though nothing with a pattern. He had a vague sense of the necklace he'd made for Jessa, too distant to sense it well. None of that was why he'd come here. Arziran turned to the closer alloy he felt. High overhead, and nearby, the bars barricaded access to the hidden mine. And, once, had prevented him from accessing them as well. He closed his eyes and slid, emerging past those bars and in the mine. No light made it into the mine. With the sense of Lorsith pushed away, he sensed another forging of the alloy. Usually when he came, he sensed it deeper in the tunnels. Tonight it was nearby. Arziran turned to Josen Elvrith and tossed the burlap sack onto the ground. Supplies for the week, he said. He didn't worry about whether Josen would find it. As one of the Elvrith, he was gifted with all the Great Watcher's abilities. His sight would allow him to see what Arziran had brought. What will happen when you don't come? The voice sounded as if it came from 100 feet away, but Arziran knew. He was barely 10 paces from him. A trick of the mines. I will come. Josen grunted. Light suddenly flared in the mine, a soft orange light from the lantern Arziran had brought when he first visited to bring food. With the light, Arziran saw Josen leaning against the wall. The heartstone alloy chains that had once been used on Arziran, what he'd learned were considered Elvrith chains, cuffed each wrist, dangling between them. His face had grown lean and haggard, a wild beard growing where none had been before. Few in Ilion wore beards. Dirt and debris coated his once neatly kept black hair. His deep green eyes flickered around the cave wildly. And if you don't, you would let me die. Arziran hesitated. Yes. Josen turned toward him, eyes focusing more clearly for a moment. Then he laughed. The sound filled the cave, deep and edged with anger. You're not a killer, Lareth. You've proven that time and time again. And if something happened to me? Arziran asked. No one else knows you're here. What would happen to you then? Josen leaned forward, one hand touching the wall. Arziran tensed. Even chained, as he was, Arziran prepared to slide if needed. Joseon had proven himself dangerous too often. "You're not the only one who knows I'm here," he said softly as he slowly picked up the sack of food Arziran had brought. There were a few skins of water, as well, enough to keep him alive for the next few days. Eventually, Arziran knew, he would have to decide what he'd do with Joseon. He couldn't leave him here forever. Arziran frowned. Who else knows? Did he have to worry about someone coming to rescue Joseon? Would he have to worry about another attack? The Forgotten who Elvryth Joseon worked for might know, but would they have any way of reaching this mine? Joseon cackled and shook the chain connecting the cuffs. "Your girl knows." Arziran took a step forward. "You will not touch her again." Joseon laughed again and turned his back on Arziran. "Or what? You'll bring me more food. What is it this time? Jerky and dried bread. You should be thankful." Joseon turned to look over his shoulder. Shadows swirled around his eyes as he did. "For what? That you brought me food. That you continue to let me live. I imagine you see yourself as having great compassion." Joseon turned back to the cave wall. Joseon snorted. "Maybe you are harder than I realize, Larith. Could it be you? Leave me here to torture me. That's more like what one of the Elvryth would do." He took a few steps away, disappearing from the lantern light. "How long will you keep me here? How long before someone comes looking for me?" He smiled, and the shadows played across his face. "You know of the Forgotten now. Will you be ready when they return? Will your friends be safe?" "I will keep them safe." Joseon hesitated. "Can you?" he whispered. "Can you really keep them safe? You didn't keep your girl safe, if I remember. I found you. You did. But I haven't decided whether that was because of what you did or what they did." Joseon continued away from him and the lantern went dim, flashing out slowly, and leaving Arziran standing in the darkness. He'd let the sense of Lorsith return as he spoke to Joseon, and now he felt it all around him, creating the space of the cavern. Arziran could walk through the mine without needing to see anything, but as he stood there, he feared what would happen were Joseon to reappear next to him. "What who did?" Joseon didn't answer, only laughed, his voice trailing into the darkness. Arziran prepared to slide away and return to Ilion. As he did, he heard Joseon again. "I hear it sometimes." Chapter 4. Arziran sat in a high-backed chair at their usual table, leaning against the brick wall of the wretched bath. From where he sat, he had a good vantage of the entire tavern. Jessa sat next to him wearing a pale blue flower plucked from a spindly bush outside the bath tucked into the top of a simple dress she managed to find. As they sat there, she leaned forward and sniffed at the flower. Compared to the last time he'd been here, the tavern was busy. Mostly men. Some wearing leathers that reminded him of Tom, others in faded and dirty shirts, all sitting in pairs or more at tables scattered around the tavern. A few sat alone along the counter near the kitchen. Tucked into Lower Town but near enough the docks to have a variety of patrons, the bath had been like a second home to him since banished by his father. When Leanna ran the tavern, it had been a homey place where soft music and savory smells greeted him each time he came. Since her sister took over, the music remained, but the focus was more on the ale than the food. Arziran left the steaming mug untouched in front of him. A stack of ivory dice sat next to Jessa, and she idly grabbed them, stuffing the dice into the leather shaker embossed with the logo of the wretched bath, that of a spindly old man, backbent as he leaned over a cane. They had been in the tavern for nearly 30 minutes but so far, no one else had come. "We can go," Jessa said. Arziran shook his head. "You're right. We need to be out of the smithy more. I haven't seen Hearn in." He thought about it, realizing it had been when they'd broken into the Alchemist Guild house. "A long time. You're not even touching your ale." He looked down at the mug. He wanted to take a drink, but hadn't done more than sip. Were he honest with himself, it was because he feared dulling his senses. "It's not the same," he said, flicking his eyes toward the kitchen. Once, Leanna had been there, always bustling around, making certain to welcome everyone. Gillian was pleasant, but it really wasn't the same. Jessa nodded, saying nothing as she took a long drink from her mug. The door pushed open and a gust of cool sea air whistled into the tavern. Arziran looked over, not really expecting anyone he knew. The bath had always been the place they congregated, but with everything that had happened, he didn't know if any of the others had still been coming. Brutus walked in. Other than his dark tunic and pants, clothes more formal than usual in Lower Town, he looked mostly the same. Dark hair streaked with grey. Pale green eyes, a glamour of sorts hiding his true abilities, scanned the tavern before settling on. "Hearn said you'd be here. 'Bout time you returned," he said as he approached the table. Brutus threw himself into one of the open chairs, his back to the door, and looked from Arziran to Jessa. One hand slapped down onto the table, the heavy ring he wore thudding against the surface. "You get your arrangements complete." Arziran let out a slow breath. Brutus knew what he'd been doing. Not surprising, he usually did, and Arziran wondered how much he actually knew. Had he learned about the alloy? Or only that Arziran worked to fortify the smithy? Either way, Brutus had given him space. For that he should be thankful. Jessa set her hand on his leg. He appreciated the warmth from it, the comfort she offered. "I just wanted to make sure we'd be safe," Arziran said. Brutus met his eyes with a solemn expression. "I'm sorry about what happened." Arziran, "Not sure I ever told you that. I should have brought you in sooner. After all that you did," he lowered his voice, "and the fact that it was your knives I was using to get information, well, I should have told you." He turned to Jessa. "And you. Having Josen take you?" Jessa shook her head. One hand pulled gently on her hair. It hung loose. Tonight, flowing over her shoulders. "I'm fine, Brutus." "Really?" Arziran didn't know if Brutus recognized the catch in her voice. Jessa hadn't spoken about what Josen had done to her while she was captured other than to say she was unharmed. Partly he didn't want to know. If he did, would he have simply left Josen trapped within the second mine shaft at Ilfisen, or would he have done something more definitive? The first time he thought he'd killed Josen back in the palace had been hard, but at least then it had been self-defense. Anything he did now would be murder. Arziran leaned forward and set both hands on the table. Instinctively, he checked his sense of the knives in his pockets, reassured by the connection. He took a deep breath. He didn't want to confront Brutus, but they needed to understand what Brutus had gotten them into. Only then could they decide if they would help. "I need to know everything, Brutus. You can't keep us in the dark anymore." Brutus looked from Jessa to Arziran as a young serving girl brought a mug of ale over and set it in front of Brutus. She had medium green eyes and long, wavy auburn hair. She flashed a smile at Brutus that he returned. When she stepped away from them, Brutus turned to Arziran. "Dangerous topic. Even for the bath," he whispered. "Talk of the Elvreith, and especially the Forgotten, shouldn't really be having those conversations here. After what happened with Jessa, I realized it was time I understood more." "That's when you realized?" Arziran asked. "What can I say? I ignored the risk you both took. We all took. But I've been trying to correct that. Tomorrow, I'll come to the smithy, and I'll tell you what I've learned. It's time for you to know everything." "Just tell us," Jessa said. Brutus shook his head. "Like I said, it's a danger," suggested returning. Brutus's face hardened. For a moment, his eyes flared a darker green. "That's the problem. Nothing is really safe. Not like I thought. That was my mistake." Brutus took a long drink from his ale and set it back down onto the table. He started coughing and a hint of blood streaked from the corner of his mouth. His eyes widened briefly, and he looked down at the mug, a curious expression as he stared at it. Ziran. He looked over to see what had gotten Jess's attention. The music in the tavern had fallen silent. None of the serving staff were out on the floor as they usually were. The two men sitting at the table nearest him stood. Ziran noticed their flint-grey eyes first and the swords at their waists next. Brutus coughed again. Ziran glanced down. Brutus's head rested on the table. Blood pooled around his mouth. Ziran. He snapped his head around. One of the men had grabbed Jessa. She kicked and jerked away, but he was stronger. The other man's sword unsheathed, and he sliced toward her neck. Without thinking, Ziran pushed one of his knives toward the man. It sank into his chest. He spun and collapsed. The other man twisted, pulling Jessa in front of him. Ziran jerked the knife free from the fallen man and sent it flying toward the other's leg. He collapsed with a scream but still held on to Jessa. She kicked again, stomping on the injured leg, and he let go. Jessa grabbed his hand. Ziran reached for Brutus with his other hand. The only thought in his mind was escape. Another pair of men separated from the corner table. They had no swords, but the flash of green eyes told Ziran they were of a Leon. Knives appeared in their hands. Slender blades made of steel. Had they been Lorsith, he could have used them against the men. One of the knives spun toward him. Ziran slid. Taking two people with him was much more difficult than sliding with only one. The only other time he'd attempted more was when they'd buried Lyanna. That had taken him the better part of 2 days to recover. He had the sense of movement, slower than usual, and the hot, bitter scent like Lorsith. Color blurred past, but not quickly enough. Something hot and painful stuck into his shoulder. Ziran cried out and ripped through the remainder of the slide. They emerged in Della's home. Fatigue washed over him. Ziran spun. Jessa backed toward the wall, arms pinned behind her back by the man who'd thrown the knife at them. She tripped and kicked over a stack of books, but the man held her upright. His green eyes blazed. Ziran wondered briefly what ability he possessed. He let go of Brutus, focusing on Jessa. Let her go. His voice came out hard and angry. A dark smile twisted the man's face. He had short black hair and a lean face. Heavy embroidery worked along the collar of his dark navy shirt. The forest green pants he wore were simpler, but still embroidered. Expensive clothes, Ziran knew. Elvreith clothes. That's not the job, the man hissed. He jerked on Jessa's arms. A knife suddenly appeared and pressed against her neck. A line of blood streaked where the blade touched. Ziran hoped it wasn't poisoned like Neelish blades. What's the job? He asked. The man's smile tightened. You. Ziran pushed the two knives in his pockets toward the man. As flashed toward him, the man somehow managed to smack him out of the air with his knife, sending him flying across the room, before slipping it back against Jessa's throat. The man's eyes narrowed. Come with me, and the girl can live. Ziran doubted he'd let her live. His knives were gone. Brutus was down, likely poisoned, and Jessa couldn't move. Blood trickled from her neck. Without thinking too much, and if he had, he would have hesitated and risked. Jessa. He slid. He emerged behind the man and grabbed the arm holding the knife against Jessa's throat and twisted. Years working in the smithy, especially the last few months, had built his strength. The man's arm bent and snapped, the knife dropping to the ground. He screamed softly. Jessa jerked away, and Ziran felt a moment of satisfaction that she was safe. Then the man twisted, spinning to face Ziran. His knee came up and connected with Riran's stomach. He bent over, the wind knocked from his lungs. Another knee struck his face, sending him backward, sprawling to the ground. The man knelt on Riran's chest. His good hand slipped around Riran's throat and squeezed. Riran's vision faded, blackness swimming around him. The man grunted and fell over, the pressure coming off Riran's chest. He looked up. Jessa held the man's knife and had plunged it into his back. Blood slicked the blade. She kicked him for good measure. He grunted again and fell silent. "Are you?" he started. It hurt to talk and his voice felt rough. She put her hand to her neck and pulled it away. Blood stained her palm but at least crusted around the wound. "Fine. Just burns a little." "Bruises?" Arziran asked, pushing himself to his feet. Arziran looked over. Della leaned over Bruce's, her hand running across his forehead, pressing down and wiping the sheen of sweat off him. She wore a thick, pale green robe and her grey hair twisted into a bun atop her head. Deep green eyes looked at Arziran and Jessa before turning to the man lying motionless on the floor. "Can you help him?" Arziran asked. Della stood. Wrinkles around her eyes and mouth deepened. Then she shook her head. "I don't know the poison." She looked down at Bruce's. "I'm sorry, Arziran. There are limits." Chapter 5. Arziran sat next to Bruce's. They had lifted him onto a cot Della stored in her back room. Since Arziran had met her, she'd used it frequently, often for him. Dried blood caked along Bruce's mouth. His chest rose slowly, his breathing shallow. Della stood on the other side, hands resting on his exposed chest, eyes wide and blazing a brilliant green. Their attacker was bound gagged, and shoved into a corner. Every so often, Arziran resisted the urge to go to him and kick. Della watched him, her face twisted into a concentrated mask. "All I can do is slow it," she whispered. Bruce's hadn't moved since they'd brought him from the bath. Jessa had built the fire up in the hearth so it now blazed brightly, pushing out warmth he didn't fully feel. She sat behind Arziran in the other chair, eyes closed. Her neck had been bandaged. As she'd said, the wound hadn't been deep. And, thankfully, not poisoned. Della promised to heal her fully later. Riran's shoulder throbbed. Somehow a knife had struck his back as he'd slid. He didn't think that was possible, but hadn't expected someone could grab hold and slide with him, either. Della had pulled the knife from his back and healed his wound. Quick work, not like she would have done had she not had Bruce's to worry about, as well, but enough that he wouldn't die from it. His stomach and face still hurt from where the man had kneed him, but there wasn't much to do for that except give it time. He grabbed onto the slide, Arziran said. He looked at where the man rested. His arms were bound tightly behind him, and his legs were lashed together. Della hadn't attempted to heal him, but said he'd live. She nodded. That can happen if they know you're going to slide. How would they know? She frowned. What has Jessa told you that she sees when you slide? Most of the time she comes with me. Della smiled. When I watch, I see nothing distinct, but there is a pattern. Faint swirls of color. You must know what you're looking for to see it. Arziran understood what she implied. You're saying he's been around another slider before. Della glanced at the man. He hadn't moved since they'd tied him. That's likely. How he knew what you were doing. Otherwise, I think you slide too quickly to catch. I didn't realize there was a speed to sliding. Della looked at him with concern. You've grown strong since I've met you. Now all I see are brief flashes. I don't know how he managed to catch you before. You slid. Arziran looked at the man's clothing and remembered the deep green eyes. He's Elvrith. Perhaps he was once. Riran's breath caught. What are you saying? He's one of the forgotten. Bruce's breathing seemed to quicken, and Della touched his face again, running her hand across his cheeks. His breathing settled back into a steady rhythm. All I am saying is he's not of a Leon. Whatever else he is, I don't know with certainty. Arziran sighed. Elvryth and forgotten. A dangerous combination. Why did he want me? She shook her head. His barriers were too solid. Still are. I cannot read him. He looked down to Bruce's. If he died, Aziran would lose any opportunity to understand what he planned, and what he might know about the forgotten. But it was more than that for him. Bruce's was a friend. Is there anything that can save him? Della didn't look up. As I said, I do not know the poison. I could slide wherever we need. And look for what, exactly? Whatever poison was used on him thins the blood. If we knew what it was, we might be able to help, but I do not. I can slow this, but that is all. She shook her head. Bruce's knew the risks with what he did. Especially lately. I'm sorry, Aziran. He swallowed back the lump in his throat. The idea of Bruce's dying was too much to take. He'd almost lost him once and had to reveal his ability to save him. Even after what he'd been through, or maybe because of it, he didn't want to risk losing him again. And Hearn. Can't he help? I can't see where Hearn has gone, Della said softly. Aziran thought about the Lorsith knives he'd made, focusing on them for a moment, but he'd made too many, and there was no guarantee that Hearn still carried his. Aziran could slide toward each, but what if he came upon a constable? Or worse, one of the Elvryth. That would be worse for them and would draw attention to Jessa, to him. But this was Bruce's. His chest felt tight and tears welled in his eyes. He'd been a fool, letting anger push away his friends, the only people who'd accepted him after everything he'd been through, when he should have been looking for ways to help. Had he done that, maybe he would have realized what Bruce's was doing. The stress he was under and the risks he took. I see you have come back to us, Della said. Had Aziran not known better, he would have suspected she'd read him. But Jessa read him much the same way, using her sight to understand the changes in his mood. He didn't know what to say. How to explain how stupid he'd been. I'm sorry, Della. She laughed, her voice light but strained. No need to be sorry, most in your short time. She met his eyes. An unidentifiable weight settled in her gaze, something that came from years and wisdom. I can't imagine what it must be like for you. For any of you, really. I suspect the Great Watcher brought you together for a reason. Bruce's never saw it like that. Always felt it his responsibility to keep others safe, to protect them from what his mother went through. She lowered her eyes. Bruce's only thought to keep you safe. He didn't know how deep the Forgotten had managed to reach. He looked over to where Jessa slept. Her breathing seemed easy and steady. Aziran had panicked when they were attacked, fear nearly overwhelming him at the prospect of losing her again. He wouldn't let that happen. I've been doing the same with Jessa. She's been pushing back. It didn't change what he needed to do. For Jessa, he'd do whatever it took. Della smiled and tottered behind a counter and brought him a mug of mint tea. I never said it was the right thing to do. Only that was what Bruce's chose. She set her hands atop Bruce's. Aziran hadn't noticed, but in the moments she'd stepped away, color had drained even more from his face. His breathing had slowed. Now that he was aware of it, he heard a steady wheezing. Everything eased as Della touched Bruce's chest. You're slowing the poison. Della nodded. And you have to be by him to do it. He couldn't imagine the strength required to keep sustained use of her abilities. I had thought to give him enough time to say his goodbyes. She sighed. The wrinkles around her eyes looked deeper than they'd been. He won't wake up, but I can hold it at bay longer this way. How long? She shook her head. Aziran didn't really need her to answer to no. Already. She faded under the strain. Della was powerful, but not so powerful that she could hold this forever. I can make it through the night, Della said. More than that, she shook her head again. More than that, I just don't know. Aziran swallowed. The night. How long until morning? Several hours. Maybe. Chapter 6. Aziran walked from Della's home. Cool night air gusted at him, and heavy clouds covered the full moon. A cat yowled nearby. Aziran waited, hoping to hear another, but didn't. Bad luck, but then again, when had he ever had good luck? Brutus lay dying, and Aziran could do nothing about it. He felt helpless. Surprising, given all he had been through, that feeling helpless bothered him so much. But accepting his ability to slide, and learning he could move Lorsith, gave him a measure of comfort most times. Now, neither of his abilities could do anything to assist Brutus. And then what? Once Brutus was gone, what would happen to him? To Jessa. They would have to keep themselves safe, but wasn't that what he'd been doing all along? Aziran stopped near the end of Della's narrow street and crouched next to a twisted corbel tree. The sharp bark irritated his back, but he ignored it. Tears streamed down his face and he didn't fight them. Whatever Brutus had kept him from with the Elvryth, Aziran didn't want him to die because of it. He buried his face in his hands until the tears stopped. If Brutus were to die, Aziran would at least learn why. He might not be able to find Herne, but there was some place he could go to find more information. He made his way along the streets. Lanterns glowed orange with enough light for him to see, but thicker shadows than usual seemed to shift around the street. Aziran made certain to hang off to the side, not wanting to be seen. He kept his focus on the knives tucked into his pocket, ready to push them at the slightest sign of attack. After what happened with Brutus, he didn't want to take any chances. How had the bath become unsafe? A shiver worked through him. The wretched bath had become like a home to him since he'd been exiled by his father, the place where he first met with Brutus, where he'd met Jessa and Herne. And Phile. Maybe the bath had always been unsafe and he hadn't seen it. He sighed. Waves crashed along the shore. The smell of salt and fish filled the air, mixing with a hint of coming rain. No gulls circled tonight, their cawing strangely silent. Near the bath, Aziran had been careful to emerge near a corner along the wall. A defensive position in the bath, but also one where he might be shadowed enough that others wouldn't notice him at first. He found the bath empty. It was strange seeing no one in the tavern. The smells of baked bread and roasted meats drifted from the kitchen, the food not the same as when Leanna ran the bath, but still better than nothing. His mouth watered, and he considered grabbing something to eat before remembering how Brutus had been poisoned. He wouldn't touch anything here. He looked at the table where they'd been sitting. One of the stools had tipped over, but the table looked the same. Dried blood smeared across the surface as if hastily wiped up. The stack of dice Jessa had brought sat untouched. Aziran slipped those into his pocket. Nothing else was left, no sign of what happened earlier in the night. Aziran turned, thinking to leave, when he heard a soft shuffle from the kitchen. Was one of their attackers still here? Against one, Aziran had a chance. Maybe that would be how he could help Brutus. If he learned what poison was used, Della might be able to save him. Or maybe it wouldn't matter either way. Then he would have revenge for his friend. Didn't Brutus deserve that much? He slid toward the hearth on the far wall. There, the door would block anyone from seeing him, giving him some advantage. He grabbed two of his slender knives from his pockets and held them, ready to push on them if needed. The door swung open slowly. Aziran readied. A flash of steel came through the door first, followed by black leather. Aziran hesitated. He'd seen that sword before. The door swung closed. Tom glanced around the tavern, lantern light shifting off his long scar in a strange way. Tom shifted so his back was to the door, spinning quickly to face Aziran. He held his sword at the ready. "Why are you here?" Aziran asked. Tom flickered his gaze in both directions. He remained tensed, coiled as if to strike. Same as you, I figure. Aziran frowned. Could Tom know about what happened to Bruce's? Why, aren't you guarding my father? Tom turned away from Aziran and went to the front door, peeking through the small window. When satisfied, he turned back to Aziran. You think I'm the only one hired for the job? How many others did he hire? Tom shrugged. They don't tell me too much. Besides, I'm only helping as a favor. Watching an old man in the woods can be done by anyone. Bruce wouldn't trust just anyone to watch Riran's father. That meant he trusted Tom. Who else did he trust enough to watch his father? You know what happened? Aziran asked. Tom shrugged. Aziran nodded. Where? He considered what to tell Tom. Bruce might trust him, but Aziran wasn't sure that he did. He's safe, he said. Tom sniffed and nodded toward the table. His scar seemed to writhe as he did. Don't look like he's safe. Where is he? I took him to a healer. She's trying to help him. Trying. Aziran nodded. He was poisoned. He took a shaky breath. He might not make it. She doesn't know what poison they used. Tom seemed to consider for a moment. You see who did it? Not well. They were from a Lian, if that's what you're asking. You sure? Aziran nodded. We caught one. Just one. He's still alive. For now. A dark smile twisted Tom's face. You going to murder him if he don't survive? That your plan? Aziran hadn't fully considered what he would do if Bruce didn't survive. But, taking out his frustration on the man that had attacked him, and threatened Jessa, seemed as good a plan as any. Why do you care? Don't. You just don't strike me as the murdering type. You have no idea what type I am. No, so you could just walk over to a man, he started, stalking toward Aziran, his sword raised, and take your blade and stick it into his gut. Almost faster than Aziran could think, Tom's sword swept toward Aziran. He pushed the Lorsith knives away from him to block the sword. They crossed, and slid the sword up and away, deflecting the attack. Aziran slid back a step as he pushed the knives along Tom's sword until they reached the hilt, holding the sword away. Tom dropped his sword. It clattered to the ground. Then he raised his hands up. Guess I do need to watch out for your blades, he said. The knives hung in the air in front of Tom. He watched them, a curious expression shining in his eyes. Aziran pulled them back and caught them out of the air. Tom smiled. See, you aren't the type. Aziran frowned. Had the attack been to prove his point? He glanced at the sword lying on the ground. Definitely one of his. Above the hilt was his mark. I could have killed you. But you didn't. Me. Someone comes after me with a sword like that, I put them down so they don't try it again. His smile widened. But like I said, you're not the murdering type. Otherwise, from what I heard, you would. Aziran looked away, tucking his knives back into his pocket. He held onto the connection, prepared to push him at Tom if he made any movement toward him again. But Tom simply grabbed his sword off the ground and sheathed it quickly. Interesting ability you have there. Useful, I should think. Man who can slip anywhere, send his knives at a target. Such a man has value. Thought you said I wasn't a killer. Tom laughed. I said you weren't a murderer. Being a killer is a different thing altogether. Aziran shook his head. You're right. That isn't me. Tom made his way toward the door. Too bad. Bruce might have found you useful. He reached the door and twisted the handle. Aziran slid to him and pushed on the door. What do you mean? Tom looked over. If what I've seen and you've told me is right, Bruce is dying. Were it you, I know what he'd be doing. And what is that? Tom smiled again. Bruce would be getting revenge. Aziran shook his head. That's not the Bruce I know. If it were me, he'd be doing everything he could to find a cure. You think so? So that's what you're doing, then. Aziran thought of the way Bruce's had made sure Aziran had the healing he needed when they'd first met, the way he hadn't asked anything in return. He'd given him access to a smithy, a place to work and learn to listen to the Lorsith, never asking for anything. I know he would. Then what are you going to do? Aziran sighed. He's already with a healer. There's not much more I can do. But you said your healer isn't sure she can save him. I said she didn't know what poison was used. She'll figure it out. And if she don't, you think with your abilities, there's nothing you can do to help. I'm no healer. Tom's smile returned. Maybe not. But there are places where such things are learned. Aziran frowned. What sorts of things? Poisons. Healing. There might be a price, but if you could help him, wouldn't it be worth it? Aziran considered what Tom said. Wouldn't Ella know if there was a place to find a cure? As a healer, one gifted by the Great Watcher, wouldn't she know if there was something more that could be done? Why would Tom know and not Della? Where is this place? Tom shook his head. Not a place I can describe. Got to show you. You can. Take another along with you when you travel, he asked. You know the answer to that. Ah, that's right. Your girl. His smile had a dark quality to it. Tom studied him for a moment and then nodded. Then take me with you. And I'll show you. Thea. The last time he'd left Ilion, really left the city and slid to Asador, he'd found his father. Only he hadn't known it was his father at the time. What Tom suggested meant he would need to slide blindly again. Doing so was difficult work, draining. And taking another would be hard. But if there was a chance to save Bruce's, if Tom knew of a place where a cure could be found, shouldn't Aziran take it? Tom was wrong about Bruce's. Aziran knew he would do anything if Aziran or Jessa were in his place. What is this place? Aziran asked. I told you. It's a place you might find an antidote. But we don't even know what poison was used. Tom shrugged. For some cures, that don't matter. Aziran sighed. He already knew what he'd do. What he had to do. Does this place have a name? Near Thea. A place called Venass. Tom watched Aziran as he said it. Venass. Aziran had never heard of any place like that, but he wasn't nearly as worldly as Bruce's or Hearn. He could ask Della, but he suspected she'd tell him not to go. She knew everything Aziran had been through. Then there was the issue of what to do about Jessa. When she awoke, she'd be angry if she learned he went without her. Leaving her behind would keep her safe, but bringing her might keep him safe. With her sight, she helped him as often as he helped her. As much as it might put her in danger, he needed her. You will show us Venass. If I slide us there, you will show us to it. Us. Aziran nodded. Taking both Jessa and Tom might be more than he could manage, especially over great distances. But he had to try. Hopefully all the practice sliding he'd done recently had strengthened him. Tom seemed to consider before answering. Then his smile returned. The scar seemed to writhe again as he did. For you, I think. Chapter 7. They emerged in the pale blue light of his smithy. Shadows seemed to slip along the walls. Had he not known better, he would have wondered whether the smithy was empty. The bitter scent of Lorsith assaulted him as soon as they emerged. Jessa released his hand and hurried to the long table and grabbed a pair of long slender steel knives. Aziran touched her hand and shook his head. Lorsith blades. She frowned. They're larger than your charm. I'm more attuned to them. What if he knew what she wondered? He'd wondered the same. I don't think there's another who can use that ability. Certainly not where we're going. She took one of the long-bladed Lorsith knives and tucked it into the waist of her pants. Then she took a steel blade as well. You don't know that. Better to be safe. Aziran laughed as he grabbed 10 of his small Lorsith blades. He stuffed them into his pockets, wishing he'd thought ahead and fashioned something to hold them. That could come later, if they saved Bruce's. Ready? He asked her. Jessa took a quick look around the smithy. You don't want the sword. Arziran didn't have to look to know where it was. Tucked beneath a floorboard. He kept it hidden. Something about this sword was different from anything else he'd forged. He felt a connection to it even stronger than what he felt to the knives. I don't even know how to use a sword. The knives I can push. She took his hand and they slid, emerging near the wooden hut. The air smelled different here, cleaner and with less of the bitter odor. The Sian trees had a distinct smell, a mixture of pine and jasmine that left a perfume on the air the steady wind couldn't quite blow away. How do you want to go about this? Jessa asked. Did he tell you where to meet? Arziran shook his head. Only by the cabin, nothing more. Jessa knelt before the lock, unrolling her lockpick set. Maybe I just pick the lock. Keep your strength this way. Don't want to just appear inside again. Arziran spun and saw Tom grinning at him, one hand hovering over his. Tom shrugged. He's not going anywhere. That door is as stout as any I've seen. The lock too. He narrowed his eyes. So you get what you need. Jessa tucked her lockpick set back into her pocket as she approached. Didn't even have it locked, she whispered. Tom smiled again. Like I said, he's not going anywhere. Why did you want to meet us here? Arziran asked. Thought we could move more easily from here. Besides, didn't you want to see him again? A dark smile pulled on his lips. No, Arziran said. He glanced at the wooden building before turning his attention back to Tom. Are you ready? I thought you'd be bringing Bruce's with you. Like I said, he's with a healer. I thought you said you knew a place we could find an antidote. Tom nodded, slowly, looking through the forest, back toward Leon. Be easier if he came. He can't, Arziran said. If he tried to bring Bruce's, he would have to leave Jessa behind, and he wasn't willing to do that. Besides, once they found an antidote, he could slide back to Leon. And what about him? Arziran asked. Tom's smile returned. He won't go anywhere. Besides, there are others who know where he is. Lock the door, Arziran said to Jessa. If everything goes well, we'll return before morning. Tom eyed him. You can travel that fast. Arziran nodded. He wouldn't explain to Tom the limitations of sliding. He didn't need to know that Arziran had to know where he traveled, otherwise, he risked them during the slide. Reaching Thea would take the longest. The return would be easier. Hold onto my arm. Jessa grabbed one hand and Tom watched for a moment before grabbing his other arm. Arziran considered for a moment before sliding. He needed to go north, but that was all he knew. Maybe he was making a mistake by trying to slide all of them there. It would take multiple slides to reach Thea, and once they were there, he'd be almost too weakened to do much of anything. But he would try. He slid, emerging as far north as he dared slide in a single step. The slide took more effort than he expected, straining him with the transition. The sense of movement was slower, probably from pulling two others with him, and colors streamed past in swaths of browns and blacks. He'd often wondered whether the colors meant anything. Another question for Della someday. A wave of fatigue threatened him, but he ignored it. A cool breeze pulled at his clothes, filled with the scent of grasses and flowers. A wide plain stretched around them. In the distance, now to the south, Ilfisen rose. The last time Arziran had slid this far, he was chasing the sense of the sword Josen had stolen. Tom gasped. You've taken us past Ilfisen in a single step. Which way? Arziran asked. Tom seemed to sense the urgency and looked toward the east. East. We can reach the Thuras River and follow it. He pointed. See that copse of trees over there? The moonlight caught them like a smudge of darkness in the distance. Jessa probably saw them clearly. I see them. That way. The Venass should be just beyond there. After making sure they both held onto him, Aziran slid toward the trees. They emerged just at the edge of the trees. Aziran made certain to keep them out of the shadows, not wanting to plunge too deep into darkness. After his time in the near-perfect darkness of the mines, he hated anything that reminded him of it. At least in the mines, he had the sense of Lorsith around him. Out here, the only Lorsith he sensed was what he brought with him. And the distant pool of Ilfisen. Moonlight streamed from overhead, filtering through the upper branches. Waving in the wind. Shadows stretched across the ground, dancing and flickering. Aziran felt the same uneasiness he'd felt in the smithy. Jessa squeezed his hand. He wondered if she saw his unease or whether he'd tensed and she felt it. See anything you recognize? She asked Tom. Tom released Riran's arm. He strode toward the trees and into the shadows. Moving with a lithe grace that reminded Aziran of the Neelish sellswords. Aziran suddenly understood how dangerous Tom would be with his sword. Moving this way will take too long, Aziran said. Della said we have the night, but I'm not sure we have even that long. Tom paused and looked back at them. Della. Aziran nodded. She's the healer helping Bruceus. He looked south, toward Aleon, and then nodded before turning toward the trees again. What do you mean that we might not have the night? Jessa asked as Tom disappeared into the trees. He shook his head, looking after Tom. Why was he going into the trees? I saw the strain on her face after the short time we were there. It's different for you. Sight, I think, works differently. You never get tired from it like I do when I slide. You said it is not as bad since you started practicing. He nodded. Not as bad, but not gone. It's worse when I slide farther distances. Or when you bring too many with you. He nodded silently. It's the same for Della with healing, I think. The more she does, the more she strains. And what she's doing for Bruceus is difficult. When she took her hands off him for long enough to grab the book, he started fading again. That's why you want to hurry. We can't lose them. You said the river is through there. Aziran asked. Tom nodded. Can't see anything through the trees, but the Venass should be just beyond here. Can you move us past here? Aziran looked around, considering where to slide next. He could see to the northwest or south, but both directions left him farther from Thea than they were already. Going beyond the forest meant that he would slide blindly. That was dangerous. How far do these woods stretch? Tom shrugged. I couldn't tell. Not just a copse of trees, though. From where they'd come, it hadn't seemed like any sort of forest, but Aziran didn't know the geography around Aleon well. Maybe he should have asked Ella for a map. That might have been useful. But could he slide based on a map or would it not be reliable enough? Tom shrugged again. Not like your AISL. But Aziran sighed. Everything was taking too long. Time they didn't have. Time Bruceus didn't have. And if he could. Chapter 8. Aziran considered sliding them to the north. Doing so might bypass the forest, but would also take more effort on his part. Already, he felt the strain each slide took. How many more would he be able to make? Taking a detour might require more energy than he could spare, risking not being able to get him back safely. Had he been by himself, he might not have the same issue. The other option, sliding blindly, worried him. If they emerged somewhere dangerous, it wasn't just him he risked. It was Jessa and Tom. The ground was too flat for him to get a good vantage. He glanced to the trees, thinking about whether he could reach one of the upper branches, but decided against it. The branches wouldn't support his weight, and he still wouldn't be able to see where he needed to go. That left one option that made sense. He didn't like it. Doing so meant Jessa would be left alone with Tom. But he had to trust she could handle herself. Wasn't that what she'd been asking him to do? Tom, stay with Jessa. I'm going to scout the next spot. Jessa frowned at him. He could tell from her expression she knew what he planned. Are you sure that's the right thing to do? Maybe we should stay together. I'll find you. With a soft touch, he pulled on the knife tucked into her waistband. Tom studied Riran's face. How long? No more than a minute or two. Tom glanced at Jessa. His face was unreadable. You're looking for a wide river. When you reach it, go north to Thea. Venass lies just outside Thea. Once there, he shrugged. Arziran leaned toward Jessa. Wait in the trees, he whispered. I won't be long. She smiled at him and punched his shoulder. I'll be fine. He released her hand and slid. Gauging the distance was difficult. From what he'd learned, moving blindly like this left him open to the possibility that he could emerge within a tree or a massive boulder, or buried in a hillside. Sliding required him to be able to move somewhat on his own. This time, he paid careful attention to the colors blurring as he slid, trying to mark the distance traveled. Sliding by himself went more quickly, but when he'd traveled what he thought was the same distance as the last slide, he held his breath as he emerged. Trees spread around him, one near enough that if he swung his arm he'd hit it. Had he emerged only a step later, he'd have been buried in the tree. His heart thumped loudly and sweat slicked his palms. No light made it through the dense canopy overhead. All around him were gradients of shadows. Arziran sucked in a breath, tasting the air. Different from the scent of the cyan trees, the forest here smelled of earth and decaying leaves. Skin on the back of his neck crawled, and he had the vague sense of something moving behind him. Arziran didn't wait and slid again. He emerged at the edge of the forest. The darkness of the forest reached behind him, and a wide rolling plain stretched in front of him. A few small trees dotted the plain, but nothing else, and no sign of the river. He glanced behind him, and considered returning, but if he could find the river by himself, they would be that much closer to Thea and help for Bruce's. And another slide, this time crossing the plain. In the distance, the terrain seemed to rise and get rocky. Another slide took him to the rocks. The air smelled wet. He paused. He should return to Jessa, but was that the sound of rushing water he heard? He slid again, and this time, he emerged on a rocky slope. Massive stones scattered around him, lit by pale, silver moonlight, looking as if some enormous creature had thrown them around. Below him, a wide river flowed, splashing and burbling loudly in the otherwise silent night. Arziran hoped this was the Venass. This was as far as he was willing to go. He'd been gone from Jessa for moments, but he didn't like the idea of her left without him, not with a stranger she barely knew. Even if Bruce trusted Tom. And now that he'd been here, he could slide back fairly easily once he had Jessa and Tom. He listened for the sense of Lorsith, waiting for the pull of Jessa's knife to call to him. For a moment, he couldn't sense it. Something seemed to blanket his sense of Lorsith, as if diffusing it. He couldn't get a clear fix on the knife. Panic rose up in him, similar to what he'd felt when Josen had taken her. He steadied his breathing. Likely a simple answer rather than something sinister. He'd never tested sensing for Lorsith on her from a distance, especially now that he'd crafted her a chain out of the Heartstone alloy. Perhaps the Heartstone blocked him in some ways. He strained, pushing through the strange fog obfuscating the sense of Lorsith. He knew was out there. And then, distantly, he sensed it. Using it as an anchor, as he often did with his forged pieces, Arziran slid. When he emerged, he had two of his blades ready to push at whatever might be blocking his sense of the Lorsith knife. He stood within the trees again, just past the border of the forest. An owl hooted. Leaves rustled around him. His panic returned when he couldn't see Jessa. He reached for the charm he knew she'd be wearing and felt it not 10 paces from him. Jessa, he whispered. A shadow materialized. Had he been sighted, he might have been able to see her before now. She stood, long-bladed knife in hand. When she approached, he noticed a wild and anxious expression in her eyes. Tom wasn't nearby. Ziran. Where's Tom? She shook her head. There's something out here. When you slid, we heard it. Moving in the trees. Tom went to look. I haven't seen him since. Ziran frowned. He couldn't have been gone more than a few minutes. In that time, they lost Tom. The one person he knew who might be able to help them reach Venass and find a way to reach the antidote. Where did you go? He asked. I heard something and thought I could find him. She shook her head. This place is strange, Ziran. The trees seem to work against my sight. Shadows slip around everything. He frowned, wondering how that was possible. Let's get out of the forest and give Tom a chance to reach us. If he doesn't. Ziran didn't want to think of what they'd need to do if Tom didn't return. He wouldn't give up on helping Bruce's. Not now, but their chance of success went down without his help. They slid back through the trees. When they stepped past the edge of the forest, almost a hard line where the trees ended and the grassy plain began, a knot loosened in his chest that he hadn't known was there. Ziran spun, turning to face the trees. A faint sound, almost a rustling of leaves, fluttered but no wind blew across his face. A sense of movement flickered in the forest. He had the vague crawling sensation on the back of his neck again. Jessa was right. Something was there. Ziran readied his knives, but he couldn't do anything if he couldn't see anything. And so far, all he had was the sense of another presence. What's in there? He whispered to Jessa. She stood next to him, one hand gripping the sleeve of his shirt. She knew from experience how quickly he could slide them to safety. He always felt secure when she was by his side. But she wasn't always there, was she? She hadn't been there when his father had first pushed him out, telling him he wasn't welcome, that he was cursed. She hadn't been there with him in the dark of Ilfisen, nothing but the sound of hammers striking at distant mines, only the call of Lorsith for company. She hadn't been there when the shackles held him in place on File's ship, preventing him from moving. She hadn't been there when the terrifying fear of failing her had nearly overwhelmed him. And she hadn't been there when he'd had to confront Ziran. Shook his head. Where had those thoughts come from? He felt a tug on his arm and turned to see Jessa slowly sinking to the ground. A look of horror came across her face, making her eyes wide. Her mouth worked wordlessly. A light sheen covered her forehead. She stared into the forest, otherwise frozen in place. Ziran grabbed her hand to keep her from pulling away from him. What did bothered coming here, so far from everything he knew, risking his life, exposing him for what, exactly? When had Bruce ever risked himself for Ziran? Or Jessa? But Jessa had risked herself for him. Why would he think these things? A cold sweat washed over him as he understood. With an effort, he slammed a barrier in his mind, and then added to it the sense of Heartstone. Doing this was different from using a Lorsith barrier. With that, the barrier in his mind had always seemed imagined. Using the alloy, adding Heartstone, felt like he dragged it from deep within him, an effort that he never had when pulling on Lorsith. Without waiting another moment, he slid. They emerged on the rocks near the bank of the river. The air smelled clear and crisp, no longer holding the edge of the forest, the sense of decay from fallen leaves. Now a gentle wind did blow steadily at him, fluttering against his clothes and rustling his hair. He listened, waiting to see if the terrible thoughts and fears would return. They didn't. Hesitantly, he lowered the Heartstone barrier. Holding that in place was more difficult than simply the Lorsith barrier. Working with Lorsith nearly daily, sensing it constantly, made it a part of him. He had no idea how he used it to enforce the barrier, only that when he discovered how to add Heartstone to his mental barrier, even Della hadn't been able to read him. With Heartstone added, he suspected it acted much like the alloy, preventing even the most powerful readers from entering his mind. Or more than that. Jessa blinked slowly, as if awakening from a dream. Her eyes slowly narrowed, and she wiped a hand across her head. She let out a shaky breath and turned to look at him. She didn't let go of his hand. "You're leaving Tom." He let out a pent-up breath. It came out as a jagged sigh. "Not leaving him. Not yet. But there was someone, or something, pushing on us." Jessa frowned. In the moonlight, he saw her bite her lip as she did. No flower was woven into the charm tonight. She'd taken it out before they left, not wanting the scent to risk giving them away. One hand fingered the hilt of the knife tucked into the band of her pants. "Pushed. Like what you do with Lorsith." "Not like that. This is different. Like what Bruceus does with everyone, but stronger, darker." A shiver that had nothing to do with the cold worked through him. Her eyes widened, and he knew she understood. "How do you know?" He looked back toward the forest. Part of him could sense that darkness back there, as if it still dipped toward his mind, threatening to push the dark thoughts back into him again. The forest was nothing but a memory from here. He closed his eyes, thinking of the slide, listening for Lorsith. At first, he'd thought maybe Jessa's Heartstone chain had diffused his ability to sense it, but now he realized that wasn't it at all. The strange diffusion of his sense of Lorsith was still there, like a mist, shrouding everything. He focused, trying to strain and pierce through the fog. This time, he had nothing to anchor to and he failed. Arziran swallowed. Dark, trapped within Ilfison with no way to escape, only her sight keeping her from going mad. Or did she fear Josen's taunts, words meant to frighten? Arziran had little doubt the man had said plenty to torment her, but Jessa spoke nothing about those experiences. Maybe the fear she'd felt was older, tied to whatever had brought her and Bruceus together in the first place. Whatever she'd felt, the way her face twisted told him she'd felt the same as he had. How did you know?" "Those thoughts weren't mine," he answered. Not thoughts of Jessa abandoning him. She would not do that, not after all that they'd been through. But what had she seen? What left the edge of horror in her eyes? "We left Tom behind us. In there with whatever did that to us." Arziran hated the idea of leaving Tom there alone. Would he be as susceptible as they had been to whatever pushed on him, or was he left alone? But worse than that, without Tom, neither of them would know how to reach Thea in time. Neither of them would be able to find Venass. Certainly not before morning. And Bruceus didn't have any more time for them to spare. Arziran turned to Jessa, but her face reflected. Chapter 9. "I have to go back for him," Arziran said. Jessa looked over at him, shaking her head as she did. "You can't go back. What happens if whatever is there?" He touched her hand and offered a smile. It felt forced, especially not knowing what he would have to face. Something with the ability to push darkness on his thoughts. "I can barrier my mind." He spoke more confidently than he felt, but he would have to try. Jessa shook her head. "No, Arziran. We can't go back there. Not we." She grabbed onto his hand, as if afraid that he'd slide from her without warning. "You're not going anywhere without me," she said. "I can't protect you from this. And we need Tom to find Venass. He told you how to find it. We can just leave him." Arziran finished. "Sacrifice him for Bruceus. What would Bruceus say if he found out that we did?" She glanced to the ground. "We wouldn't have to tell him." Arziran pulled her to him. "You can wait here. I won't be gone long. I'll slide, see what I can find, and search for Tom. Her body tensed and she shivered. What if you don't? You can't return. What happens to me then? Aziran couldn't leave her here. Not without knowing she would be safe. He squeezed her hand and slid, emerging in the heart of the AISL forest. The damp earth smelled clean and healthy compared to the forest where they'd lost Tom. A howl erupted, and Jessa jumped, twisting to look around her. Why did you bring me here? Wait here. I'll return after I find Tom. And if you don't return? Aziran didn't want to think about what would happen if he didn't. It likely meant that whatever darkness existed in the forest had swallowed him as well. He didn't think that he could withstand it if his barrier failed, not without more strength than he possessed. If I don't, then you'll go to Della's, and be there for Bruce's in the time he has remaining. He hugged her close and kissed her forehead before releasing her. She let go of his hand slowly. When he slid, the colors swirling past him, he could almost see the pain on. When he emerged from the slide, the forest loomed in front of him. He made certain to emerge where the forest started, and stood, watching the steady swaying of the trees for a moment. As soon as he emerged, the darkness started to push on him, but this time, Aziran had been ready. He pressed the mental barriers into place, fortifying them with heartstone. With a slide, he passed beyond the border of the forest. Pain shot through his head. Aziran held onto the barrier, forcing it to remain in place. If it failed, he didn't doubt that he would succumb to the effect of the darkness pushing on him. Shadows shifted in the night. Aziran resisted the urge to slide away, holding a pair of knives ready for him to push away. The sense faded, and he slid deeper into the trees. He wasn't certain what he looked for, or what he hoped to find. Had Tom carried one of his Lorsith-forged knives, he might have been able to find him more easily, but without the knife, he was searching blindly. Maybe it didn't matter. Tom had told them how to find Venass. Follow the Venass River, make his way north, and then what would they find? And if he didn't, what would really change for him? After what Bruce's had done, how he'd pulled Jessa and him into his plan to find the Forgotten, could they really forgive him? The Forgotten, at least Josen, knew about what Aziran could do. Would they come after him, and Jessa? Would they ever really be safe? Maybe it would be best if Bruce's did die. Aziran shivered, recognizing that somehow the pushed thoughts had made it past his barrier. He focused, pulling on the sense of Lorsith, fusing it with that of Heartstone, and felt the barrier solidify. He realized sliding had changed it. He couldn't slide and hold the connection to the barrier. Now that he knew, he would focus as he slid, make certain that when he emerged, he reinforced the barrier. But how to find Tom? Worse, what was out here in the forest? He needed to work quickly. Not only because he didn't want to remain within the trees any longer than necessary, but also because Bruce's depended on him. Regardless of what the thoughts pushed on him wanted, Aziran wanted Bruce's alive. If the Elvrith were after them, they would manage that together. A search. That was what he needed. And he could slide, moving quickly through the forest. He'd practiced sliding, so that doing so alone shouldn't be too taxing, but he would need to work quickly so he didn't waste time. And maybe, if he emerged fast enough, he wouldn't have to focus on his barriers quite as much. It was worth trying. Jessa said that Tom had gone deeper into the forest. Aziran started by sliding along the edge of the forest, stepping quickly, emerging long enough to search for Tom before sliding again. Thankfully, enough moonlight trailed through the trees for him to see the forest floor. He pushed up the barrier again. He had to be careful. Thoughts that were not his drifted in, slipping long enough to slide. When he reached the end of the forest, he slid forward a dozen feet before starting back, sliding quickly. Each time he emerged from the slide, he glanced around and then slid again. Aziran lost count of how many times he'd slid. Occasionally, he caught sight of movement, but it was never there when he slid toward it. He forced up his mental barriers, and the dark thoughts never fully returned. Maybe he slid fast enough that it didn't matter. He was near the center of the forest when he saw a shape lying on the forest floor. Aziran pushed a pair of knives in front of him, holding them in place. He took a step forward, moving carefully. Another step. Without realizing it, he slid with each step. Tom lay on the ground, face down. A pool of blood spilled out around him, staining his shirt. Aziran couldn't see the injury, but no one could survive that much blood, not without healing. Could he take him to Della? The healer might be able to help, but if he did, Bruceus would be left to die. Besides, that much blood, there was nothing that he could do, not for Tom. The slender steel sword that Tom carried rested on the ground just out of reach. Aziran sighed. Now what would he do? Tom was going to lead them to Venass, and guide them toward where to find an antidote, but without him, how would they find it? Bruceus would be lost. He might be able to follow the river toward Thea, but then what? He knelt next to Tom. The man had told him to go north to find Venass, but how would they know what they were looking for? Aziran reached for Tom's sword when he felt shadows shifting around him. He stood with a start and pushed a pair of knives away from him, out into the darkness of the forest. They whistled through the air, but he didn't hear them hit anything. As he turned back to Tom, he thought he saw the shadows shift again. Aziran didn't have enough knives to waste on darkness. A howl erupted in the night. Hating what he did, he slid away, emerging back in the AISL. Jessa paced the small clearing, and relief was plain on her face when she saw him, but it faded when she realized that he'd come alone. "Where's Tom?" Aziran shook his head. "I found him, but what?" "He's gone, Jessa. Something attacked him. I don't know what it was, but there was a lot of blood and I knew we couldn't save him. As I knelt beside him, I saw shadows of it moving in the forest. I couldn't risk staying behind." She grabbed his wrist and caught his eyes. "We can go back, but after. When it is light. Then we can give." That didn't seem like any sort of answer. Not one that Aziran could accept. They still had time. Maybe if they got lucky, if he managed to slide them to Thea, they could find Venass on their own. He had seen what he suspected was the Venass, so they could follow that, and he could slide along the shore. With just Jessa, it would be quick work, less straining to him. But once they reached Thea, he knew little more than that Venass would be found to the north. And once they reached it, they still had to find the antidote. There were just too many ways for it to go wrong. But they didn't know anyone else who could help them find what they needed. In Thea, Della might be able to do so, but Bruceus depended on her to keep him alive through the night. Hearn might know how to help. In a former life, he'd lived as an assassin and trained in Thea, but they had no way of finding him quickly. They might spend the entire night just searching for him. Aziran didn't know anyone else he could trust. There was someone else who might be able to help, though. Someone he didn't trust and knew he couldn't trust. But would he help? After everything, it was unlikely, but doing nothing was not an answer, either. "What is it?" Jessa asked. He looked at her. As always, he wondered how she saw through him so easily. Even with barriers in place, she always seemed to know a little of what he was thinking. Did she know him so well? Of course, he knew the answer to that. "There's someone else we can try who might know how to find Venass, who can help us reach Thea." Jessa frowned and then her eyes clouded. She blinked and shook her head. "No, Aziran. We can't do that. You don't know what he'll do. Besides, he's got no reason to help you." She trembled again. "We can find Hearn. If anyone will know how to reach Thea and Venass, it will be him. We just have to find him. How long will that take? Maybe it is minutes. Maybe hours. If it is the latter, we've lost Brutus. You'd risk losing him on the chance that." Chapter 10. They emerged in the clearing outside the small wooden hut. It seemed so long ago that he'd been there, but in reality, little time had actually passed. A faint streamer of smoke drifted from the small hole in the roof, the scent mixing with the piney odor of the cyan trees surrounding them. The wind was still, a sharp change from what it had been on the banks of the Venass River. Aziran glanced at Jessa. She nodded. Then they slid into the hut. The only light came from glowing embers of the fire. Not enough for him to see well. Jessa wouldn't have the same limitations. He waited as she scanned the room. "I don't know where. You've finally decided to take a stronger hand in tormenting me." Aziran turned. His father sat cross-legged in the corner, as far from the fire and the flatbed pallet as possible. Shadows clung to him. "I sensed when you came earlier. I knew you'd return." That was as much an admission of his father sensing Lorsith as Aziran suspected he'd get. But did he share the other ability? Could he push on Lorsith like Aziran? And what about Heartstone? Had he mastered that? "You've been to Thea." Aziran didn't ask it as a question. After what happened to Tom, there was no purpose to disguise why he'd come. Brutus didn't have time for him to waste on his father. Jessa squeezed his hand, keeping him from stalking forward. For a moment, he didn't know if his father would answer. Then, "I've been to Thea." The admission surprised Aziran. Though Tom claimed he had, hearing his father admit to it was different. When his father shifted, a sound little more than a rustling of cloth against the wooden walls. "If you came to ask questions of me, then you'll be disappointed. I have nothing to say to you." Aziran snorted. "You've never had anything to say to me. Why should this be any different?" "Aziran," Jessa whispered. "Say your piece and leave me," his father said. "You can't hurt me anymore." "Then they've already tried." Aziran swallowed. This was the hard part. "You will take me to Thea and then on to Venass. There is something I need to find there tonight. I'm not sneaking through the night like a common thief. And I'm not traveling with you as you use your ability." Aziran took a deep breath and held it in. "As I said, I need to reach Venass tonight. You will assist me in this." His father laughed softly, low in his throat. "There is nothing you can say that will convince me to go with you to Thea." Aziran took a step closer. He wasn't sure he could be convincing in the threat he'd present, but he needed to be for this to work. "If you don't, then I will do to Elise what you did to me." He heard his father's soft gasp, and Aziran knew he'd guessed right. "You wouldn't do that to your sister." Aziran took another step forward. His father stood out from the shadows of the wall. He hardened his voice. "Because Elise was always so helpful to me. I'm sure she didn't care when I was sent off to Ilfisen. She certainly didn't argue very strongly to keep me at home. Leave her out of this. Blame me if you must, but your sister never did anything. You just made my point." His father lunged like a coiled snake, moving faster and with more force than he should have managed with as long as he'd been trapped in the hut. Aziran was ready for it. He twisted to the side and grabbed his father's arm. Then he slid, emerging just outside the hut, releasing his father as he did. He went sprawling into dry dirt. Moonlight filtered through the trees here, giving enough light for Aziran to see. A sharpened, slender length of wood dropped from his father's hand. Aziran slid to it and kicked it away from his reach. His father grunted and didn't move. Jessa came through the door and hurried over to him. She grabbed his hand. as if afraid he would take the opportunity of having his father sprawled across the ground to get revenge. She never seemed to believe that he didn't hold much anger over his exile. Like I said, Arziran said again, you are going to take me to Thea and then on to Venass. His father pushed slowly to his knees and sat. Now that they were out where Arziran had enough light to see, he realized a deep bruise had bloomed under one eye in the time since he'd seen him last. A dark sneer spread over his face. And you keep making my point, don't you, Arziran? And what point might that be? That as much as you claim otherwise, your cursed ability has changed. Something in you. He wiped his hands on the dirty scraps that were his pants and stood. Arziran readied to slide after him if he chose to run. He couldn't risk any more time spent on this. As I told you it would, it turned you into something worse than a mere thief. After everything he'd been through, the words still stung. Had he not become the thief his father expected, stealing Lorsith from the Ilfisen mines? Had he not sneaked into the warehouse, repeatedly taking what wasn't his? Worse than that, he'd broken into the Alchemist Guild house. And now, he'd been brought into a battle between the Elvreith, both those within the palace and the Forgotten. His father had always claimed his ability would turn him into a thief, but he could claim self-defense, the need to protect himself and Jessa, but leaving Joseon to suffer and die within the mines was something else entirely. Arziran sighed. Everything his father had said about his ability had been true. That still didn't change what Arziran needed to do. No, Arziran said. Jessa grabbed his hand and squeezed. You turned me into that. He slid and grabbed his father by the arm, returning to the rocky shore of Chapter 11. The wind had shifted since they'd been on the rocks only minutes before, gusting now out of the west. A hint of the forest hung on the air, that of decay and wet earth, this time mixed with something else, almost a bitter odor. Arziran dropped his father's arm, letting him slip to the rocks, not concerned if he hurt himself as he slid along the boulders. Jessa tottered atop one of the massive boulders, and Arziran held her tightly, keeping her from falling. Fatigue washed over him. He'd have to be careful as they made their way, or he wouldn't have enough strength to get 'em back. The time in the forest had not only delayed them, it risked him not having the strength needed to slide them all to Venass and then back home. I'm still not sure this was smart, she whispered. Jessa knew the toll sliding had on him, and that was just moving the two of around the city. What he did tonight was harder even than that. When have I ever done anything smart? She punched his shoulder. You brought me, didn't you? Only because I knew what would happen to me if I didn't. Jessa laughed, a smile coming to her eyes as she did. Only because you know what's good for you. Moving around at night looking for something in the dark is what I'm good at. Arziran smiled. I think Della would have killed me on your behalf had I left you behind. As he said it, he noticed his father looking at him, a strange expression on his face. Arziran looked down at him. He'd crawled back atop one of the large rocks, lining the river, and sat staring down at the froth, the same as they had done earlier. I presume this is the Therass River. His father nodded once. Where from here? If you already found the Therass, you should be able to find Thea without difficulty. That was the same thing Tom had said. I told you. I don't need Thea. I need Venass. His brow furrowed. Venass is north of Thea. More than that I can't really, for Elisa's sake. You'd better come up with a better answer than that. His father shook his head slightly. What do you hope to accomplish? You think by finding Thea, you'll get some kind of reward with me? Or do you plan to steal something else? He sneered at him. You're nothing but a thief. Careful, Arziran said. This thief could leave you wherever he chooses. His father's eyes narrowed, and he closed his mouth. Arziran made sure to hold on to Jessa and step down the rocks rather than Sliding. He grabbed his father by the sleeve. The river snaked north in front of them. Behind him, it ran fairly straight south. Aziran fixed on the farthest point he could see in the distance. Had he been sighted, he might have an easier time choosing his targets. What must it have been like for Joseon, being sighted and able to slide without the limitations Aziran had? He slid, pulling them along the river. Each time, he emerged only long enough to look for another point in the distance. The rock lining the river sloped upward, the river cutting a deeper valley as they went, making it difficult to find a clear vantage. If he could find higher ground, he could fixate on a farther point and slide a greater distance. Instead, he was forced to travel much more slowly than he would like. Sliding by himself over great distances was taxing. The time he'd slid to Asador chasing after his sword, he'd nearly not had the strength to return. Practicing sliding had increased his comfort with both distances and burden, taking Jessa with him as often as possible, exercising it no differently than he had exercised his arms and chest working the forge. But as much as he'd improved, he still struggled under the burden of transporting 3 of them. With each slide, he sagged under the effort. He didn't want to admit it, but he began to wonder if he'd be able to get 'em all back to Aleon once they found Venass and the antidote. Would he be forced to leave one of them behind? If so, it wouldn't be Jessa. She'd been through too much for him to risk her again. Besides, he needed her sight. And then a slide took them to a ledge overlooking the distant land. Water from the Venass cascaded down from the shelf, spilling to a point far below as it ran somewhat east. There, flat ground spread out toward an enormous city in the distance. The river cut through the heart of the city and seemed to keep going, beyond the city, likely all the way to the sea. Aziran saw no sign of the ocean from where he stood. Within the city, buildings taller than any in Aleon stretched high into the sky, some with bright lights filling the windows. One stood taller than the others, a thick tower made of a pale white stone rose near the edge of the city. A high wall circled the city. "Is that Thea?" Jessa whispered. "That's Thea," his father said. Aziran had released him, letting him stand atop the rock next to them. There was no place for him to run. Home to the Tower of Scholars. He sniffed and looked away. Great Watcher only knows what else. What do you mean by that? Aziran stared at the tower that must be the Tower of Scholars rising above the city. Scholars claim they can understand anything, even the Great Watcher himself. Aziran glanced at Jessa, and she only shrugged. "You never told me you'd ever been to Thea." His father looked at him. Once, he'd been a wide man, thick-witted, leaving him lean and wasted. No longer did he intimidate Aziran as he once had. He still managed the same look he'd always given him, one filled with a mixture of condescension and disgust. Aziran did not turn away from it this time. "No." Aziran shook his head, sniffing out an annoyed laugh. "I could leave you here. When we're done, if you like. Doesn't matter to me. I'm already dead as it is. You think Mother would like it if you were dead. Elise." His father stiffened but said nothing. Jessa touched his arm. "You don't need to keep doing that to him. He's helping you already." "Doing what?" She pulled him close and wrapped her arms around him. In the cool of the night, it was the only thing that felt good. She smelled clean, her hair infused with the scent of whatever flowers she'd been picking lately. Nothing like the bitter scent of Lorsith he had grown so accustomed to. He hugged her back, resting his chin atop her head. "How is this any better than what he did to you?" She reached up and touched his face. "You don't need to torture him anymore. You're a better man than he is. I can see that." The words made Aziran smile, and he leaned toward her and kissed her on the mouth. She tasted sweet, like a mixture of mint and ale. For a moment, he could forget about everything else, as if the Great Watcher had finally given him everything he needed. But the moment passed. Arziran couldn't forget why he'd come. Bruce's needed him to succeed. And if Bruce's died, Arziran may never understand what he'd been pulled into. As much as he wanted to help his friend, he wanted answers as well. He released the embrace and stepped away from Jessa. She stood next to him, holding his hand, as he turned to his father. This time, he softened his voice. "This is where I need your help. Where is Venass from here?" His father looked as if he might say something, but instead just frowned at him. "What is your business in Venass?" Arziran considered lying or simply demanding that his father tell him how to reach it, but decided against it. "A good man will die if I can't reach Venass tonight." "What kind of good man?" He met his father's eyes. "The one who saved me when you'd given up on me." Emotions flickered across his father's face. Arziran could read none of them. Finally, his mouth tightened. "Do you know what you're looking for?" "A cure." His father frowned. "And you think you can find it in one night?" "In the dark. I don't have any choice. I have to try." He shook his head and looked away. "Then you're a fool." There was a note in his voice that gave Arziran pause. "Can you show me how to find Venass?" He didn't look over. "Do I have any choice?" "There's always a choice." His father turned. "Is there?" He'd made plenty of choices recently. Not all of them good, and few easy, but he'd always had a choice. "Regardless of what I do, there's always a choice. We'll see." His father stood and took a few steps toward the ledge, beside the waterfall, and leaned forward. Almost too late, Arziran realized what he was doing and muttered a quiet curse under his breath. If he did nothing, his father would die from the fall. And Bruce's would die. "I'm sorry," he said to Jessa, and let go of her hand as he slid after his father. He emerged falling alongside his father. Wind whistled around him. Arziran wondered what he'd been thinking. Doing. This could mean his death if he was wrong. But it definitely meant Bruce's death if he did nothing. Above him, Jessa screamed. He'd never tried to slide like this before. As far as he knew, it should work the same as taking a step. He prayed to the Great Watcher that it did. His father was right in front of him. And now the ground loomed before both of them. Another moment, and he'd be too late. Arziran grabbed his father by the back of his dirty shirt and slid again, aiming for the ground. Normally, he had to step into the slide. This time, he fell. He emerged rolling onto his side. It didn't lessen the impact, though, and as he hit the ground, his elbow jabbed hard into his side, forcing the air from his lungs. His father rolled next to him and grunted. Arziran lay motionless for a moment, feeling to see if anything hurt. His ribcage felt like it might be broken, his arm having pushed into it on landing. It hurt to take a deep breath. His hand ached from gripping his father's shirt. But nothing else. He stood and resisted the temptation to kick his father. "What were you thinking?" he shouted. "I thought you wanted to see Elise again." His father rolled over. Dirt stained his face and his nose was bloodied, running toward his ear. A dark smile twisted his mouth. "And I said I was already dead. You just haven't seen it yet." He crawled to his knees and looked up the waterfall, shaking his head as he did. "Thought you said I had a choice." Arziran grunted. "You did." His father got to his feet. He stood unsteadily and wiped his hand across his face, smearing the blood that had dripped down his face and brought his. Chapter 12. Arziran left his father standing at the edge of the Venass River as he slid back to the rocks to reach Jessa. As soon as he emerged, she punched him hard on the chest. "Just what was that?" she demanded. "I couldn't let him fall. You risked yourself for him. After everything he did to you." He shook his head. "I don't expect you to understand." She punched him again, this time with a little less force. "You think I don't understand?" What I wouldn't give up to see she didn't finish. Tears welled in her eyes and she fell into him. Aziran pulled her close. He was the reason she cried this time, the reason she hurt. And he'd be the reason she hurt if anything happened to him. Had he really been willing to risk himself for his father? I'm sorry. She pounded on him with closed fists. You said that already. Her voice sounded muffled as she spoke against him. Doesn't make it better. I know. And I'm sorry. He pushed her back far enough that he could see her face, holding her eyes with his. Hers flared a bright green and she swallowed. I didn't have time to explain. I don't think I was in any danger, at least no real danger. But you didn't know. He shook his head. I didn't know, he agreed. I've never tried sliding while falling. Now that he had, knowing he could might be helpful, if he could only manage to control the fall at the end. He couldn't end up splayed across the ground each time he slid, hoping to be unhurt. He'd have to figure out a way to do it more safely. And that meant practicing. Jessa wouldn't care for that, either. He's right, you know. Aziran frowned. The idea that his father might be right about anything any more troubled him. About what? You were a fool. Aziran laughed softly. Probably. He looked over the rocks. His father still stood along the bank of the Venass River, staring into the swirling water where it spilled down from the rocks. A thought came to him. If his father really wanted to end things, he could simply throw himself into that water. Aziran doubted he'd be able to slide into the water and out quickly enough to save them both. He'd never tried water, but it seemed a level of magnitude. We shouldn't leave him down there by himself too long. I don't know what he might try next, Aziran said. Jessa peered over the edge of the rocks, leaning forward more dangerously than Aziran expected of her, especially after the fall. I wish we didn't need him for this. Me too. She turned and looked Aziran in the eyes. No, I mean it. I don't know what this will do to you. It took you months to get past what is done to you. Aziran smiled sadly. That's the problem. He's my father. I'll never get past it. Or him. Jessa bit her lip, and Aziran wondered if she thought about her father. He knew only a little about him, just that he had been a thief and had been taken away where they had cut off his hand for thieving. Jessa had been saved by Hearn, brought back to Ilion, but more than that, he didn't know. Eventually she would tell him. Don't let him be the reason you get hurt, Jessa said. Promise me that. I promise. They slid to the bottom of the waterfall, with water swirling around them. Jessa stalked over to Riran's father. She stood nearly a head shorter than him, and her shoulder-length hair fluttered in the breeze. Hands went to her hips, one fingering the hilt of the long knife she tucked into her waist, and she leaned toward him. Aziran sensed the anger radiating from her. If you ever do anything to place Aziran in harm's way again, you won't have to worry about what he'll do to you. His father glanced from Jessa to Aziran. A small smile twisted his mouth. Blood had dried around his nose, and he'd wiped most of it away. Because I'll be there first. She lowered her voice. Aziran still heard what she said next. He suspected she wanted him to. And I won't have the same hesitation to do what's needed to your precious Elise. Then she turned and stalked back over to Aziran. She looked away, staring out toward Thea. The message was clear to him, and he knew not to press her about what she'd said. Aziran didn't actually think she'd do anything to Elise, but the threat unnerved his father. He glanced from Jessa to Aziran, his face tense. Keep the others out of this. I'll get you to Venass. I know you will, Aziran said. Threatening Elise was all he needed to get his father to comply with them. Where is Venass from here? His father looked north toward Thea and pointed. There. Aziran frowned. The Tower of the Scholars. He nodded. The tower is outside Thea itself. Separate, the way the scholars imagine themselves. Venass is simply another name for it. Arziran looked at the tower. Tom had intended all along for them to come to the Tower of Scholars. Why not simply tell him? A chilling thought came to him, and he glanced over at Jessa. Thinking back on how Tom had told them of Venass and how they might find an antidote there, he'd never really been all that forthcoming as to how they'd get it. Had Tom intended for Arziran to break into the tower, slide them in? But if he and Jessa weren't invited in, how would they find the antidote? How would they even know what to look for? Had Tom not been attacked, they could ask him what his plan was. For all Arziran knew, Tom had a way into the tower, or a contact that would allow them to find the antidote. But for him to go alone, how would he find a way to save Brutus? All I want is an antidote. Tom made no mention of having to break in. Arziran said to her. The idea of doing so reminded him too much of breaking into the Elvreith warehouse in Ilion. That had not turned out well for him. What would happen were he to break into this? Would he end up with the scholars after him as well? Would Brutus want that? Jessa looked over. We have to try or he'll die. His father sneered at him. I'm surprised you hesitate. I thought you didn't care what you broke into. Why don't you tell him why you were in Asador? Jessa said. She made her way over to his father. Her hand had gone back to the hilt of the knife. His father's brow furrowed. Asador. I thought this was about Thea. Jessa pulled the knife from her waist. This is about the same. Why don't you tell him? He started to turn away, but Jessa grabbed his shoulder and spun him back to face her. Turn your back to me, and I'll see to it you can't walk again. He tensed and didn't move. Tell him. Arziran looked at Jessa. What's this about, Jessa? What happened in Asador? He's kept something else from you, Arziran. I don't know what it is exactly, but I think it is time he starts telling you the truth. You've been so focused on the alloy ever since returning from Asador that you haven't taken the time to find out why your father was there in the first place. She glared at his father. And I want him to explain. What alloy? His father asked. Arziran ignored him and focused on Jessa. Why he was in Asador doesn't matter to me, does it? It didn't matter until Brutus was injured. It matters if they are involved, Jessa said, emphasizing they, like she was talking in code in front of Riran's father. I'd planned to ask Brutus if he'd learned anything before he was poisoned. He's been asking questions, but not too many of the Elvreith up there want to talk, at least, not about them. It's probably the reason he was poisoned. What alloy? His father asked again. With what little they knew about Venass and the Forgotten, maybe Jessa was right. He should have taken the time to ask more before dragging his father with him to Thea. For all he knew, he actually did what the Forgotten wanted. Why were you in Asador? He asked his father. He'd opened his mouth to say something, probably to ask about the alloy again, and promptly closed it. Arziran stepped toward him. And don't think you can divide Jessa and me with your words. She wasn't the one to send me to the mines to work without any intention of bringing me back. She's the one who helped me, who saw through the lies you'd been feeding me, trying to make me think what I could do was a curse. There is no one in this world. Practically trembled as he said those words. So I ask you again. Why were you in Asador? His father looked at Jessa with a troubled expression. They needed a smith. I'm a smith. The way he said it told Arziran he left something out. That's not the only reason. Do you need to know more? Do you really think it will help you save your friend? It wouldn't. Precious time was wasted as they stood on the bank of the Venass River, but Arziran suddenly wanted to know. After what happened with Shael, the demand that he'd made of Arziran, and the exiled Elvreith, he needed to know why they would want a smith. Why would they need a smith? His father looked up and met his eyes. You don't know. His voice made it clear he didn't believe what Aziran said. Aziran shook his head. Then why were you in Asador? Why did you take me away? I went for Jessa. Someone had taken her, and I wanted her back. His father looked from Jessa to Aziran. That's the only reason. Aziran had no intention of telling his father about the sword he'd made, the one Josen had stolen from his smithy. And if he didn't bring it up, maybe it meant his father didn't know about it. The only one that matters. His father staggered to a nearby rock. The fall still affected him, and he wobbled on his feet, unbalanced. He dropped onto a rock and held his head in his hands, rubbing the first 2 fingers of his hands along his temples. You really didn't know, he whispered. Aziran looked over to Jessa. Why did they want a smith? When his father said nothing, he stepped toward him, not sliding so as not to use energy he might need, and stood in front of him. What was this about? His father looked up. I don't know whether to believe you're too stupid to know or whether you're just lying to me. That makes 2 of us, Aziran said. Doesn't change that you're going to tell me what you know. His father looked past Aziran and up at Jessa. I serve the Elvreith, no different from you. Aziran shook his head. I don't serve the Elvreith. Then you're more a fool than I realized if you think you can oppose them. Oppose them? Is that what you think? Why else would you take me from them? Aziran hesitated. His father thought he'd been working for the Elvreith in Asador. Coming from a Leon, of course he would. He'd never had any reason to question their judgment. But Aziran had seen what the Elvreith were willing to do. Not just Josen Elvreith, but the warehouse filled with crates sent from around the world, some of which contained riches Aziran once would have. And then there were the forgotten men and women exiled from the city for crimes against the Elvreith. Families and lives destroyed. What would Bruceus have been had his mother not been one of the forgotten? If the others of the forgotten were like Josen, Aziran would have a hard time sympathizing with them. Whatever else you might think, the masters you served in Asador were not Elvreith. You've proven yourself ignorant about everything else. Why should I believe you about this? His father paused and met Riran's eyes. What alloy were you working with? Something about the way he asked the question told Aziran that he already knew. Did it matter if his father knew he worked with Heartstone? Aziran had never seen him working it when he was still apprenticed in the smithy, but that didn't mean his father didn't know how. There was enough of the alloy present in the floating palace. Someone still knew how to mix it. A Lorsith alloy, Aziran answered. He watched his father carefully as he did. But his face didn't give anything away. He wouldn't mention Heartstone by name. His father frowned. Lorsith can't be mixed into an alloy. I thought you learned the basics from me, but perhaps you really are too foolish to. Jessa cut him off by kicking him in the knee. Watch how you speak to him. His father looked up, a flat expression on his face. He looked past Jessa and over to Aziran. Are you just wasting what you've stolen then? Aziran shook his head. He wouldn't argue with his father about this. Doing so would do nothing to convince him. I didn't steal your Lorsith. I saw you come into my shop. Enough of my ore had been taken that I felt the need to watch for it. Who else can pass through doors as if they aren't there? One of your precious Elvreith, Aziran answered. Someone who nearly killed me. Nearly killed Jessa. All for Lorsith. He was the reason I was in Asador. He leaned closer to his father. You think I'm the only one with the ability to slide. With the ability you claim curse by the Great Watcher. The Elvreith can as well. He paused, letting the words hit home. His father's face remained unchanged. But I still don't know why they wanted a smith. What did they want you to do? He didn't know if his father would answer. He sat, staring toward Thea. Moments passed, time. Aziran realized that he should be spending searching for the antidote to save Bruceus. Standing and arguing the merits of the Elvryth would not save him. Each moment he wasted meant less time to search. They wanted me to make weapons. What kind of weapons? Arziran thought he already knew the answer. After what Joseon had been after. He thought he knew, but he wanted to hear his father say it. Lorsith forged weapons. Dark weapons. He looked over, his eyes hot and angry. I studied knives they brought me. It didn't take long to recognize the mark. Arziran stared at him. He'd marked everything he ever made with his distinct mark. He'd done it from the beginning. The Lorsith had practically demanded that he do it, and the forgings never felt complete until they had his mark on them. That also, some. But what they really wanted were swords. Arziran glanced at Jessa. Why swords? There was a reason he hadn't discovered. What was it about the Lorsith forged? Weapons the Forgotten wanted. Steel swords were plentiful, but that wasn't what Joseon had wanted. He'd wanted the sword Arziran had made of Lorsith, but more than that, he wanted a heartstone alloy sword. But why? His father shook his head. I don't question the Elvryth. Arziran didn't push on that point. Nothing he said would convince his father. He hadn't been taken by the Elvryth. Did you make him any swords? His father met his eyes. You said you've listened to the Lorsith. That you let it guide your forgings. Arziran nodded. Then you know Lorsith will not easily make swords. Doing so requires the smith to have a dark heart. That is what the Lorsith calls to. He hesitated. My attempts wasted precious Lorsith. I disappointed the Elvryth because I couldn't do what they wanted. A dark heart. Arziran considered how he'd been feeling when he forged the sword. He'd been angry, upset with how his father had banished him to Ilfisen, but grateful for the smithy Bruceus had given him. And the sword came into being, the Lorsith guiding his hand. That hadn't even been the first time he'd forged a sword. Before his father had exiled him, he'd nearly forged a Lorsith sword. Was it him? Did he have the darkness inside him his father claimed he needed? Jessa touched his arm. It was a subtle gesture, not enough for his father to notice, but Arziran appreciated the reassurance. That's all they wanted from you. To make swords? Jessa asked. He shrugged. I wasn't the only smith in Asador. You didn't wonder why? Arziran asked. Weren't you the one who always warned me against making weapons out of Lorsith? His father sneered. You would lecture me on this. He shook his head. No, I didn't think to question. When the Elvryth asks something of you, you do it. Even when it is wrong. His father looked away. I wouldn't expect you to understand. You have no sense of duty, of responsibility. Why should you recognize the Elvryth authority? Arziran sighed. Arguing simply wasted time. They needed to move on to Venass. To find an antidote, and then return to Bruceus if there was still time. Anyone can abuse authority given to them. The Elvryth, they don't see the effect of their rule. They rarely leave the palace. They simply sit looking down from the floating palace, passing judgment on others forced to make hard. Chapter 13. Arziran held onto Jessa's hand. The sound of the water spilling over the edge of the rocks swirled loudly behind him. Darkness still covered the sky in a thick blanket, but the night passed quickly. A few stars twinkled overhead, no different from the stars of Ilion. Would the Great Watcher look after him even here? We need to go, he said. The time spent speaking with his father had given him a chance to recover some of his strength. Sliding from here would still tax him, but not as much as it would have if he'd gone immediately. His father stood. Arziran was thankful for that. Dragging him through the slide required more energy than if he'd stepped lightly. He wouldn't tell his father that. Likely, he'd drop to his knees so as to avoid aiding him. Without another word, he focused on the tower. Atop the rocks, standing Above the waterfall, the tower had appeared to stretch high into the sky. Down here, close to the Venass river, it reached impossibly high. They slid, emerging still outside of Thea, but near enough that the air changed. The stink of the city assaulted his nose, a mixture of dung and sweat and filth so different from a liaon. No breeze moved through, and the still air tasted thick and sticky. The wall he'd seen surrounding the city blocked most of his view, only the highest buildings were now visible. And still the tower. This close, he saw how the tower was separate from the city. Near enough that it overlooked Thea, but outside the walls, as if to keep separate. How had he not seen that from the higher vantage? The tower, he asked. His father nodded once. Aziran prepared to slide again, trying to pick a place. He needed to get closer to the tower, and then he could figure out how he was going to get in. You might find it more difficult to reach than others. The scholars are almost as protective of their secrets as the alchemists. Aziran wondered what his father would say if he learned how Aziran had slid into the Alchemist Guild house. I don't want their secrets. Only an antidote. They slid. This time, it was different. Something about the slide reminded him of pushing through the Heartstone alloy barrier. There was the sense of slow movement, almost an oozing, and terrible effort. Aziran pressed forward. The resistance built and built, different than he experienced with the alloy, until he didn't think he'd be able to pass through. For a moment, he felt the same as when he'd first tried. They emerged from the slide standing in a white field in the shadows of the tower. The ground around them was barren dirt. Nothing grew. The air smelled hot and bitter, different from the Lorsith he'd grown familiar with from his time in the mines and in the smithy. This scent burned his nose, and he held his breath, afraid to take in air. A faint sense tingled along his spine, leaving the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. "What is this?" Jessa whispered. She coughed softly, covering her mouth to keep from making noise. His father looked at her. "I told you." Jessa looked to Aziran. "There's something wrong here." Something about this place felt wrong in a way he couldn't completely explain. He stared at the landscape around the tower, looking for anything. He saw no signs of plants. Nothing at all seemed to grow in the area around the Tower of Scholars. "Do you see anything?" he whispered. Jessa did the same as he'd done and twisted around. "Nothing. There's nothing. No plants. Nothing moves. Just the tower," and I feel she shook her head. "I feel like something's crawling in my head." Since the forest where they'd lost Dom, Aziran had tried to keep his Heartstone-infused barriers in place. Because of that, he felt nothing. Jessa would have powerful barriers of her own. She'd lived in Aleon long enough, working through the underworld of Lower Town in most of it, that she'd have needed to barrier her mind from readers. He looked at his father. He showed no sign of discomfort. His father was sighted. Not as powerful as Jessa, but a useful skill for a smith. But he also heard the call of Lorsith. Could he reinforce his barriers the way Aziran had learned to do, using Lorsith to fortify them? "This isn't what we needed," Aziran said, turning to his father. He looked back at him and shrugged. His once broad shoulders looked frail and weak as he did. "It has been a great many years since I was in Thea. And I've never been to Venass, only heard it spoken of. You said you knew of it. And I did. I do. Venass is the tower." He nodded toward it. "If a cure is what you seek, then the scholars will have one, but there will be a price. There is always a price." The sensation Aziran felt when he'd first emerged pulsed stronger. He knew then what it was. Lorsith. Nothing else pulled at him like that. It seemed to come from all around, but different from anything he'd ever experienced. Not a steady pulling at him, like unshaped Lorsith ore, and not the strong connection he felt after he'd forged it. This was a pulsing, erratic and irregular. Dizziness swept over him and he staggered, falling to his knees. Aziran. Jessa's voice came from far away, softer than it should have been. Pain shot through his head. He grabbed his head, pushing on his temples, trying to force up his barriers. Nothing changed. Heartstone already infused his barriers. Aziran. He sensed her kneeling next to him from the Lorsith knife tucked into her waist. Then her hands touched his arms, his face, his head, smoothing through his hair. "What is it?" she asked. He swallowed against the agonizing pain in his head as he tried to answer. "My head. Lorsith. But your father." Her hand fell away from his forehead as she trailed off. "What about my father?" he asked. He tried sitting up, but the dizziness kept him from managing it. Instead, he preferred to remain motionless. They needed to get away. Whatever was happening made it impossible. The pain shooting through his skull seemed to move him, as if sliding him across the ground. He had a sense of being drawn forward. With dawning horror, he realized he was pulled toward the tower. "Jessa," he said. Aziran tried opening his eyes but couldn't. He was left in the dark, the only sense that of movement and the pulsing Lorsith. It felt too much like when he'd been stuck in the mines. Jessa didn't answer. Aziran tried calling out for her again but didn't know if his mouth worked. Then he felt a drawing sense. If Jessa grabbed at him, he didn't feel it. Everything spun around him, colors swirling violently. Chapter 14. The movement stopped. After a while, Aziran dared open his eyes. Pale light came from somewhere overhead. He was in a small room resting on smooth, cool stone. Markings were etched into the stone of the room, writing he didn't recognize. The air smelled different. Sharp, almost spicy, but foul as well. When he looked down at himself, he understood why. Vomit covered his legs, pulling on the floor next to him. At least his head no longer hurt as it had. It still throbbed, but it had faded, softened somewhat. Memories of the nausea and dizziness almost made him retch again. How much time had passed? By his measure, too much of the night had already passed when they'd slid to Thea. Spending time trapped, he looked around, seeing nothing but stone walls stretching to a ceiling high overhead somewhere did nothing to help Bruceus. All this effort to save him would be wasted. He should have stayed in Aleon. At least then, Jessa would have been safe. But for how much longer? If Joseon worked with the Forgotten, would they come searching for him? Would he be drawn into that battle? Aziran considered lying back down and resting his head but decided against it. Instead, he studied the room. A narrow door split one wall. Made of a dull grey metal, it looked much like Lorsith, only he hadn't thought Lorsith existed in such quantities outside of Ilfisen. Nothing else was in the room with him. How had he gotten here? The last time he'd been captured, he'd slid onto File's ship. Shael possessed some sort of Elvrith chains that blocked him from sliding and also prevented him from sensing Lorsith. Tentatively, he reached for the sense of Lorsith knives in his pockets. The sense was there, but distant, different than it should be. Almost as if shielded. He tried pushing on the knives but felt no movement. A moment of panic worked through him, but he pushed it away. He suspected he had been drawn into the Tower of Scholars, but how? The pulsing sense of Lorsith. He'd felt as if he'd slid but nothing like he normally felt. He'd had no control and his head had pounded. What then? Aziran pushed himself to his feet. Sitting here would get him nowhere. If he could slide out of the tower, he could return where? To Thea. Aziran closed his eyes, focusing on her flower charm, but felt nothing. He tried searching for the knife he'd asked her to carry, but he couldn't find it, either. Lorsith was not shut off for him, just reduced. But how? He made his way to the door, but there was no handle and no way to open it. If he was to escape, he'd have to slide past it. At least sliding didn't require access to Lorsith. It only helped when he needed an anchor, otherwise, it wasn't something he required. Yet, as he focused on trying to slide, he found he couldn't. Just like he'd been on File's ship, he was trapped. Only this time, he had no idea who captured him or why. And this time, Bruceus would die if he couldn't escape. All because of him. Aziran sat cross-legged on the cool stone. His eyes were shut, and he simply listened for the Lorsith, but terrible thoughts kept creeping in, reminders of his failings. He forced a focus on the Lorsith, trying to hear its song. He'd done this before, but only when in the smithy and needing to learn what shape the ore needed to take. This time, he simply tried to connect to his knives. He'd spread them across the stone in a semicircle, the tips pointing toward the walls. Lorsith was there, but just at the edge of his senses. Had he not known what he felt, he might not even realize it was Lorsith. Aziran focused on his breathing. Each breath moved slowly, in and out of his lungs. His chest hurt from when he'd fallen with his father, and taking deep breaths aggravated it, but he forced thoughts of that away, choosing to ignore them. Once his breathing felt regular, he worked on clearing his head. His mind raced with fears of Jessa and Bruceus, worry about what would happen to him, to his friends, with his capture. Those fears mixed with the knowledge that they would suffer because of his failings, because of the darkness that existed within him. His father was right. Lorsith had changed him. For a moment, he forced those thoughts away, letting his mind go blank. Time passed. Aziran didn't know how much time. Enough that he got lost in his breathing, in the blankness of his mind. After a while, he became aware of a soft humming, distant, as if through the stone. He could not feel it otherwise. The humming became greater. Pressure built in his head, but not like it had outside. Though he tried to ignore it, the sound persisted, like a bee buzzing in his ear. If he could, he would have swatted it away. That would do nothing but destroy his sense of calm. And then he heard the Lorsith. He didn't know how much time had passed before he reached the point where he heard it again. Minutes or hours. Time became meaningless as he focused. The awareness was different from what he usually felt. Rather than a comfortable drawing sensation, this felt raw, as if the Lorsith scraped against exposed nerves. Aziran didn't try pushing it. Something deep within him warned against that. Rather, he listened. As he did, he heard other Lorsith around him, more than he expected. It filled the walls, as if buried in the mortar. The door sang to him, telling him how it had once been shaped out of a massive nugget of Lorsith. Had he wanted to, Aziran suspected he could get the story of where it came from, how it had been shaped. And he would, but later. Beyond his room, Lorsith permeated everything. That realization almost made him lose focus. Why would there be so much Lorsith? Had he been drawn somewhere in the floating palace and not into Venass like he thought? Aziran focused on his breathing. Had he not experienced isolation from Lorsith before, he might have panicked. But this isolation was different from before. Whereas the chains he'd worn served to cut off his access to Lorsith, this time, everything around him seemed to serve as a barrier to it. Slowly, he regained his connection to the metal. He traced it in his mind, using it to guide him through the halls as he'd once guided himself through the Ilfisen mines in the dark. He sensed a void in the Lorsith and Aziran followed it, moving up stairs, he decided. The void worked up and up until it stopped. He followed it down the hall, tracing to a point near him, seemingly just above him. There was a door there, similar to the one closing him in the cell. Struggling to maintain his calm, Aziran pressed past the door. Walls infused with Lorsith surrounded him, but there was something else. Something familiar. He'd hoped for the Lorsith knife he'd made Jessa or the charm she wore around her neck. He felt neither of those. For a moment, he lost hope. He thought by following the Lorsith, he could reach Jessa. But what if she weren't trapped as he was? What if she still stood out on that strange barren land, the hot air burning at her nose and throat, thinking he'd slid away from her? Worse, what if she didn't want him to find her, didn't care what happened to him, simply thanking the Great Watcher he'd finally been taken from her? Aziran realized what was happening. Similar to what happened in the forest. He was being pushed. This was subtler than before, and even that had been an exquisite touch. Had he not been reaching, questing with the Lorsith, he might not have realized what was happening. How long had he been subjected to the pushing? From the beginning. But he didn't dare push up his barriers. Doing so might block him from following the Lorsith. So he struggled to ignore the dark thoughts working against him, slowly seeping into his mind, mixing with his thoughts, until Aziran no longer knew which were his and which were being pushed. He returned his attention to the distant room. Lorsith filled the walls, his breath caught. Could she be there? Without her, he wouldn't go anywhere. He listened for other Lorsith. The knife she carried. The charm, but found nothing. What if she'd been taken somewhere else? What if it wasn't even her? Aziran wished he shared Bruce's abilities, especially now. If he were a reader, would he be able to tell what Jessa was thinking? Could he somehow send her reassurances that he was unharmed? He couldn't let himself think like that. He needed to reach her. But he'd already learned he couldn't slide. The Lorsith infused into everything blocked him somehow. But that had been before he had something to anchor to. Could he anchor to the lockpick, or would that not be strong enough? Aziran scooped his knives back into his pockets. He might need them if this worked, and steadied his breathing and held on to the sense of the lockpick in his mind. Always before, when he anchored, he used the anchor more as a way to guide his slide, but that failed when he tried. He didn't move. The sense of the lockpick filled his mind until that was the only thing he knew. Then he pulled on it, attempting to slide at the same time. Pain split his head and he nearly screamed. Had he not been enveloped in the sense of the Lorsith, he might not have managed to withstand it. As it was, he nearly lost his concentration and with it, the connection to the Lorsith. Aziran steadied his breathing, pulling and sliding at the same time. The pain persisted, a shooting sensation that worked through his mind. Taking shallow breaths, he pulled and slid. It was nothing like any he'd ever done. He moved slowly, dragged by his connection to the Lorsith he anchored. No colors flashed past him, and there was no sense of wind or movement. The only sense he had was darkness and the bitter scent of Lorsith. And then he emerged. Aziran let go of the slide. Pain receded from his mind but did not leave entirely. The awareness of Lorsith remained, unchanged and everywhere around him. He blinked his eyes open. Resting on the stone was the lockpick set he'd made for Jessa, rolled in black leather. But otherwise, the room was empty. His heart hammered, beating. Chapter 15. Aziran didn't move at first. He listened to the Lorsith, breathing slow and steady. A mixture of emotions built within him. Irritation with Bruce's. Had he not involved them in his plots, they would never have been put in the position to need to help him. Anger at his father. Aziran suspected he kept something from him, but after everything they'd been through together, he no longer blamed him for that. He could not change his father any more than he could change the Great Watcher. Maybe part of his anger was with himself for thinking he needed to reach out to him in the first place. What had his father ever done to deserve compassion from him? He'd certainly never shown it to Aziran. More than anything, he had a building sense of failure. He wouldn't find Jessa. Whatever else happened, he had failed her. He stretched out with his sense of Lorsith again and moved past the walls. surrounding him, past the floor infused with Lorsith, and reached the door. There, he hesitated, listening. Like the last door, this door was made entirely of Lorsith. A massive nugget must have been used to forge the door, a size he'd never seen before. Where had it come from? So he listened. The door told him of its forging. A master smith ages ago. Listened to the Lorsith but guided it as well. Different from how Arziran usually worked with Lorsith, letting it guide him. But Arziran sensed from the door how the master smith and the Lorsith had worked together. He traced the Lorsith farther, deeper into its past. The Lorsith was willing to share with him its story. Pulled from the rocks by dozens of miners, there was rejoicing when the ore was found. How was it that he could get so much from the Lorsith? Was it from his connection or the way he listened? Or did it simply have to do with the massive amount used? He'd never seen a find that size. What would happen in Ilfisen if the miners came across a find like that? Would there be rejoicing and celebration like he sensed happened when this nugget had been found, or would the miners argue over who found it, using it as their way to purchase freedom? Reluctantly, he pushed past the door. Had he more time, he would be interested in listening to the Lorsith. No longer did it seem strange to him that he understood the ore had a story. Maybe everything did if only there was someone attuned to listen. Outside in the hall, he followed the walls again. He came to an opening, but it led down, back toward where he'd been jailed before. He moved his questing away, sensing for other places to. Arziran blinked open his eyes, letting go of his probing of the Lorsith. He was truly trapped. More time passed. Time Bruceus didn't have. Arziran did nothing but focus on his breathing and listen to Lorsith. At first, it was just the Lorsith in the walls and floor, the knives he'd brought with him, and Jessa's lockpick. He hesitated. Why had her lockpick been here? If it was here, then so was she. Arziran tried again to listen for the knife she carried with her, the one he'd suggested she bring. If he could find that, he might be able to use it to reach her. He steadied his breathing, thinking of the knife, letting the memory of its forging fill his mind. For a moment, he thought he felt it, but it slipped away. The Lorsith in the walls overpowered it. If he couldn't sense the knife, he wouldn't be able to sense the charm he'd made her. Much smaller than the knife, he hadn't been able to sense it when Josen had trapped her in the Ilfisen mines. But could he sense the Heartstone alloy chain? He'd never tried before, but after his time on File's ship, he knew he could sense Heartstone. Arziran worked to steady his breathing again. Thinking about reaching Jessa had sent his heart fluttering, and he had to suppress it before he could listen for the Heartstone alloy. When finally ready, he sent out his awareness. The awareness was different than with Lorsith, but could he anchor to it as well? Arziran didn't really understand how he did it. If he survived, it would be another question for Della. By now, she'd grown used to them. He ignored the Lorsith, ignored what he sensed in the walls and the floor. He ignored the sudden flare of Lorsith he felt trying to suppress him. It took every ounce of focus he could muster, and even then it almost wasn't enough. And then he heard it. The alloy sounded different than the Lorsith did. Lorsith was always eager for him to hear it. Once, he'd heard it described as a song. Arziran suspected that was true. There was a certain musicality to the way it called to him. The alloy felt harder, more distant. He didn't know what he sensed. But the fact that he felt anything gave him reason to believe he could anchor to it. As before, he held on to the sense of the alloy, pulling rather than stepping into the slide. Pain again split his head, but softer. He had the sense of slow movement, a hint of colors, and the bittersweet scent of the alloy. And then he emerged from the slide, an open room. Blue light bloomed around him, coming from sconces set into walls, so similar to the Elvrith lantern he had in his smithy but had never managed to replicate. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust, but when they did, he saw Jessa sitting on a plush, dark leather chair. Passing through the Lorsith-infused stone walls freed him from the barrier that had been in place. Worry twisted her face, but she looked otherwise well. She didn't seem to notice him at first. Arziran stepped toward her. The movement startled her and she blinked, lunging from the chair and grabbing him in an embrace. Somehow, she still smelled sweet, a mixture of whatever flower she'd been wearing earlier in the day and her spiced soap. "Are you hurt?" "Did they?" She didn't finish. Her hands ran along his face, touching his cheeks, his lips, his neck, before working down his arms. Having her touch him again filled him with relief. "I'm fine, I think. Are you okay?" Jessa hugged him in answer, gripping his shirt and clinging to it as if not wanting to let go. He looked around. Walls made of a chalky white stone were bare, only the sconces marring them. Other than the chair, nothing else cluttered the room. Smooth, black marble tiles set along the floor, the color contrasting with the walls. "Where are we?" She took a slow breath and finally let go, stepping away from him. She looked around, eyes flickering to the sconces and then the floor. The Tower of Scholars. How did we get here? He thought he knew but wanted to know for sure. The strange pulsing of Lorsith had pulled him, forcing him to slide. But if Jessa was here, had they pulled her into a slide the same way they had with him, or had she come here in a more traditional way? "You don't know." Arziran shook his head. Worry lined Jessa's face. You couldn't stand. Something happened and you screamed. And then we all were here." All. Had he done that? Was it his fault Jessa had been captured this time? If he couldn't even protect her when he was with her, how could he hope to keep her safe when they were apart? And where was his father? She nodded. But they said you wouldn't be able to escape. That they had done something that kept you from using your abilities. That you would die if you couldn't get free. Her wide eyes told him that she'd learned more than that, but she didn't say anything more. Arziran swallowed. Lorsith infused the walls. The floor. Everything where I was. I don't understand. Then how were you able to reach me? I found your lockpick. Jessa frowned and shook her head. One hand slipped to her pocket. Lock. Pick. Before he could answer, Arziran felt a flash of Lorsith and spun, putting Jessa behind him. A man in a flowing tunic of white, embroidery running down the collar, and inky black trousers stood in front of him. He had dark skin, nearly black, with patches of white on the surface of each hand, including his eyebrows. Metal pierced his ears, his brow, and his lips. His mouth parted in a smile. He should not have been able to. Interesting. Perhaps you don't have to die. Mr. Larrett. Chapter 16. With Jessa pushed behind him, Arziran prepared to slide. Now that he could sense Lorsith again, he felt the distant awareness of the Lorsith sword in his smithy burning like a star in the night in his mind. If he anchored to it, he could have them back to Ilion. But he still wouldn't have what they came for. If this was one of the scholars, Arziran could ask for an antidote. That was why they had come, wasn't it? More than that, he suspected the scholars weren't trying to harm him. Had they wanted to do so, they would have killed him while he was incapacitated. Leaving the lockpick in the other room had not been an accident. That meant a test, he whispered. The scholar's mouth tightened. You pulled me here for a test. Arziran grabbed Jessa's hand in case they needed to slide away. At the same time, he made certain his connection to the Lorsith-forged knives he carried would let him push them where that needed. He wouldn't be caught unprepared again. You brought yourself here, Mr. Lareth. You chose to come. A strange accent lilted his words, making them harsh and difficult to understand. Arziran watched the scholar's face. The piercings through his brow and lip were made of lawsith, as were piercings Arziran couldn't see. Small bars of lawsith penetrated his stomach, his chest, even his fingers. Why test me? Arziran felt his anger building and pushed it away. With what had happened to them already, he felt as helpless as he'd felt the first time he'd faced Josen Elvryth. But unlike that time, he didn't intend to be used. It was no test, the scholar answered. He stood at ease, only the way he pressed his lips together showing any sign of tension. Either you escaped or you did not. Riran's mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. Like in Aliaun, so much seemed hidden from him. At least in the city, he knew some way to keep himself safe. Here he had no way of knowing if he could be safe. But for the scholars to know that he might escape, it meant they knew he could slide. Who told? How can you sense it? Della could sense the ripple of his sliding, but he'd thought that a gift from the Great Watcher. Did the scholars have someone with that kind of ability? Or was this different, something they had discovered? He knew nothing about the scholars. What if they could access the same abilities as those from Aliaun? The Great Watcher didn't have to gift only the Elvryth. The scholar's eyes narrowed. Just know that we can. What are you? The question came out more bluntly than intended. The scholar spread his hands wide and tipped his head slightly. You came to the Tower of Scholars and ask what I am. His eyes narrowed. As they did, Arziran thought he saw a flash of green, but it faded and was gone. He pushed up his mental barriers anyway, fortifying them with heartstone alloy rather than lawsith. It would take more energy to maintain but would be stouter. He watched the scholar's face as he did. Had his expression changed? I didn't come to the tower seeking the scholars. Then how will you find the antidote you seek? Arziran glanced back at Jessa briefly. Had she told the scholars what they searched for, or had they somehow read him? Jessa stared past him, not taking her eyes off the scholar. From the way her jaw clenched and her brow furrowed, she seemed to be trying to see something about him. He turned back to the scholar. Yes. I was told I could find it in Venass. The scholar's lip curled slightly. Venass and not the tower. He frowned. That is why you came. Arziran nodded. If you know why I am here, why are you surprised I would seek Venass? Who told you of Venass? With the question, Arziran felt relief that the scholar had to ask. He hadn't read him, but he was certain someone had tried pushing him while he was trapped in the cell. It was the same sense he'd had in the forest when they'd lost Tom. That meant another with abilities. Unless another answer existed, could the scholars have a way to recreate abilities given by the Great Watcher? Had that been how they'd been pulled into the tower? Arziran frowned. This place looked nothing like what he expected, and he didn't think he would find the antidote Brutus needed. And without it, his friend would surely die. I don't understand. The scholar smiled. The piercings made his face grotesque with the expression. Then you have come to the right place. No, if he could. He succeeded, but had a sense of something else pressing on him as he did. Would he be able to slide him from the tower if needed, or had the scholars learned some way of preventing him from sliding away from them? The sense of the sword reassured him. He could anchor to it if needed. What of the other who was with us? The scholar tipped his head slightly. Your father. He is unharmed. They knew about his father. Did they know how little he mattered to Arziran? Can I see him? The scholar glanced back at him. Do you want to? Arziran watched the walls as they made their way through the tower. Like the room, the walls were bare. Sconces like those in the room burned with blue light. Arziran trailed a hand along the stone and found it cool, almost damp. The air had a chill to it and something else, a hint of an odor he couldn't quite place. With each step, he was aware of how much time they spent Time Bruce's didn't have. I need help for a friend and was told I could find it in Venass. They turned a corner and started up a wide flight of stairs. Interesting that you use that term. It is an ancient term and known only to a few, the scholar said. I should like to know how you have learned it. Arziran looked over to Jessa. I heard it in a liaun. The scholar tapped his lip piercings together. As he did, Arziran felt a soft surge of Lorsith and smelled a hint of the bitter metal. A liaun. His eyes narrowed. Few outside the tower know of Venass. And none in a liaun. Arziran wondered if he should reveal that Tom shared the name with him, but decided against it. Someone does. The scholar frowned and then continued up the stairs. Arziran looked over at Jessa, feeling a hint of worry. If the scholars had readers, he might be able to fortify his mind with the alloy to prevent access, but would Jessa? What would happen if the scholars learned it was Tom who told them of Venass? What did Arziran even know of Tom? But why had Tom not told him that Venass and the Tower of Scholars were one in the same? What purpose would he have for hiding that from them? It risked delaying them from finding help for Bruce's, and without that help, he would die. The stairs opened onto a wide landing. Here, a massive hall stretched before them, much wider than on the floor below. At the end of the hall, a set of double doors made of thick Lorsith arched high overhead. The doors were larger even than the one in his cell. What size nugget must have been found to forge doors of such size? How much would they weigh? Shelves lined the walls, as did a few boxes that reminded him of the strange crate that Bruce's had shown him on his first visit to the warehouse. The wood seemed to have been peeled away in layers to be opened. Arziran tried to slow to get a better look, but Jessa pulled him along with her. As they reached the doors, the scholar paused. He looked as if he would say something, then the tips of the Lorsith rods piercing his lips touching softly, but shook his head and pushed open the doors. Arziran realized after they swung open that he hadn't actually touched them. He pressed against his awareness of the Lorsith, wondering if he could influence the doors. The massive doors responded to his touch, swinging softly with his gentle push. The scholar glanced over at him and frowned. Where are you taking us? Arziran asked. Jessa had been silent since they'd left the room in which Arziran had found her. Now she tensed, her hand in his palm slicking with sweat. Arziran looked around, wondering if she'd seen anything. He saw only more of the pale white walls they'd seen elsewhere. No sconces hung on these walls, but moonlight streamed through a window high overhead. At least it was still night, but which night? What is this place? He asked again. His voice carried across the room, bouncing from the tile floor to the walls before finally fading. Arziran, he looked over to Jessa. Her eyes were wide and darted from side to side. What is it? What do you see? That's just it. I don't know. The scholar chuckled softly, sounding almost like a growl. You will pardon the darkness. This is a room of solitude, he said as if in answer. Arziran thought he understood what troubled Jessa. Like he'd been trapped in the cell without the ability to slide. Jessa couldn't see into the darkness any better than he could. How could the scholars counter their abilities? And why would they need to? Why did you bring us here? As I've said, you brought yourself here, Mr. Lareth. You sought our aid. Arziran shook his head, studying the walls around him, but unable for his eyes to pierce the shadows. I didn't come seeking aid. Only an antidote. Is that not aid? Arziran didn't like what that implied. Would he owe something to the scholars if he accepted the antidote? And you have something that will help. A smile twisted the scholar's lips, pulling on the Lorsith piercing in a way that left his face twisted and grotesque. Something about the smile reminded him of the way Tom had smiled at him. There is always something that can help. You must be willing to pay the price. Next to him, Jessa squinted, trying to peer into the darkness. Shadows slipped around the strange room, shifting with the clouds rolling over the moon, changing the moonlight in ways that looked almost unnatural. What price? You have only been brought this far because you can travel. Others will wish to study, to learn how you managed to leave that room. That is the price. Jessa squeezed his hand hard. He looked over and saw her shaking her head. Don't do it, Aziran. You don't know what they will do. Chapter 17. The scholar walked them down different stairs that slowly widened, opening into a grand staircase as it descended from the strange room. Aziran carried the heavy wooden bottle capped with wax. A dark rune had been burned into the surface. He traced his finger around the rune as they walked. Jessa walked next to him in silence. Aziran couldn't help but think he'd made a mistake. What if Della managed to heal Bruceus? Then everything he'd done would have been unnecessary. But if she hadn't and Aziran managed to bring an antidote to her, would it have been worth it? Only time would divulge that answer. Time, and learning exactly what the scholars wanted from him. The scholar said nothing more until they reached the landing at the bottom of the stairs. Another set of wide, Lorsith-forged doors stood closed in front of them. In the light of the pale blue sconces hanging along the walls, he saw markings on the door, shapes and characters he suspected had meaning. He squeezed Jessa's hand and motioned softly toward the door, hoping her sight would allow her to draw the shapes again. She frowned at him, briefly startled, then stared at the door. Aziran couldn't tell whether she saw anything of use. You are free to leave, Mr. Lareth. You will receive a summons for the study. You would do well to answer. Aziran clutched the wooden bottle tightly against him. And if I don't? The scholar tapped the Lorsith, piercing his lips together again, and Aziran felt a soft surge of Lorsith. The doors swung open without the scholar touching them. Aziran looked at him, wondering if the piercings gave him control over the Lorsith. He hadn't seen any other scholars to know if others had similar piercings or if they were particular to this one scholar. The man watched him and said nothing. What of my father? Aziran asked. He didn't feel strongly about helping his father, but he'd brought them to Venass. Aziran would work out later how his father knew of it. For now, your father will remain as our guest. That wasn't the agreement, Aziran said. He didn't want to leave the scholars with anything they might use against him. Already, he began to feel uncomfortable with what had happened. How much had he sacrificed to help Bruceus? Same as Aziran, would the knives find their target or would he be able to deflect them? The scholar studied him, an almost amused expression flickering across his eyes. He stood at ease, arms clasped behind his back. You will not harm him. He tapped the piercings together again. Have you come to care about him? Jessa leaned toward Aziran. He resisted the urge to look over, unwilling to look away from the scholar. Aziran leaned forward again. Don't push me on this. Or what, Mr. Lareth? What do you think you will do? You will return to Venass. He almost smiled. And then what? How will that turn out any differently than this time? Aziran felt anger rising within him. Was this another test? They'd already helped him, giving him an antidote that might save Bruceus. Why would he argue with them before leaving? Your traps did not hold me, he reminded. Remember that if you think to harm him. The scholar tipped his head forward, only the slightest bow. We do not forget. Mr. Lareth. That is why you were granted passage. Aziran watched him for another moment and then pulled Jessa with him and stepped through the doors. As he did, he had a sensation of movement, a swirl of colors, and smelled a hint of bitterness. Aziran turned, and the tower was now far behind him, the doors closed. Thea stretched behind it. They'd slid away from the tower. Aziran shivered, realizing what had just happened. Had they forced him into a Slide, using his ability to carry them away from the tower. Or far stranger, did the scholars have the ability to slide, and now wanted to know how he could slide past Heartstone alloy? Either way, he realized he might have underestimated them. Jessa stared at the tower. She chewed at her lip and one hand gripped the charm around her neck. What will happen when they decide to study you? I don't have to return. But he was no longer certain that was true. Jessa shook her head. This was a mistake. Brutus wouldn't want you to do this. Brutus will want to live. Jessa sighed. At what cost? She turned to him and took both of his hands in hers. We've been upset at Brutus for pulling us into the Elvryth plot without asking, but what have we just done? Arziran realized she was right. What had he done? Agreed to assist the scholars. In exchange for the antidote, but what did he really know about them? He sighed. If all they wanted was the opportunity to study his abilities, what could that hurt? But if that was all, why did he have the feeling he'd been duped into an agreement that had implications he hadn't time? She would have expended much energy, possibly more than she could sustain. After everything they'd been through, it was time to return. Jessa watched him, her eyes narrowed with concern. Arziran, the way she said his name told him she'd seen enough on his face to practically read him. If only he could do the same with her. You're right, he said simply. I don't know what I've done. We should have spoken to Della before running off with Tom, but I thought. You thought you could help. I know that's all you ever want to do. Arziran sniffed. Maybe I'm more like Brutus than I realize. Jessa laughed. After the night they'd had, the sound lightened his mood, stealing away some of the tension that had begun seeping through him. You're damn near as stubborn as he is. I'm sorry. Jessa kissed his cheek. Don't be. Stubborn is good. If you hadn't been so stubborn and determined, I don't know that I would have gotten away from Josen Elvryth. She shivered. Being stuck in the mine waiting, not knowing, she swallowed. Arziran pulled her into him. She hadn't said much about her time captured by Josen, and he hadn't pressed her on it, knowing Jessa would tell him when she was ready. I know. I've been there too. She shook her head and started to push away. That's just it. You don't know. I might be sighted, but that doesn't help when you're trapped someplace like that, always wondering if Josen would return, never knowing if he'd bring food or water or if something worse would come. There wasn't a lock I could pick. Nothing but bars and rock. And the water crashing far below. He hadn't realized how hard it had been for her, but of course it would have been difficult. Jessa was used to being in control, knowing that, especially in Ilion, there wasn't any place she couldn't sneak. Josen had taken that control away from her, made her dependent on him for her safety and well-being. I'm sorry, Jessa. And her capture had been his fault. Josen wanted to hurt him. By going after Jessa, he knew he would get Riren's attention. I know how awful Ilfisen can be. The darkness, the smell of Lorsith and sweat all around, the steady tapping as the ore was mined. Those thoughts still kept him awake at times. At least when you went to Ilfisen, you weren't trapped. You could always slide away. She lowered her head onto his chest. The whole time I was there, I prayed to the Great Watcher that he would give me your gift, just long enough to escape. And when you appeared with Josen, I thought. She coughed and wiped away the tears welling in her eyes. I thought he'd captured you too. Arziran held her, rocking in place as he did. But he hadn't. I got you to safety. Jessa. Did you? She asked. She moved away from him and looked back at the tower. Is that what we've found? Safety. We'll get through this. I'll slide us back to Ilion. That's just it, Arziran. If it is not the scholars, it is someone else. The Elvryth. The Forgotten. Damn, you even have the Alchemist Guild after you. He'd almost forgotten about that. Considering everyone he'd encountered as he tried to determine what Brutus was planning and what had happened to Jessa. The Alchemist Guild seemed the least important. Yet, in Ilion, they were nearly as dangerous as the Elvryth. You think to keep us safe by barricading us into the smithy, building walls that others can't get through. But that's no way for us to be. Arziran sighed. The Heartstone bars had been meant to keep him safe, at least in the smithy, but now he wondered if they ever could do that. They might keep someone from sliding in, but there were other ways to get to them. What had happened to Brutus showed him that. I wanted to keep you safe. That's not safe, Arziran. I'm not sure we can ever be safe, not like we once were. What do you suggest? We go find a place to hide. Tuck ourselves into the AISL and live like our ancestors did. Jessa pulled herself toward him again. Would that be so bad? Then she laughed. But no, that's not what I'm suggesting. She shook her head. I don't even know what I'm suggesting. We can't keep ourselves apart like this anymore. We have to trust our friends to help. When we stay separate is when others get hurt. First Lyanna, now Brutus. She didn't say it, but he knew she feared Hearn was next. Or Della. More than any of them, if something happened to Della, it would devastate Arziran most of all. She had always been the one with the answers. You're right. Too much has gone on for us to stay away from our friends. He looked back at the tower rising above Thea. The white stone looked bleaker. In the fading night. What would it look like in the daylight? A few slatted windows dotted the sides of the tower. Could he simply return the antidote if Brutus was all? Chapter 18. A fire still crackled in the hearth at Della's home when they emerged from the slide, filling the room with heat and the scent of her mint tea. The cot in front of the fire was empty. Blood-soaked sheets were crumpled near the end. Riran's breath caught. We're too late, he said. Jessa let go of his hand and hurried over to the cot. She lifted the sheets, as if Brutus was simply hiding rather than missing. She looked back at Arziran, her eyes wide. Her gaze flicked past him, and he spun to see what she looked at. Hearn sat staring at them. The long scar across his face, running from his ear down his cheek, caught the firelight. At least it didn't seem to writhe like Tom's scar had. It's late. He sat atop a tall stool, feet kicked up on a shelf. His eyes were half closed, as if sleeping. Where's Brutus? Jessa asked. Hearn frowned. Della took care of him. Spent most of the night trying to get him well. He kept bleeding and bleeding. He nodded toward the pile of sheets atop the cot. Mostly from his mouth and nose. Damn nasty toxin they used, but one I'd seen before. Hearn looked from Jessa to Arziran. Here we have you to thank for him making it to Della. Was Hearn saying Brutus was dead or still alive? We were with him in the bath when the attack came, Arziran said. Attack. I thought it was poison. That's what took Brutus. Someone put something in his ale. But there were others. Men with swords. Looked like Elvryth. Hearn frowned. Elvryth in the bath. I've never seen any venture far into Lower Town, let alone into one of the taverns. How sure are you? Arziran sighed. I don't think they were our Elvryth. He paused, looking around Della's home. Is Brutus? He couldn't finish the question. And Hearn didn't offer an answer. Instead, changing the subject. So you know. Arziran frowned. I know. Hearn tilted his head toward the door and Arziran understood. The palace. The Elvryth. When did you learn of the Forgotten? Hearn shifted on his chair, swinging his legs down. After the Alchemist Guild, when Jessa was taken, Arziran said, looking back at her, but she was silent. She stared at the sheets on the Then you know what File did. What Shael had him do, Arziran said. Hearn rubbed a hand across his face and shook his head. Still can't believe. File would do that to you. To Brutus, really. That man owes him more than most. Arziran leaned over the cot, running his hand across the surface. How long ago had it been that he'd been the one lying atop the cot depending on Della's skill to heal him? Now, with Bruce's gone, I'm not sure File had a choice, he said absently. Always have a choice, Hearn said. It's what you do with it that matters. Arziran looked up. I think Josen had someone File cared about. Probably Lena. She's the only one he would have done that for. Arziran spun. Bruce stood in the doorway to Della's back room. Normally faded, green eyes shone with a bright intensity. He looked weakened and pale, but alive. Bruce's. Jessa said his name and took a step toward him before catching herself. Bruce smiled and brought a hand to his mouth as he coughed. Bloody phlegm splattered in his palm. The same, he said. His voice sounded different. Hoarse, as if he'd been yelling for hours. How are you? She said. Same as any of us. Della healed me. I thought she didn't know what poison had been used on you, Arziran said. That was the reason he'd gone with Tom, the reason they'd slid all the way to Thea for the chance they might find an antidote. Arziran held the wooden bottle, finger running along the charred edges. What? Had he sacrificed unnecessarily? Had he only listened to Della, he might have learned she could heal Bruce's. Instead, Tom was lost. His father now trapped in the tower. And Arziran owed the scholars something. Jessa looked over at him. The look on her face told him she shared his thoughts. I'm not sure that always matters for Della, Bruce said. He took a few unsteady steps into the room. Arziran hurried forward to put an arm around him and guided him toward a chair in front of the fire. Bruce smiled at him weakly. Where have you two been? When I came around, Della said you were the reason I was alive. He laughed. Again. I've got to stop getting into situations like this, Arziran. Can't keep owing you my life. Hard to repay that debt. Who is Lena? Arziran asked. Bruce ran a hand through his hair. Lena is File's daughter. Daughter. Bruce nodded. Mother is Ilish. A woman File met while smuggling. She sailed with him for a while, but when she became pregnant, she returned to YL. He doesn't talk about her much. I think he regrets that he can't be with her, but File doesn't know anything other than his ship. Asking him to give up the sea would be like asking Jessa to give up sneaking. Or you to give up your smithy. Arziran thought of how hard that would be. Would he be willing to do it? Would he really give up working with Lorsith? He looked over at Jessa. For her, is that what she had done to be with him? Had she given up what she was? The idea made his heart sink. But if you know of her, why wouldn't he have come to you for help? Jessa asked. That's not File. He takes care of his own business. Bruce shrugged. If Josen was threatening harm to Lena, then I can't blame him for doing what he needed to save her. Arziran tried to imagine his father doing something similar for him but failed. For Elise, he likely would do anything. But for Arziran, now that Josen was out of the way, trapped in the mines, what would happen to Lena? What would File do now? You haven't told me where you were, Bruce said. Arziran looked over to Jessa. She shook her head. Bruce frowned. The brightness to his eyes faded the longer he was with them. What don't you two want to say? Arziran turned to face Bruce. He clutched the bottle of the antidote in his hand. We thought you were dying. Bruce leaned forward. The green to his eyes surged briefly. What did you do? I thought I could help you. Della said she couldn't help you. You needed an antidote or you wouldn't survive. An antidote. How did you expect to find an antidote? We went to Thea. There is a place where poisons and their antidotes are studied. I thought if we could find something Thea. Hearn asked, puzzled. Why would you go to Thea? There are other places, safer places than Thea. Arziran glanced at Jessa again before turning back to Bruce. Tom suggested. We go to Thea. Other than Asador, I haven't been anywhere. Brutus wore a look of confusion. I didn't know what else to do, Brutus. I couldn't just wait for you to die. Brutus blinked. As he did, his face relaxed, and Aziran could tell how much the poisoning had taken from him. Where he'd once worn his age well, the wrinkles around his eyes giving him a dignified air, he now looked beaten. His dark hair streaked with silver stood on end, making him seem wild. More fitting for someone of lower town than upper town where Brutus always pretended to live. Chapter 19. Aziran waited for Brutus to laugh, but it didn't come. What do you mean? Brutus shook his head. Who's Tom? He repeated. Aziran looked to Jessa, but she frowned. Tom, man from Thea you hired to watch my father. Brutus turned to Hearn. You weren't watching him. Hearn stood and walked toward the fire. His jaw clenched. He'd slipped a coin from his pocket and worked it along his fingers, making it dance from one finger to the next. I'd been watching. I had. He flicked his eyes to Aziran. Keln watching with me. You couldn't expect me to be there all the time. Brutus sighed. You seen Keln recently? Hearn's eyes lost focus and he looked as if he stared past Brutus. His face flattened into an unreadable mask. Moments passed and then he blinked, shaking his head. I can't see him. What does that mean? Brutus asked. Hearn gave Brutus a look. It means I can't see him. He shook his head. It's not like with Aziran. This is different. Dead? Brutus asked. Hearn pursed his lips and his brow furrowed, pulling on his scar. Maybe. Dead. Maybe not. Like I said, I can't see him. Then what? Brutus pushed. I don't know. Brutus studied Hearn, but he didn't elaborate. Shielded? Aziran asked. They turned to Aziran. Hearn frowned and asked, shielded, how? Like how the alloy prevents me from sliding, Aziran started, not explaining. That it no longer did. Or how we can barricade our minds to keep from being read. Hearn frowned. It is possible. Always before, I could see Keln. Now I simply can't. Perhaps that is it. His tone told Aziran that he thought it unlikely. Aziran looked at Brutus. You don't know Tom. Brutus watched Hearn for a moment more before turning back to Aziran. His head wobbled as he moved, swaying as if he'd had too much ale. No, and from Hearn's expression, he's not someone he hired. But why would Tom make up a story and then agree to take him toward Thea? Unless there was something he needed, something only Aziran could do. Like sliding him there. Tell me about Tom, Brutus suggested. Aziran sighed and grabbed a stool from along the wall and sat. Jessa came in, leaned against him, choosing to stand. One hand gripped the charm on her necklace. The other rested on his shoulder. Not sure what there is to tell, now. Brutus grunted. You thought he knew me. He said you did a job together in Thea. Aziran watched Brutus, looking for a hint of reaction. When Brutus's eyes widened briefly, Aziran frowned. You know him, don't you? What did he look like? Dressed in black leathers. Carried a sword. One of mine, I think. Not scared. When I slid around him. Had a long scar across the top of his head. Brutus leaned back and closed his eyes, sighing. I know him, he agreed. But not by Tom. Who is he? Aziran asked. Brutus shook his head. Name doesn't really matter, not with him. Is he really from Thea? Who knows with him? Why? Brutus leaned forward. He's a powerful reader, but more than that. He can compel too. Not many with that set of abilities. A reader. But he's from Thea. I saw his eyes. Brutus smiled. Like mine? He asked. His eyes suddenly appeared a deep brown, the shade nearly identical to Tom's, before fading back to the pale green they'd been when Aziran first met him. Brutus shook his head. Like I said, he's powerful. More skilled than me in that area. Why would he say he's from Thea? Jessa asked. For all I know, Thea might be his home. I don't know if he was forgotten or the child of a forgotten. Either way, he's not of a Leon. Aziran leaned back, trying to think of everything Tom had told him. Had everything been some sort of plan to get him out of the city? Had he known what would happen in Venass? Did he expect Aziran to get stuck, unable to slide away? If you went with him, where is he now? Aziran shook his head. Dead, he started, thinking of how they became separated in the forest. Had that been Tom's plan as well? Not the dying, but separating from them. I can't slide someplace I've never been, at least not all at once. Traveling to Thea took lots of smaller slides. One of them led out near a small forest. I went ahead, looking for the way to Thea, but we lost him in the forest. Lost. Jessa's face darkened and she answered. There was a presence there. Something pushing dark thoughts onto us. She shook her head. I've never experienced anything like it before. Bruce's eyes narrowed. He coughed again, a bit of dark blood coming from his mouth. I went back and found him, Aziran said. I don't know what happened, only that whatever else was in the forest got him. He'd intended to go back to bury him, but maybe he needed to go back to investigate what strange presence might be in the forest. Do you know what he wanted with you? Bruce asked. Aziran shook his head. He was taking me to Thea, to a place called Venass. Venass. Bruce said. Hearn sucked in a breath. He told you of Venass. Bruce turned to Hearn. You know of this place. You know what I did before. He said it as a statement rather than a question. Yes, but what does that have to do with this place? Mystery seemed to surround Hearn, and his past, so the idea that he might know of Venass shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone in the group. And though Aziran hadn't known it when he first met the man, he later learned of Hearn's previous occupation as an assassin before returning to Aleon with Jessa. He'd learned of Hearn's attachment to Jessa one night when Hearn thought Aziran had been putting Jessa in danger. The man had grabbed Aziran and prevented him from sliding. It was during that scuffle, a knife had been drawn and Aziran learned about his other ability. He could push on Lorsith. Because of Hearn's attack, Aziran had learned to push and pull on his knives, which was how he got Jessa away from Josen that night in the palace. Hearn had a dark expression on his face and had yet to answer the question, so Bruce asked again. Hearn, what do you know of this place? Venass is a dangerous place. Different from what you'll find in Asador. There. The university is prized, a part of the city. He shook his head. Venass stands apart from Thea. Even I never managed to reach its doors. Aziran turned to Hearn, but Jessa spoke first. Why would you try to reach the scholars? She asked. A cynical expression slipped across his face. Scholars. Is that what you think? They are. Aziran shook his head. He had no idea what took place in Venass. The only scholar they'd seen had Lorsith piercing through his skin that Aziran suspected gave him power over the ore. And they nearly trapped him in a room, the Lorsith-infused stone all around him nearly too much for him to escape. The antidote we needed to help Bruce was supposed to be found in Venass. That was why Tom wanted me to go there. Except, if Tom didn't really know Bruce, then there had been another reason he wanted Aziran to take him there. He looked over at Bruce, at how weakened he was. Tom had supposedly gone looking for him after the attack. Had he known about the poisoning? If that was the case, maybe he wanted to draw Aziran away from Bruce and eliminate one threat. Hearn leaned toward him. Tell me you didn't reach Venass. He studied Riran's face and then turned to look at Jessa. His eyes took on the faraway expression he wore when using his ability. He blinked. You did, didn't you? He whispered. Aziran held out the wooden bottle as an answer. He set in on us, was both a relief and distressing. Did what, Hearn? Bruce asked. Hearn leaned back and sighed. His eyes drifted closed again. He'd palmed the coin in his hand while asking about Venass, but now brought it back out and made it slip from finger to finger. Fools. All of you. You're damn lucky to be alive. They didn't want to hurt us, Aziran said. Hearn snorted. No, you're no good to them dead. Bruce looked from Hearn to Aziran. You're going to have to explain what this Venass is, Hearn. Why was it a problem that Aziran went there? Hearn breathed heavily but didn't answer. Venass. More commonly known as the Tower of Scholars, Della said. Aziran looked over at the door. The old healer had slipped silently among them. At some point, she stood behind her row of shelves that held medicines and spices, sprouts of her grey hair visible above the top of the shelf. She tottered toward them, leaning on a long cane. Aziran had never seen her use a cane before. Her usually bright eyes had a roomy look to them. She sighed softly. And they are scholars, but of an arcane sort, she continued. They are men, with some power who chase the abilities others were given by the Great Watcher. You know of this place too? Bruce asked. The scholar had seemed surprised that anyone in Ilion would know it by the name Venass, but both Hearn and Della knew. What did that mean? Know of it? Yes, I know of Venass, she said slowly. But I hadn't suspected. Being behind the attack at the bath, and by the time I learned, Aziran was already gone. She looked at Aziran, her weary eyes briefly regaining a hint of their previous vigor. Had you only asked, had you only said something about where it was you planned on going, what you planned to do? Her voice held sadness. And disappointment. It was the disappointment that hurt Aziran the most. I had to do something, he said softly. Bruce was dying. Della nodded. Both hands cupped over the top of the silvery cane. Then it is my fault as much as yours. He shook his head. It was my choice. Della smiled sadly. As it was mine not to share with you what you needed to know. And for that, I'm sorry. Bruce tried to stand and failed. What is this, Della? What are you and Hearn not sharing about this place? Della watched Aziran as she answered Bruce. Venass is a place of study, but, unlike the people of Asador, they care little for histories or the stars or philosophy. She sighed. They are men and women once of Ilion who study power. They use what they learn to twist the abilities the Great Watcher granted us. And Aziran, I suspect, interested them greatly. With Tom and what he'd seen of his ability, Aziran should have known they had a connection to Ilion. Which meant they must be forgotten as well. That was the price of the antidote. He pointed toward the wooden bottle on the table. Della looked at it, frowning, and picked it up. She pulled the stopper from it. And raised it to her nose, inhaling slowly. An antidote? Aziran nodded. Tom told me I could find an antidote in Venass. Isn't that what it is? If they hadn't given him a real antidote, would he really feel obligated to return for them to study him? But Della nodded. It is. And it would have worked, I suspect. She paused, looking to Bruce. Strange they would know which antidote to provide for Bruce. Bruce's eyes narrowed, and then he flashed a look at Hearn who only nodded. Bruce sighed. Damn, he whispered. What? Aziran asked. This wasn't about me. How could it not be about you? You were poisoned. And, he suspected, the one that Tom wanted in the end. Bruce laughed until it turned into a cough. When it cleared, he shook his head. I remember. And I thought this was about what Aziran did in Asador, revealing his ability to slide as he chased Josen looking for Jessa. He looked at Della. It's about that, but it is more than that, isn't it? It seems that way. Jessa squeezed Riran's shoulder. Bruce, this was never about me. The poisoning, the attack in the bath. None of it. He leaned forward, and a pained look came to his face as he looked at Aziran. This was about you. Della rested a hand on Aziran as she moved past him. A wave of relaxation swept through him, and some of the fatigue faded. Then she tottered toward the cot, clearing the bloody sheets away so they piled on the floor before she sat. No one said anything until she was settled. Why would they want me? Aziran asked. But even as he did, he understood. They wanted to learn how he could slide. Possibly more than that now. He'd shown them he could escape their cells. Did they know he could use the Heartstone alloy to slide? I don't think they know the full extent of your secrets, Aziran, Della said. She'd read him. There was no other explanation for her knowing what he'd been thinking. He pushed up his barriers, testing to ensure they were fortified with the alloy. Satisfied they were, he let himself relax. What secrets? Hearn asked. Those are for Aziran to share, Della said. We all have things we prefer to keep quiet. Not if it places the others in danger, Bruce said. Like how you shared with Aziran the story behind the Forgotten. Jessa said. She stood facing Hearn, anger flashing across her face. Or how you made clear to Aziran what you planned when you threatened him outside the bath. Aziran touched her arm, wanting her to relax. Getting angry didn't help any of them. And she was tired. They both were. They needed sleep. Him especially so he could slide again if needed, but now wasn't the time for that. No, Jessa glared at him. Aziran knows about my past. Hearn snorted. I'm sure he does. Della tapped her cane on the ground. It snapped loudly, cutting off conversation. Everyone turned to look at her. Do you think this makes us stronger or weaker? Aziran needs our support, and arguing about what we hide, often from ourselves, does nothing. Already, he has many powerful enemies. Should he have new ones from among us? Aziran looked at Jessa. Her eyes scrunched as they did when she was worried. One hand slipped to his leg, holding him. Aziran looked at Della and saw the weariness on her face. How much longer could she hold out as she was? Like the rest of them, she needed sleep. And Bruce's, injured and poisoned, barely able to sit in the chair, he seemed more concerned for Aziran than himself. How had Aziran ever doubted him? Last, he turned to Hearn. Always difficult to know what went on behind his eyes. He watched Aziran, the drona flipping from finger to finger. Aziran needed to explain to his friends. If he didn't, how were his actions any different the way Bruce's had hidden things from them? There is a Lorsith alloy mixed with Heartstone, Aziran began. He stared at Hearn as he said it. Why shouldn't he share with them? Besides, everyone other than Hearn knew already. You told me of this alloy, Hearn said. And how it can prevent sliding? Aziran asked. Hearn nodded. I've learned much about the alloy since you told me of it. Aziran frowned. What does that mean? Hearn shrugged. That parchment you took from the alchemists. Aziran nodded. I managed to have it translated. Bruce looked at Hearn. You didn't tell me this. Hearn watched Aziran and shrugged. What did you learn? Aziran asked. Blocking one from sliding is not its only purpose. But an important one. There are other uses, ones that Venass would be most interested in learning. It doesn't block me. Hearn blinked slowly. At the palace. You said you couldn't reach Josen at first. That you had to use the sword he'd stolen from you. Aziran nodded. Now you no longer have to have something you've made. I think of them as anchors. And no, I don't. What of your other ability? Bruce asked. In answer, Aziran focused on the chain hanging around Jessa's neck. As he did, he felt the hard presence of the alloy, so different from pure Lorsith. He pulled on it, lifting it gently, careful to leave the Lorsith charm alone. Hearn watched Aziran, but when he saw what he did with the necklace, he shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. She tapped her cane softly. I'm beginning to think this has always been about more than the exiled elf. Chapter 20. Aziran stood before his forge dressed again in the grey clothing from the mines, letting the flames lick the coals, the hot fire slowly building. Sweat slicked his brow and dripped into his eyes. He wiped it away and stood there for another moment. This close to the forge, the air smelled hot and bitter, like the Lorsith itself. The fires of the forge welcomed him. He'd always found it relaxing to stand in front of the coals as they heated the metal, but real peace was only found when hammering the heated metal into shape. What he needed now was that peace. He felt rested, even though he'd only slept for a few hours. Fitful dreams called to him, threatening to pull him back into the cell in the Tower of Scholars. Each time he settled into sleep, he thought he sensed Lorsith growing around him, drawing him toward it. And this time, he didn't think he'd be able to escape. Part of him suspected that if he returned to the tower, there would be no getting out. At least, not easily. The last time it had taken him sensing his lockpick and then Jessa to escape. He no longer even felt safe sliding. What would happen if the scholars somehow pulled him as he slid? Della had demonstrated how sliding could be influenced. And if they could influence his sliding, as evidenced by how they'd drawn him into the tower in the first place, and pushed him out when he left, would he be in danger every time he tried sliding? Would he simply appear in the tower unintentionally? And then what would happen to Jessa? Aziran sighed. What would happen to Jessa if he reneged on his agreement with the scholar and never returned? Would they manage to get to her, take her to their tower? Getting her out of there would be harder than saving her from Josen. At least with Josen, he thought he understood his abilities. Aziran had no idea how the scholars manipulated Lorsith as he did. He reached into the bin and took out a small lump of Lorsith, not bothering to look as he selected it. As he pulled it out, he saw that it was a perfect size for one of his knives. With what he planned, he might need them. Aziran regarded the Lorsith and debated whether he would ask it to accept the alloy, then decided against it. Nothing could be gained by mixing Heartstone into the Lorsith. He looked around the smithy. In spite of all the Heartstone alloy around him, all the effort he'd gone to in order to keep himself and Jessa safe, it seemed that he would be unable to do so. Would they ever be able to stop running? Would he and Jessa ever find peace? Once the Lorsith reached a soft orange glow, he lifted it from the coals and set it on his arm. With each swing of the hammer, he felt his mind clearing. He hammered, flattening one side and then lifting with the tongs and twisting the lump. Another swing of the hammer. It rang out loudly in the confined space, but he'd given up fearing the constables would discover his unauthorized forge. They never came through this part of Lower Town. The only people living along this street were squatters like him, men and women with no right to the buildings they occupied. They would no more go to the constables to complain than he would. The hammer swung again. His mind had emptied. There was nothing but the pull of the Lorsith, and he let it draw him, guiding his hand. Each time, twisting and turning, slowly folding the hot metal into shape. When the Lorsith cooled, he brought it back to the forge, heating it until it was workable again. If he waited too long, the metal would no longer take on the heat, instead becoming brittle, but Aziran was a skilled smith, especially with Lorsith, and knew just when to bring it back to the coals. He switched to a smaller hammer, this one a remnant of his time in the Ilfisen mines. Of all the tools he used forging Lorsith, for some reason, this one always helped the most. He made smaller swings now, and no longer did the hammer ring out loudly in the smithy. Now it sounded muted. Each stroke became more deliberate now. Aziran glanced at what he was making. Not a knife as he expected. Instead, The Lorsith folded out flat, becoming a rounded sheet. Had he wanted a knife from it, the Lorsith would have agreed. Somehow, he knew that much. But he hadn't insisted. Because of that, the Lorsith pulled itself into its own shape. He almost hesitated, wondering what he might be making. Then he swung the hammer again, pushing away any questions. He'd already given himself to what the Lorsith wanted from him. Arziran kept hammering. A shape continued to emerge from the metal as the Lorsith changed from a flat sheet of metal into a curving shape, like one half of a ball. Again, Arziran nearly hesitated, but pushed forward. And then it was done. He set the hammer down and wiped the sweat from his forehead. As the metal cooled, he studied what he had made. It was unlike anything he'd ever done before. In spite of that, it was no less exquisite. From the way the metal appeared to run, he could tell he'd folded it several times. Distantly, he remembered doing it, but the memory came as if through a fog. The metal had been folded back on itself several times and then flattened again. Each time, he'd folded it at a slightly different angle. This created a strange dimpling to the finish that had nothing to do with how he'd hammered it. As he looked at it, he realized it was incomplete. The half he looked at was just that, half. He would need to make the other half. One of the lumps of Lorsith in the bin next to the forge called to him, like a twin of the one he'd just worked. Without touching it, he knew it would make a similar shape. But then what? Arziran turned. Jessa stood at the other end of the bench, watching him. He hadn't heard her come in. He sighed. It's just that he shook his head. If Della is right about me, you're not safe. Not here and not with me. Jessa looked at the forging he'd made and slipped around the table until she reached it. She ran her hand over the surface, as if feeling the dimples the folding had made, and then lifted it, twisting it to study it. You can't see what you did here, she said, ignoring his comment. Arziran shook his head. You know I can't. I go by feel. The way the metal folds. The way the Lorsith tells me to change it. He smiled. Had I your sight, maybe I'd be a better smith. She pushed her fist into the curve. It fit snugly. I'm not so sure. If you had my sight, you might not use the connection to the Lorsith in the same way. This way, you're forced to listen to it and not get distracted. She set it back on the table. Where's the other half? He pointed to the lump he'd pulled from the bin. You already know. He shrugged. Is it always like that? Not usually. I'm not sure why the Lorsith wanted me to shape it like this. Why not make a knife? She lifted one of the smaller knives off the table and spun it briefly in her hand. Then she slipped it into her waist. I was too tired to make a knife. Jessa laughed. You realize you sound crazy. Why? She tapped the bowl with her knuckles. It rang with a muted sound. What you've made here is much harder than the knives you make. He shook his head. Not really. Knives, he began, trying to think of how to describe what his was like when he made knives, are like suggesting something to the Lorsith. It's an effort of will. I push a little, they push a little. Like a negotiation. Arziran frowned. Not like that, I don't think. That's more how it feels when I work with the alloy. With Lorsith, I have to continue to suggest what I'd like to see it become. And if you don't. He ran his hand over the recent shaping. Then I make things like this. Or the charm on your necklace. Jessa lifted the charm and looked at it. The charm had a spiraling shape, but the bottom flattened out, widening into something that looked almost like a leaf. She had once described the striations she could see in the charm, because Arziran couldn't see them. He could feel them, if he listened. He wondered if that was the same thing. Listening and letting Lorsith guide me is easier. And sometimes I need it to help me clear my head. I understand. Arziran hadn't known that before. I think it is the same when I work at the forge. Jessa walked over and put her arms around him, looking up into his eyes. Did you find answers this time? He sighed. Would Jessa understand what he needed to do, or would she disagree and argue? Not the kind that I need. I don't know when Venass might summon me. They were willing to attack Bruce's to get to me. He closed his eyes. Could they really only have wanted him? Maybe this is just about me and my abilities, but why? What do they want from me? He opened his eyes and looked to her. What if it is not only about sliding and there's something else that we're missing? I can't risk another attack on my friends. I can't risk something else happening to you. You're going to Ilfisen to see Josen, aren't you? She pushed away from him. You don't think I know how you've been keeping him alive. Aziran hesitated. I should have told you. It's just, you didn't think I'd understand. After what he did to you. Jessa looked up and smiled at him. He didn't do anything that hasn't been done before. At least this time, I knew you wouldn't rest until you found me. That wasn't always the case before I met you. I'm sorry. I should have told you. Yes. You should have. She leaned toward the flower in the charmin. Inhaled. What do you think he even knows? Aziran sighed. Maybe nothing. Maybe where to find the forgotten. Or what? Thereafter. I don't know, but I'm tired of not knowing. And Venass. Venass and the forgotten are together. I need to find one to understand the other. And I'm not risking going back to the tower. You think the forgotten are any safer? We have one of them trapped. Jessa touched his hand. What you're doing might be crueler than you realize. Asking him what he knows about the forgotten. She shook her head. Keeping him alive. Aziran turned to the table stacked with his forgings and picked up one of the small knives. He pushed on it, and it spun in his hand softly. I can't just kill him. Jessa smiled. I know. You're like a babe. I thought that was because I couldn't see in the dark. She shrugged. Partly. Keeping him trapped in the mines is no better than what he did to me. What do you suggest, then? I don't know. I'd say to ask Bruce's, but I know how he'd answer. Aziran nodded. Bruce's would take the practical approach, especially after everything Josen had done to them. If I let him go, then we have to fear him coming for us. There's nothing else to do with him. Like I said, it would be better if you let him die. He said I know. That's part of what makes you unique. Even after everything that's happened to you, somehow you still find a way to feel compassion for those who've harmed you. Compassion. I practically forced my father to come with us to Thea. Then I left him there with the scholars. Only the Great Watcher knows what the scholars would do with his father, or to him, if Aziran didn't return as he'd promised. And saved him when he jumped along the way. And made a point to tell him about your sister. She shook her head, her hair swishing across her face. You're a regular ass, aren't you? Aziran laughed and turned to look at his forge. It doesn't feel like I'm compassionate. Probably not. But you aren't a killer, either. With what they did to you. Josen, especially, no one would fault you if you simply when she trailed off, Aziran turned. Simply what? She shrugged. Stopped taking him sacks of supplies. Or slid him to the top of Ilfisen and dropped him. Either way, no one would fault you. Aziran watched Jessa for a moment before shaking his head. You would. Jessa smiled. Maybe. But I'd understand too. She walked to the table and grabbed a pair of slender knives, tucking them into her pockets. She waited for Aziran to do the same. He picked out the smaller Lorsith blades, narrow-bladed but balanced so they flew. Chapter 21. Aziran gripped Jessa's hand tightly, worried how she would react. The last time she had been to the Ilfisen mines had been when Josen Elvreith trapped her there, preventing Aziran from sensing the Lorsith charm she still wore. They emerged in the mine, just inside the entrance, the bitter Lorsith all around. them. Rather than clearing it from his mind to sense for the heartstone alloy chains, he relied on Jessa to see if Joseon approached. Had he brought a lantern, he wouldn't even have needed that. Here, close to the entrance, light from the crescent moon filtered through the thick slats of heartstone alloy. With the chains Joseon wore, the bars might as well have been iron. But they served a purpose in keeping out anyone else who might slide. He didn't know who else might come for Joseon, especially considering that Della had sensed other ripples from sliding, so the bars were his only way to ensure that Joseon remained trapped. Waves crashed along the rocks far below them. Aziran remembered the time he discovered the opening for this cave, how he'd attempted to slide here with Jessa, but the alloy had blocked him, nearly tossing them into the sea. At least now, he might be able to save them if that happened. After what he'd discovered in Venass, how he'd managed to slide without moving, he thought he might be able to escape anything. It would be a useful skill. Where is he? Aziran asked. I don't see him. Aziran followed his sense of Lorsith down into the mines. With Jessa next to him, he had the advantage that her sight would protect them. And by keeping his connection to the Lorsith, he could use his knives if needed. Jessa held his hand, squeezing it tightly as they made their way into the darkness. Lorsith all around him guided his steps. Up ahead, she whispered. She pulled on his hand and slowed him. Aziran waited, knowing Joseon would come to them once he saw they were here. As he waited, he pushed away all sense of Lorsith, clearing it from his mind. The more often he attempted to clear his mind like that, the easier it became. Each time, he managed to push the soft chains to keep Joseon from getting too close, but decided against it and wasn't certain that he even could. He needn't have worried. Jessa let go of his hand, leaving him standing alone in the dark and unable to see her. Then he heard a low grunt. The chains dropped toward the floor, rattling against the stone in the strange, muted way they had. Jessa grabbed his hand again. Tension working through him eased as she did. Joseon laughed. Aziran felt it as the chains moved, rising from the ground as he stood. I deserved that. And that's more than Aziran ever did to me. Aziran felt Jessa stiffen and wished he'd brought his own lantern so that he didn't have to depend on Joseon lighting it. With the thought, the orange glow flickered into view. Aziran slammed his barriers into place, fortifying them with the heartstone alloy, remembering all too well how easily Joseon managed to read him. Joseon laughed again. So predictable, he said. He stepped back against the wall of the cave, the lantern sending dark shadows flickering up and down the cavern. Joseon moved the lantern so it rested between them. But then not. His eyes narrowed, and the shadows filled the hollows below them. No bag of supplies. And you brought her. He frowned. Why are you here? Answers, Aziran said. That's why I'm here. Joseon smiled. You've always wanted answers, Larith, but you've never asked the right questions. Are you from Ilion? Aziran asked. The smile on Joseon's face faltered for a moment. You came to me in the palace. You know I am Elvrith. But not of Ilion, Aziran repeated. You're one of the forgotten. Joseon's hands twitched, twisting the chain between them, as if he hoped to pull it off. The smile turned into a sneer. If I had been exiled, would I have been allowed in the palace? No, Aziran realized. He wouldn't. But you support the forgotten. He waited. And Joseon didn't deny it. Someone you care about. Who? You say that word as if you understand what it means. Can you truly understand what it is like to be exiled from your home, from everything you've ever known? Can you understand what it is like to be suddenly less than what you are? Yes. Joseon studied him. Then he laughed again, a harsh and angry sound. You think your exile is the same. You were sent to the mines by your father to work, but you were never really in any danger, were you? With your gifts, you could always escape and return. The exile you ask me about, as Joseon leaned against the wall, wild hair resting against the stone of the mountain, Aziran didn't think Joseon would answer. His fingers drummed over the top of the cuffs, slipping up to the chains. You get used to them after a while. Is that how it was for you? Aziran frowned. What? He began, but realized what Joseon asked. His eyes drifted down to the chain stretched between the cuffs on his hands. The dull metal had a muted gleam in the soft orange lantern light. I never got used to them. And he never wanted to. Thankfully, he hadn't worn them for long. After Shael had captured him and put the ancient chains on him, Aziran had learned how to release himself, enough that he hadn't been tormented by losing his ability to slide for nearly as long as Joseon had suffered with it. Losing the ability to slide had been only a part of what the chains suppressed. He wondered if Joseon learned about their other impact, but decided he probably hadn't. Joseon couldn't hear the soft call of the Lorsith, and would have no idea how it pulled on him. To have it suddenly silenced wouldn't bother him nearly as much as it had Aziran. Joseon sneered at him. That's right. You managed to escape. How was it you accomplished what no Elvryth has ever managed? How was it that a smith, the title dripped derisively from his tongue, managed to escape the ancient Heartstone chains? Aziran thought about answering, but Joseon would never understand. Aziran had listened to the call of the Lorsith and surrendered to it. Tell me why you returned to Ilion. Why did you want the Lorsith? Where were you sending it? Joseon shook the chain again, looking from Aziran to Jessa for reaction. You already know, it seems. Know what? He turned, leaning his head against the wall. As he did, he looked smaller. Broken somehow. Aziran felt a pang of guilt for leaving him locked in the tunnels as he was. There had to be another way, a different place. With the Elvryth chains, he couldn't slide anywhere. Could he return Joseon to the city and entrust his care to Bruceus? Not until after he determined what the exiled Elvryth wanted from him. What the scholars wanted from him. Only then would he consider an alternative for Joseon. Joseon looked over, a dark gleam to his eyes. You know about the exiles, but you will never understand what they desire. The son of a smith could never understand. And you can never understand why I would want to help, or how I could help. He laughed in a dangerous and deranged way. Aziran kept his expression neutral, not wanting to give Joseon any insight about what he needed from him. What did you want in the palace? Did the scholars, Asador to study Riran's forgings meant there was more to that than what he had learned? The sword Joseon looked as if he tried looking past them. I still can't believe you made that. An apprentice, and not even Elvryth born. But you don't even know what it is, do you? Joseon blinked and turned to look at Aziran. You don't realize what that blade could be, what it symbolizes. He watched Aziran, tilting his head strangely as he did, twisting as if trying to understand a puzzle. No, I see you do not. Joseon laughed again and slapped a hand against the stone. And I thought you did. I thought that was the reason you chased it instead of her. He pointed to Jessa. But you didn't chase the sword at all. Not at all. He frowned. Then what is it? How did you learn how to make a blade like that? He asked the question aloud but seemed to speak mostly to himself. Aziran glanced at Jessa. This was a mistake, he whispered. Joseon darted forward, tipping the lantern over as he did. In a flash, Aziran pushed 3 knives from his pocket so they suspended in the air, pressing toward Joseon, pushing him back toward the wall of the cavern. Joseon put his hands up, the Heartstone alloy chain linking the cuffs clinking across his head. I forget about that particular ability of yours. So useful. So useful. Only, I know you won't do it, Lareth. Haven't I told you that you're not a killer? You don't have that in you. Arziran gritted his teeth and glared at Josen. With the lantern tipped, the shadows in the cavern looked different, stretching long toward the mouth of the cave. Try me. He pushed the blade forward slightly, surging it toward Josen's neck. His deep, green eyes followed the trail of the knives unflinchingly. As they neared, Josen leaned forward, pressing his bared throat against the tips of the blades. All I have to do is push. Or fall. And then you'll see what you could be. You would be surprised at the freedom, Lareth, when you no longer fear taking a life. Josen smiled and twisted as if to slice his neck against the knives Arziran held. In the air. With a sigh, he pulled them back to him and caught them, stuffing them back into his pockets. I won't give you that satisfaction. You've already given me much satisfaction. Now leave me. Unless you've brought more food and water. He looked and saw their empty hands and shook his head. Oh, right. That's not why you came. You thought I'd share the plans of the Forgotten. Why else would you have come, and without supplies for me, I might add. Well, even if I knew I wouldn't share their secrets, or their location. Yes, I of course know of their interest in you, but that's all I know. You see, I haven't been forgotten, so they do not even claim me. He laughed bitterly. After all that you've done for them? Arziran asked. Why do you think I went after the council? Why do you think I harvested the metal? And I might have succeeded had you not. He looked at his leg, where Arziran had stabbed Josen with the poisoned blade. When still learning to control, how do you think to find out their secrets, Lareth? You're nothing more than a smith. He paused and studied him. And not even that any longer. Run away. Return to the city in the foolish belief that the Elvryth protect you. You might have been more skilled than I was once, but no longer, Arziran said. I will find out what they want with me. Josen looked at him, then turned and looked down at his arms, at the chains, preventing him from sliding. Perhaps I'm not as strong as you, he said softly. But I still doubt you'll find them. And certainly not before they find you. They've been in the shadows for too long, they know how to wait. And when they come for you, he cackled and rattled the chains. Arziran jumped and immediately pushed back the annoyance he felt. What does that mean? Josen snorted. It means that you are nothing more than a smith. And not even of the guild. If they want something of you, you would do well to provide it or what? Arziran demanded. Josen shrugged. Or suffer. He shook his chains again. And I can see that. You've suffered already. He laughed again as he backed against the wall of the caves. Worry wrinkled the corners of Jess's eyes, different from the concern she'd had about him coming here in the first place. She glanced over at Josen, biting her lip as she frowned. They slid from the mines, leaving Josen leaning against the wall, staring down at his chains, with no more understanding than when they'd arrived. Chapter 22. Arziran leaned on the table in the smithy. Behind him, the forge heated, coals glowing a deep red and orange. He didn't know what he'd make, but needed to clear his head again. The scent of Lorsith hung more strongly in the air as it always did with a heated forge. Jessa was gone, searching for Hearn and checking on Bruceus, while he couldn't shake that he was missing something. The Forgotten had attacked Bruceus, and Tom had used that attack to get Arziran to the Tower of Scholars. From what he could tell, Venass had sent the Forgotten after him because of his abilities. Or maybe it was the other way around. Either way, he was convinced they worked together. Then there was what Josen had wanted from him. Why the sword? What about it was important? Would it have somehow helped Josen find the Forgotten? And he still didn't understand why Josen had been shipping Lorsith. That was tied into it all somehow. Could he have been getting the Lorsith to Venass? Was that how they had such massive amounts throughout the tower? Arziran hated the idea that he would always have to fear the next attack, and always have to worry about what would happen next. They'd attacked Bruce's, and Joseon had already gone after Jessa. What would happen next? Could Aziran use his sword to find them? But not his sword. This wasn't the sword Joseon had wanted. What he had really wanted was a sword made of the Heartstone alloy. Why? The man he'd seen in Venass had been able to use Lorsith, and had pierced himself with Lorsith. That was important somehow. Aziran was certain of that. Was it the alloy that Venass wanted? Did they think to control it as they controlled Lorsith? He didn't know enough. He thought of everything stored in the warehouse. Items of wealth and culture. Kept from the rest of Ilion, but for what reason? The Palace Elfrith wanted the same thing as those exiled. As the scholars in Venass. Everyone wanted power. From what he'd seen, none used it well. He picked up the sword, holding it with a loose grip as he swung it from side to side. The Lorsith blade practically hummed, pulling on him. Had that sense grown stronger in the time since he'd forged it? Fully understand what was going on. After what he'd been through, not understanding put those he cared about in danger. Aziran set the sword back atop the table and made his way to the bin of Lorsith. He stood in front of it, eyes closed, as he listened. At first, he felt it as nothing more than the distant sound he always heard. With Lorsith, each piece called out to him in its own way, as if begging for attention. When he felt a strong enough connection, he sent out his request, framing it as an image in his mind. Aziran had never done anything like this before and wasn't completely certain it would work, but he listened. As he did, one of the lumps of Lorsith called back to him, responding to his request. Aziran kept his eyes closed and reached for it within the bin. When he pulled it out, the lump of Lorsith was larger than many. And heavy. He held it, debating whether he was making the right decision, before setting it on the hot coals of the forge. The Lorsith slowly began to warm, building to a hot glow. As it did, he turned to the smaller bin nearer his table. There, kept in a covered box, he had the last of the Heartstone he'd managed to collect from where it had been hidden within the warehouse. Aziran popped open the lid and looked inside. Only a few small squares remained. After they were gone, Aziran didn't know where to find more. Heartstone was not mined in Ilfisen like Lorsith was. He wondered if he could use his ability to find more, but worried he would not be able to. In the middle of the box was a larger square. For what he planned to forge, he needed a larger piece. But did he dare use it? Without thinking on it more, Aziran grabbed the square and took it to the forge. Learning to work with Heartstone had been difficult. Already soft, it didn't take much heat to melt. And melting wasn't really what he needed anyway. Mixing Lorsith with Heartstone was more a melding of the two. When both glowed steadily, he moved them to his anvil and set the Heartstone atop the Lorsith. Then he began folding them together. He worked slowly, heating it as needed, until he felt the alloy form. It changed something of the Lorsith, taking away its quiet call, the soft music he'd once heard throughout the mines of Ilfisen, and made it harder and harsher. Then the real work began. As the alloy, Aziran no longer could allow the metal to guide his forging. Not as he could with Lorsith. The alloy did not sing, but it did have a call. He could use that, and listen to it, but focusing required losing himself in the forging. In that way, it was no different from forging Lorsith, only he'd begun to learn to control the connection to Lorsith, to no longer lose himself quite as completely. He hammered, focusing on the image of the shape he wanted the metal to take. Each blow of the hammer took extra effort, as if requiring a part of himself, more than what Lorsith required when he worked with it. Aziran lost himself in the forging. Heat, hammer, fold, over and over until the shape, these more subtle lessons. Each time he worked with Lorsith, he learned something new. Even the half-bowl he'd learned how to hammer the metal perfectly flat before curving it again. This forging required everything he'd ever learned. And then it was done. Aziran set the hammer down and looked at the forging lying on his anvil. A long blade, shaped into a sword, nearly the twin of the one lying on his table. Only this sword was made from the heartstone alloy. As it cooled, Aziran lifted it and brought it to the table to rest next to the other sword. Unlike the Lorsith sword, the metal from the alloy was muted and dull. Still, the small work with the hammer had led to the metal seeming to flow from the tip to where it would attach to the hilt. And, strangely, just like with the Lorsith sword, he felt an affinity to this forging. Aziran frowned. The sense was different from what he felt from the bars he'd made to protect the smithy. Those he felt if he focused on them, but they didn't call to him like the new sword did. All it needed was an edge and a hilt, and the sword would be complete. He turned at the sound of the door opening, expecting Jessa. How would he explain what he'd made? Would she understand? Rather than Jessa, Bruce's came through the door alone. He looked weak though still stronger than when Aziran had left him. His eyes shone with a pale green, and he walked with a slight limp. The deep indigo shirt he wore had heavy embroidery around the collar and strips of black running along the sides that matched simple black pants. Bruce closed the door and clicked the lock before turning back to Aziran. He swept his eyes over the smithy, lingering on the forge. You've been working. Aziran nodded. Did he tell Bruce about the sword? I needed to think. Bruce nodded. He looked at Aziran, something about his expression hesitant. I wanted to thank you for what you did. Without you there. Aziran shook his head. You don't need to thank me, Bruce. You needed help. I was there. But I do. I don't like getting into the habit of owing others. Now with you, I feel I'm so deeply indebted that I'll never repay what you've given me. There's no debt to repay. You do the same for me. A wide smile split his face, bringing back some of the joy Aziran was accustomed to seeing. Since Lyanna had died, Bruce hadn't been the same. Not that Aziran could blame him. He didn't want to think of what would happen were the same to happen to Jessa. That I would. Probably not as well. That's not my gift. Bruce stayed near the door, as if unwilling to come too close. Jessa told me what you did to get us out of the bath. I'm not sure I fully understand what happened. They wanted me, Bruce, Aziran reminded, to find the rest of the Forgotten. So far, I haven't come up with a plan. Before I decide anything, including whether I return to Venass to repay my debt, I need to know what they all want of me. I know the scholar spoke of learning how I can slide past Heartstone. And I've learned that there are Forgotten who can slide. Aziran sighed in frustration. And I know you think I've kept things from you. He raised his hands, stopping Aziran from saying anything. You don't have to deny it. I have kept things from you. Dangerous things. But I didn't do it to keep you from knowing, I did it because I thought you knowing would be more dangerous. He inhaled deeply. I wanted to protect you. All of you. He turned and looked around the smithy again. Damn great job I did at that, it seems. Aziran laughed. You could have done better. I thought being Elvrythborn would let me protect the people I cared about. Even that isn't always enough. You've done what you could, Aziran said. And it was true. Since he'd met Bruce, everything he'd done had really been to position him better. Had it not been for Josen, they would still be sitting in the bath, sipping at ale and icing. Safe. Bruce sighed again. He's always played me well. Too well. I think he knew that my mother was one of the Forgotten, and Elvryth, long before we learned enough about him to know he sided with the exiles. Aziran didn't know how to phrase the question that had bothered him since learning of the exiled Elvryth. But he needed to know. Brutus smiled, but it seemed a sad smile. Ask it, Arziran. And your mother, is she a part of them? The corners of Brutus's eyes tensed. In that moment, Arziran wondered if Brutus would answer him honestly. I don't know. You know as much about me as nearly anyone. More than I'm comfortable sharing. He looked up, and deep green flashed in his eyes. I know you'd never do anything with that knowledge, but having it out there in the world. He shook his head. It's not easy for me. I understand, Arziran said quietly. Brutus nodded. That's why I trust you'll do what's right. Why I've always trusted you to do what's right. More than anyone I trust, including Hearn, you understand. Della knows. She understands, Arziran said. He tipped his head in agreement. She knows. There's not much she doesn't know about me. He took a few steps into the room and turned. My mother brought me to Della after I was born. I don't know much about her other than what Della told me. She left me in Leon, thinking I would have a better life than I would had I grown up in exile. Why? Brutus shook his head. The other cities tolerate our kind, Arziran, but they do not love us. We are gifted by the Great Watcher and they are not. He made a motion around him, sweeping his hands. You have your own gifts, valuable ones, possess. Now think of how a person with no gifts would feel about even the weakest person in Leon. Arziran had never thought of it like that before, but it made sense after hearing Brutus say it. Hadn't he always wished he had the abilities of the Elvryth? Sliding was useful, now that he no longer feared what he could do and had embraced his ability, but hadn't he often wished for the ability of sight or even to read? What must those living in Asador or Court or Eben feel about the people of Elvryth, knowing what they could do? Was that the reason the scholars wanted to study him? Della had said they are men and women once of Leon who study power. They seem to be working with the forgotten already. But ability with the Heartstone alloy is something they would all want to learn about. I hadn't considered it like that before. Brutus chuckled. Most don't. Unless they leave Leon, few think about it. That's why my mother didn't want me growing up in a city where my ability was rare and misunderstood, where what we could do was viewed as dangerous. Something to be feared rather than appreciated. Like sliding. Brutus nodded. Like sliding. You know what it is like growing up like that. How hard it was for you when you discovered your ability, only to learn that your father considered it dangerous. He thinks it is more than that. Does that matter? Brutus asked. Has it ever mattered? The Great Watcher doesn't give us abilities we aren't meant to use. It's how we use the gifts we've been given that defines us. He fixed Arziran with eyes that were suddenly deep green. You've never shaken your concern for what your father thinks of what you can do, but what do you think? How many people have you been able to help because of your ability? How many times have you saved those you care about? Arziran laughed. You don't have to convince me, Brutus. I'm not ashamed of my ability anymore. Brutus's brow furrowed as he frowned. I hope not. He said it in a way that sounded unconvinced. So much like Jessa in that. And hadn't Arziran gone to see his father in the hut in the AISL? Maybe Jessa was right. Maybe he still sought his father's approval. Arziran realized the reason Brutus would want to reach out to the exiled Elvryth. Is that what this has been about for you? Trying to find your mother? Brutus sighed again and swallowed. The tension around his eyes returned. There was more to his story than he shared, Arziran realized. Partly, he admitted. That's why I needed your knives. Oh, they help get information in the city, but I've never really needed Lorsith blades to get that. What I needed was a way in. Once exiled, the forgotten disappear. For years, I thought they might be hidden in one of the great cities. Asador or Kortor. Or Thea. Could the exiled Elvryth be there as well? Were they with the scholars? Brutus nodded. Or Thea. But Hearn says there are no exiled Elvryth among Venass. You didn't believe that. No. And Della suspects they gathered somewhere, only even she doesn't know where they might hide. After trying for years and failing, when I met you and saw those knives, he shook his head. No one had made weapons like that in over a century. At first, I thought maybe the exiles had made them. He smiled. Better I found you, I think. Only later did I think that the Forgotten would want them. Since the Ilfisen mines are completely controlled by the Guild, the Forgotten have no access to Lorsith on their own. He blinked. At least, I hadn't thought they had. His face darkened. Josen proved otherwise. So you just wanted to reach the exiled Elvryth. Brutus crossed the distance between them and rested his hand on Riran's arm. That's not why I wanted to help, Arziran. I saw in you much of myself. The uncertainty. The anger at having to hide who, and what, you are. Arziran swallowed. If all Brutus wanted were knives, he wouldn't have pulled Arziran in as a friend, introducing him to the others. To Jessa. And wouldn't he have done anything to help Brutus had he known what he needed? Do you think reaching the exiles might help you find your mother? Arziran asked. Brutus rubbed a hand across his face. I don't know. She could have gone and hidden in some small village somewhere for all I know. Or maybe she went to one of the greater cities where the other Forgotten can be found and I just didn't see her. You don't think she did? I don't think she did. Brutus shook his head. Every time I've tried getting close to them, someone has gotten hurt. He sighed. After Jessa was taken, I realized everything I did put us all in more danger. You didn't think that after what Josen did to Lyanna? From the hurt look on Brutus's face, Arziran immediately wished he hadn't said it. I'm sorry. That didn't come out how I meant it. Brutus sniffed. What Josen did to Lyanna was done as a message to me. What he did with Jessa involved you. There's a difference to me. Arziran frowned. Not to me. He killed one of us. And tried to take another. Sometimes I think I should let him die trapped in the mines. Brutus's head snapped up. Josen lives. Arziran nodded. After what he did to Jessa, the way you said you found her, hidden within Ilfisen, you let him live. I should have told you, Arziran said. I didn't know how, and honestly, I hadn't decided what I was going to do with him. He can't escape. Not while wearing the Elvryth chains. A dark smile slipped across Brutus's mouth. He could be useful to us. And not just to me. Attempt to poison the council was simply to gain favor with them. Maybe sending the Lorsith too. Arziran was less certain about that part. Brutus sighed. Just as well. Knowing Josen, he'd stab me in the back as soon as he had the chance. Don't give him the chance. Brutus picked up the forging of the half-formed ball and twisted it in his hands. If Josen can't find them, I don't think we will have any better luck. And he wasn't any help regarding Venass, either. He's Elvryth-born, Arziran. He probably doesn't even know about the Forgotten. Venass claimed in the Tower of Scholars. Brutus set the forging down and clasped his hands together. We'll keep you safe. That gets harder now, doesn't it? The Forgotten and Venass are not the only ones after me. The Guild. The Palace Elvryth. It would seem I'm quite popular. Brutus surprised him by laughing. Yeah, you've got yourself into some trouble. Haven't you? And you thought living with your father was bad. He clasped Arziran on the shoulder. Don't worry. We'll find a way to protect you. Arziran wasn't certain that Brutus could, even though he would want to. Arziran recalled how difficult it had been to escape Venass. He'd very nearly been trapped by the Guild. And if the Elvryth came for him, though his abilities were growing stronger, he feared there was nothing that he could do to keep himself safe, let alone Jessa, when the next attack came. And with what Josen had said, he was certain the Forgotten, Chapter 23. Arziran sat along the docks in Lower Town, staring out over the water. The sun shone brightly overhead, the first time he'd seen it in several days. The air carried the scent of the sea, that of salt mixed with fish coming off ships, as well as an undercurrent of rot that seemed to permeate everything in Lower Town. Still, Arziran felt comfortable here. Wind whipped in from the north carrying a hint of Lorsith from Ilfisen. He suspected he was the only one who would notice it. As usual, he felt drawn toward Ilfisen. Behind him came the sounds of the streets. At this time of day, Lower Town was awash with people. Many came down from Upper Town to trade at the docks or pick up the fresh catch. The rich, and those living within the palace, sent carters to the docks so they wouldn't have to come to this part of the city. Even when he'd lived with his parents in the middle of the city, Arziran had never understood the reluctance. A few ships moved in the distance. Massive sails swelled with the wind, pushing them onward. A sleek, twin-masted ship with a hull painted crimson sailed out of the bay, slowly making its way north. Another ship, this smaller and with a single mast, worked toward the shore. Arziran didn't know enough about markings to know where either ship came from. Neither looked anything like File's ship. Since he'd escaped, Arziran had wondered what happened with File. Likely, he'd taken his store of Lorsith to Asador as he'd said. And from there, File could be anywhere. At least he wouldn't have to worry about Josen anymore. Might be others to worry about. Arziran jumped, realizing his mental barriers were down, and slammed them into place. Bruce stood behind him, dressed in a navy tunic and dark brown trousers. A matching cloak hung off one shoulder. Dressed as he was, Bruce could fit in Upper Town. Down in Lower Town, he seemed out of place. Bruce. He tilted his head. You need to be careful with your thoughts. You can be loud sometimes. Arziran frowned. Loud. Bruce shrugged. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. Some people's thoughts are like that. Yours were never quiet, but over the last few months, they've gotten louder. Most of the time, you're shrouded, like nothing is there, but when you— Bruce shrugged again. I don't know. I've got some skill with reading, you know. Perhaps it is just me. He took a seat on the narrow bench overlooking the dock and stared out at the water. You worry about File. Arziran stood, making certain his barriers were in place as he considered how to answer. With what had happened, anything he said might not make much sense. We know that File and Josen worked with the Forgotten, probably shipping Lorsith to them. When he captured me, I got the sense that File only did what he had to do. Bruce nodded. That would be File. Practical like that. Ship captain has to be, I suspect. He sighed. And I'm sorry about Shael. Were it not for me, he'd never have met you. He always did seem too eager to know what you were forging, always trying to suggest things for you to make. I thought he just wanted coin. He worked for Josen and wanted something made. A forge of sorts, only one. That would force Heartstone into Lorsith. It's probably a good thing I wasn't able to make it. Bruce gave him a strange look. You sound disappointed. Not disappointed. There is so much I could have learned had your father. Bruce asked. I'll never learn from a master smith. Not what I need to know. Bruce laughed softly. You sell yourself short. I'm not sure I've seen metalworking skills such as yours before. Arziran didn't deny that he'd gained skill. Lorsith had taught him how to be a smith. But there were parts of being a smith he still didn't know. And now, never would. You still wish you could learn from him. He was, one of the finest smiths in Ilion. And now Venass held him. Arziran knew he should care more about that, but it was hard for him to find it within himself. But that's the only reason I would help him now. Jessa told me how you slid after him when he jumped toward the Thras River. We needed him. Brutus frowned. Is that the only reason? Aziran grunted. The only one that matters. I thought I was finding an antidote for you. Had I known what I was getting into, had you told Della what you planned, it wouldn't have been necessary. I had to make a decision. If I hadn't and Della hadn't healed you, you would have been lost. Brutus smiled at him. You'd do it again. If it meant saving you. Even knowing what you know now. That's just it. What do I really know now? That the scholars in Venass are something to be feared, and probably forgotten. I already feel I don't think I can just sit around and wait for the next time someone comes after me, he told Brutus. I still have some connections in the city, Brutus said. Including the palace? Aziran asked. Some. Hopefully Brutus's connections in the palace would give him warning if they had recognized Aziran. Then there's the guild. They've been silent. No word on a break-in. That didn't mean they didn't know about Aziran, though. We'll have to cross that bridge eventually, he said. But for now, I think keeping aware of them is the most important thing. But the Forgotten, we don't know anything about their connection to Venass, other than our conjecture that the Forgotten who attacked in the bath was sent by Venass. You think to find more information, but how will that change anything? Brutus asked. Other than you once again heading toward danger. It probably won't change anything for me. From what I can tell, the Forgotten Joseon sort already know about my abilities and want to use me. Whether as a smith or for my ability to slide. He still didn't know if any other than Joseon knew of his ability to push on Lorsith. Had he been smarter, he might have hid that ability better. And now Venass wants to study me, probably for the same reasons. They're connected, Brutus. We have to know how. And I can't wait for them to find me. Learning more might even keep him safe. If he could learn what they wanted, he might be able to use it to keep them from attacking him or his friends. I'm not so certain of that, Aziran. Anything you do only draws more attention to you. There are certainly others, some worse than Joseon, who can hurt you. They've already come after us once. What happens when they do it again? How many attacks can we survive? That had been the only thing he'd learned from his conversation with Joseon, that they would, indeed, come. Aziran turned toward the water, steadfast in his resolve. I think it is time we know more about them. And then what? You think to request a meeting with the Forgotten and Venass. Tell them both to please leave you alone. Maybe you think you can convince them to stop seeking to regain power, because from I can tell, that's what they ultimately want. And if they have indeed joined forces, it is possible we won't be able to stop them. Aziran started up the street, walking along the shoreline. Not far in the distance, the row of warehouses began. In there was the warehouse where everything really began for him. Where he'd exposed his ability to slide to Brutus. Where he'd first met Joseon. Where he'd seen the excess the Elvrith possessed and did nothing but collect. Other than what Brutus had taken from there to sell, most of it still sat in the warehouse. The warehouse. Joseon had been there the night he and Jessa had gone to look at that crate. A crate with wood much like what he'd seen in Venass. There was something in the warehouse the Forgotten wanted that was tied to Venass, but what? Aziran stopped in the middle of the street. A carter walking behind them had to swing wide around them so he didn't collide with them. What was in the warehouse that they would have wanted? They hadn't moved anything from the warehouse that was of any real use, nothing but the strange box full of the cylinders. What did you do with the cylinders? He asked Brutus. Brutus frowned. What? He shook his head, realization dawning on his face as he glanced in the direction of the warehouse. Why are you asking about them? Do you still have them? Brutus shrugged. Most of them. Some were sold. The metal too valuable to simply leave useless like that. Aziran shook his head, starting toward the warehouse. What if they're not useless? We don't even know what they were for. They were shipped here years ago. Likely some sort of gift for the Elvryth. Aziran. He paused and looked back. Bruce stood at the edge of an intersection in the street, looking at him with worried eyes. He flicked his gaze past him, looking down the row of warehouses and toward the shadows stretching there. Aziran turned and followed his gaze. A sellsword slipped into the shadows, disappearing. Bruce knew firsthand what could happen were they to get too close to the sellsword. Aziran turned away from the street, but not before seeing the sellsword slipping along the edge of the buildings, slowly oozing toward them. Only when he was back on the Bay Road did the sellsword stop following him. Even then, he stood at the edge of the shadows, staring toward him. Had he recognized them? Bruce said nothing as they made their way up the street, toward his smithy. Aziran could have slid into the warehouse, and likely would when Jessa was with him, but not yet. What were you thinking? Bruce glanced around and pitched his voice low as they made their way along the street. One of the ships settled against the dock as they walked, and nearly a dozen dock workers scurried into action, catching lines and tying them off or hoisting a plank to unload the day's catch. Carters lined up along the dock, waiting to purchase fish fresh off the ship. If you wanted to go to the warehouse, just slide there. Aziran glanced over his shoulder. He had the creeping sensation that the sellsword still watched him, though he couldn't see him anywhere. If he had sight like Jessa, he might be able to. Why would the Forgotten suddenly come out of hiding after all these years? You think it is the warehouse. Not the warehouse. At least, not entirely. We've found Heartstone there, but we've also found those strange cylinders. That's what helped me make the connection. Venass and the exiled Elvryth. There's got to be more to them than we know. Bruce flicked his gaze toward the warehouse. We could gather the cylinders. They started up the slope, working their way toward the smithy. Once they reached an alley, Aziran would slide them the rest of the way. That still won't answer how they're connected. And Josen doesn't seem to know where to find the exiled Elvryth, but there's one who does. And maybe if I find him, we can get a step ahead. Figure out why Venass would be interested in me. And find a way to avoid their summons. Maybe even figure out a way to get his father back. Bruce watched him, understanding settling in his faded green eyes. It's a terrible idea. You're not going to try and talk me out of it. Would it make any difference? You're still going to try and find him anyway. Who? When they turned off the street and onto the alley leading toward the smithy, Aziran felt Jessa approached by the charm she wore. Who is Aziran going to try and find? Shael. Damn idiot wants to find Shael. Chapter 24. Aziran hunched over a scrap of oiled wood, staring at the markings etched along the slick surface. He worked a fingernail into the layers of wood, peeling it back. Jessa sat next to him, studying him in the flickering light of the hearth flame. She hadn't said anything since they returned from the warehouse. These are the same markings I saw in Venass, Aziran said, breaking the silence. Same wood too. I'm sure of it. Jessa leaned over the scrap and frowned. Are you certain? I don't remember seeing anything like them. He closed his eyes, visualizing the way the symbols had been etched into the Lorsith-infused stone. At the time, he hadn't known what they meant. Still didn't, but he began to realize they were the same language. They were on the wall in the room I was in. I remember seeing them, but not what they meant. They could mean anything. Or nothing at all. The same thoughts had crossed his mind. What if they're connected? What if these crates came from Venass? Why would Venass send crates to the Elvryth? Aziran didn't know. And why would the Forgotten be interested in them? Her hand slipped onto his leg and she leaned toward him. She smelled of the fading lilac she wore today. There's probably nothing to any of it. These crates are hundreds of years old. Arziran nodded. Probably. But you think the Forgotten and Venass are working together. And if that's the case, then I don't think we should be trying to find anything that Venass might want. We've already seen that the scholars can do things they shouldn't be able to do. What if this device lets them do something like that? Why get in their way? Arziran laughed, though an edge of nervousness flowed through him. What do you think the cylinders will do? Let 'em slide to a liaison. If they could do that, there's nothing stopping 'em anyway. Jessa sighed and looked back at the scrap of wood. I remember how excited I was when we first found those cylinders. The different metals, some gold, some silver, all with the same shape and design to fit together. Now I know. Now you wish we never would have found them. At least they've been kept from the Elvryth. At least Bruceus didn't sell them. Arziran still didn't know why. The door to the smithy clicked open, and they both turned. Arziran readied a pair of knives to push if quickly behind him. A sheen of sweat coated his face, and a smudge of dirt or oil worked along his chin. He carried a couple of small boxes, similar to the one Arziran had recently helped Jessa steal. You could help, you know, he said. Maybe could even slide these here. Rather than making me carry them. Some get heavy. Don't know why. They're all the same shape. Arziran pushed to his feet and laughed. I've told you how different metals have different weights. He looked at the boxes. Which ones did you bring? Bruceus frowned. What do you mean by that? I told you I'd bring all of them. Arziran shook his head as he glanced at Jessa. That's not all of them. There were dozens of different cylinders in that crate. I already told you. I sold some. I kept some. He grabbed the nearest box and carried it toward his table before setting it down. He didn't feel the pull of Lorsith or the alloy from within the box and wondered what metals these would be made from. Arziran worked one of his knives under the edge of the box, prying it open. A cylinder of dull iron rested inside. He opened the next. This was Grindel, a semi-valuable metal. Arziran looked up at Bruceus. You sold the gold one. He nodded. I got nearly 50 guildens for it. And the silver. Bruceus shrugged. Only 10. Who bought them? Bruceus turned to look around the smithy. His eyes hesitated when he caught on the bars of the alloy pressing through the floor and stretching toward the patched ceiling overhead. Shael bought a few of them. I thought your plan was to find him anyway. Shael again. How tightly tied to all of this was he? I think I need to. We need to know what he wanted. What this device can do. Now you think you're going to recover all the parts too. I don't know. One thing at a time. Better blame Della for what we don't have, Bruceus said. Della. He shrugged. She wanted me to get rid of the Elvryth property. Thought it dangerous I had it lying around or something. He grinned and shook his head. She knows me better than that. I don't keep things just lying around. Bruceus started toward the hearth and stumbled, staggering to one knee. Arziran slid to him quickly and put his arm around Bruceus's waist, catching him before he could fall. Another slide took them to the hearth where he lowered Bruceus to the ground. Are you? Bruceus nodded. I'm fine. Still get weak from time to time. Della helped, but the poison they used. He shook his head and forced a smile. Nothing to worry about. I need more rest, is all. Arziran glanced back at Jessa. He read the worry on her face. It matched what he felt. You won't be able. Then I come and bring you to them. Until then, you can stay in a liaison and rest. Bruceus looked past him to Jessa. Tell him I'm fine. Jessa knelt alongside Bruceus and looked from Arziran to Bruceus. I'm with Arziran on this, Bruceus. Figures. She went on as if he said nothing. It's safer if you stay here. Bruceus sighed. At least take Hearn. With what he knows, you might need him. Arziran had considered Hearn but shook his head. It's easiest with two, he started. It was easiest with him going by himself, but he didn't tell Jessa that. She wouldn't let him go without her anyway. And he might need her sight. And when I find Shael, I'll need to be able to bring him with me. Can't do that when I'm sliding more than Jessa. Just be ready for us to return. We'll need your particular gifts to know what he might be hiding. Even 3 stretched his abilities farther than he felt comfortable. When they'd gone to Venass, it had taken nearly all of his strength to reach it. Returning would have been difficult if they'd still had his father with them. He wouldn't risk that again, not with someone he cared about. You know I could help. Bruce didn't speak with the same force as he usually did. You know you can't, Aziran countered. I will find Shael. Then we'll find the Forgotten. Bruce nodded toward the collection of cylinders on the table. And that? What do you plan to do with that? One thing at a time. First we'll find out what Shael knows. And then the Forgotten. Along the way, somehow, he'd have to find a way to avoid returning to Venass. Aziran doubted that he would find it as easy to escape the next time. Aziran held Jessa's hand as they emerged from the slide atop Crowley Rock. She looked at him, a question in her eyes. Wind whipped around them, carrying the expected scents of the docks and the sea, but other scents as well, that of smoke and wood and the distant fragrance of the AISL. The moon stood out full and fat as it hung over the bay, silver light streaming toward the shore. Dark shadows swooped overhead, gulls circling and landing. Occasionally, one cawed, splitting the silence of the night. Other sounds, most coming from the AISL, were too low to hear well. Aziran wasn't certain he wanted to know what made those sounds anyway. He always liked using Crowley Rock as a starting point for his slides, especially when he didn't really know where he was going. There was something about the height, the way he could see and feel everything around him as if he sat with the Great Watcher, that he found connected him to the world. Closer to the ground, he had no sense of the same. How do you think you'll find him? Della held tightly to his hand. She wore a long jacket, woven of thick wool Bruce had procured for them, dyed a deep brown meant to blend in anywhere they might go. Aziran wore a similar jacket. He was with File the last time I saw him. That was weeks ago. Aziran couldn't believe it had been that long. Weeks since Jessa had been taken from him. Weeks since he determined to do what was needed to rescue her. And weeks since Josen had been captured, left in chains in the hidden mines of Ilfisen. File will know where he went. Probably took him there by ship. And if he doesn't, or if we find the Forgotten. Are you ready for that? They would have to find the Forgotten eventually, but he wasn't sure what would happen if they found the Forgotten but not Shael. What he wanted was answers, not another attack. Standing here, looking out over Alien Bay, he wondered if he could find File's ship and then slide to it. When he'd been able to see the ship, it had been a risky slide. The last time he'd slid there, he'd known File carried some of his forgings and used those to anchor him. What if those forgings weren't there? What if File had moved them off his ship? Aziran didn't think he had. It was a risk, but one he needed to take. If he was wrong, he had faith in his ability to get him to safety again. They wouldn't get trapped like they had with the scholars again. Aziran cleared his head, pushing away the sense of Lorsith pressing on him from the city all around him. This was more difficult than usual. The swords in his smithy sounded most loudly against his sensing, one asking him to take it with him while the other, the one he'd made of the heartstone alloy, practically demanded Aziran return and take the sword with him. He would worry later why it felt so insistent. When the sense of those forgings moved to the back of his mind, he pushed away the other forgings of his inner Lian. After all the time he'd spent working at the smithy, many items he'd made were in use throughout the city. Easiest to ignore was the unforged Lorsith, most of which he kept in his smithy. There were a few other collections, one he suspected in the Alchemist Guild house, that he pushed to the back of his mind. Then he felt Ilfison. The massive mountain worked with Lorsith suddenly blazed against his senses. Arziran could practically see it, as if the ore glowed with his awareness. Tunnels wove through the wide mountain, mineshafts worked throughout where Lorsith had been taken out of the mountain for centuries. And still there remained massive amounts of the ore. All of this Arziran pushed to the back of his mind as well. And then he sensed less Lorsith. There were other collections around him, some distantly that seemed to have nearly as much as Ilfison. Arziran nearly lost his focus with the realization. Wasn't Ilfison the only source of Lorsith? What's wrong? Jessa squeezed his arm as she asked. She didn't like standing too long atop Crowley with the wind blowing, threatening to toss him from the top of the rock. He shook his head, straining to keep his focus. He would have to think about the other Lorsith he sensed later. Arziran pushed away the sense of the other Lorsith. All unshaped Lorsith disappeared, pushed into the back of his mind. All that was left were pinpricks of his forgings. Which one would be File? He listened. He didn't know how long he stood atop Crowley, focused on the Lorsith. It could have been moment or hours. Eventually, he felt one of the forgings that seemed more familiar than the rest, one he'd held more than once. Reaching for it, he held it as an anchor, hoping it was one File carried. If it wasn't, Arziran had no idea where he slid. He could slide alone, leaving Jessa here, but she would be angry if he even suggested it. After squeezing her hand, he slid. Chapter 25. The slide felt no different from any other. Colors swirled past him, almost creating a pattern. The swirling colors had a contour to them, a depth. Arziran suspected this implied the distance they traveled. The air tasted stale and bitter, in a way, reminding him of Mind Lorsith. Jessa trailed along with him, a silent shadow he couldn't see well while sliding. He felt her presence and held tightly to her. He did not want to learn what would happen if they lost the connection while sliding. Arziran held on to the faint sense of his forging, anchoring to it as it drew ever closer, the sense of Lorsith growing stronger. Then they emerged. Movement stopped. They were here. Darkness surrounded him. He welcomed back his sense of Lorsith and felt a few items nearby, only one he'd forged himself. Others were shaped, not mind ore, but not his work. The air was musty and damp, though he didn't sense any of the salt from the sea. Had he missed his mark? Was this not File's ship? What do you see? He whispered. Jessa held onto his hand. Not much. Walls. Part of a knife on a table, probably. Yours. A small box. She let go of his hand as she trailed off. Arziran latched onto his sense of the charm as she did. If something happened, he wouldn't lose her as he had the last time. There came the sound of nails squealing and Jessa grunted. What is it? She started back toward him. Nothing. Box was empty. Light bloomed around them, a bright orange light. The suddenness burned into the back of Riran's eyes, but he knew the color made it even harder for Jessa to see, nothing like the blue Heartstone lanterns. Thought you might return. Arziran spun to the sound of the voice. He readied a pair of knives, prepared to push him if needed, but at what? He couldn't see anything until his eyes adjusted. File. The light dimmed slightly as the lantern was set down. A figure stepped forward, past the light. File looked different than he had the last time he'd seen him. Haggard and worn. A bandage wrapped around one arm. Where are we? Your ship. File grunted and shook his head. Jessa stood next to Arziran and took his hand. Not for reassurance. She knew to be close in case they needed to slide to safety. If not your ship, then where? You don't know. He turned and dimmed the lantern before facing them. Again. Thought that was how you found me. Arziran shook his head. I followed my forging. File looked to the knife resting on the table. That I don't know much about. That ability of yours, but you must have been pretty close to notice that. Aziran didn't argue with him. It didn't do any good for File to know how far he could sense his forgings. Where, then? They took my ship, got into port, and the Forgotten put one of your knives to my throat as they walked me off. Claimed I did something to Josen. He spat the name bitterly. Not that I wouldn't have. Just that I didn't. Don't know what happened to the Elvryth. Haven't seen him since you came on my ship. Aziran felt himself relaxing and forced himself to be more vigilant. File had turned on him once already. How did he know he wouldn't do it again? Could he trust anything File said? You the one who managed to take him? File asked. He doesn't even know how to reach the exiled Elvryth. File laughed until he coughed. He tell you that? Aziran nodded. And you believed it? Aziran glanced to Jessa. Who took your ship? Where's Shael? Shael. File shook his head. Don't know about Shael. They walked him off, too, but not the same way. He didn't have to worry about a new smile like I did. They'd found File, but not Shael. But maybe whoever had taken File would know where to find Shael. Riran's eyes had finally adjusted to the orange light. The soft glow reminded him so much of his time spent in the mines. He didn't know it at the time, but the orange light made it hard for sighted to see well, putting everyone on equal footing. He wondered if Jessa saw nothing more than he did. They stood in a small room. She had been right. There wasn't anything other than a table with the knife resting on it and the box, now with its top peeled away. How had File hidden from Jessa's sight? Something about the knife wasn't quite right. Aziran moved toward it and pulled it to him. It flipped through the air awkwardly, and he caught it. Not a full knife. Most of the blade was gone, leaving only the tang where it entered the handle. From the mark and the way the metal folded together, Aziran knew it was one of his earliest forgings, made shortly after Brutus had found him the smithy. What happened to the blade? Lorsith was strong, but with enough force. Became brittle. This had broken, leaving only the handle. File frowned at him. Before was gone. They didn't see it as a threat and let me keep it. And you thought I might come looking again? File shrugged. I thought there was a chance. Jessa pulled on his arm. We should go, Aziran. Something about this place makes me uncomfortable. Aziran nodded. He wouldn't make her stay here. It was too much like what Josen had done to her. Where did they take Shael? File shook his head. Didn't see where they took him. Too busy trying not to bleed. Why would the Forgotten imprison you? Still haven't learned much, have you, Aziran? You think I did what that Elvryth wanted by choice? You think I would have betrayed Brutus had I any other options? There's always a choice. Not when he's got your daughter. File's voice caught. Don't know how he found out about her. In my line of work, need to keep certain things secret. Safer that way. He read you, File, Aziran said softly. He remembered how Josen had practically crawled through his mind trying to read him. Only by using Lorsith to fortify his thoughts had he managed to block Josen from reading him. But File. He might be able to create a mental barrier, but would it be stout enough to block a powerful reader? Why are they keeping you here? Waiting for him to return. Thought he'd have come by now. Usually doesn't. Stay away from Asador too long. Asador. At least now Aziran knew where he and Jessa were. But why Asador? Again. It was where he'd found the sword Josen had stolen from him. And where he'd recovered his father. He's not coming, Aziran said. File leaned forward. You killed him. There was more than surprise to the question. Fear and worry mixed in as Well, File didn't care about what happened to Josen, but he might not be able to find his daughter again if Josen were truly dead. I did the same thing to him that he did to Jessa. File looked over. Relief swept across his eyes. Where is he? Someplace he won't be found. How? Is like you, Arziran. And we weren't able to trap you for long. Arziran shifted, turning to face File. He's nothing like me. File held up his hands. Blood soaked the bandage on one arm. Dirt stained. The other, caked under his nails as if File had been trying to scratch his way to freedom. I meant nothing by that. Just that you both have the same ability. The chains he gave us didn't work on you. What makes you think they'll work on him? They hold him. But for how long? Josen was Elvright, which meant he possessed some degree. Could hear the Lorsith. Would he be able to use that and push on the Heartstone alloy to open the chains? Would Arziran be ready? He pushed away the thought. If Josen were able to escape, he would have by now. Why are you here? File asked. What do you want with Shael? Arziran squeezed Jessa's hand. There is something Shael knows about. But since you don't seem to know where to find him, I think Jessa is right. It's time for us to be going. He prepared to slide them out of the cell. Arziran didn't know where they'd go. Probably back to Ilion at this point, regroup, and then confront Josen again. If he did know how to find the Forgotten, Arziran would see that he helped them. And then File lunged at him. Arziran slid off the side, pulling Jessa with him. File's momentum into empty space sent him sprawling. He pushed up slowly and turned to face them. Don't. Please, Arziran. Take me with you. I need to find Lena. I don't know what he did to her. She's too young, can't withstand him on her own, not without any abilities. Arziran hesitated. Could he leave File here tormented by the loss of his daughter? File had betrayed them, but had he done it by choice or force? He looked over at Jessa. She nodded. Arziran faced File again. You will stay with us until I release you. If you try anything that might hurt Jessa, or me, trust that I'll hide you where no one will ever find you. And I won't do anything to find Lena. File studied him for a moment before nodding. I think they underestimated you, Arziran. Arziran hesitated. What? File didn't get the chance to answer. An entire wall burst open, light spilling into the cell. File threw himself back against the wall, moving out of the way. Arziran spun toward the door, holding Jessa's hand tightly in his. 6 men stood, facing them. One had a thick beard covering his face, something never seen in Ilion, and forked at each corner of his chin. 2 holding swords, another pair with crossbows. All were aimed at Jessa. File had betrayed him again. Arziran ready to push his knives. He only had 5 on him, plus the pair of knives Jessa carried. If he acted fast enough, he could drop the attackers and get them to safety. Or he could slide. Nothing blocked him from sliding. He could hold onto Jessa's hand and slide to safety. Traveling a short distance would take little more than a thought to reach safety. And then he could take him to Ilion. But if he wasn't fast enough, a crossbow bolt might hit Jessa. He'd seen what could happen if he didn't slide quickly enough. One of the Elvright had grabbed onto him during a slide to Della's. If they did the same, or if the crossbow fired quickly, Arziran had another reason for hesitating. If these were the Forgotten, didn't he want to know why they had attacked? When he didn't disappear, one of them stepped forward. He was startled to see. It was a woman. She had black hair tied back behind her head. A tight-fitting jacket that flared at her waist, and loose-fitting leather pants. As she stepped into the orange lantern light, eyes flashed a deep green. She smiled. You're a hard one to find, Arziran Lareth. Her voice had a deep quality to it, almost drawing him toward her. Arziran flicked his gaze over to File. How much had he told them about his abilities? Would they know he could push Lorsith? He listened for a moment, sensing for Lorsith. 2 of the men carried knives, his forgings even, made of Lorsith. Unlikely they knew then. It gave him an advantage. You know my name, but I don't know yours. As he spoke, he shifted so that he stood more in front of Jessa. He could still slide them to safety this way, and she would be less likely to be injured. The woman didn't move, only spread her hands. A steel sword hung from one hand and she nodded. Mine no longer matters. One of the forgotten. The comment practically admitted to it. Were all of these men forgotten? Something about the way she spoke made him realize that she tried to push him. Arziran ensured his mental barriers were in place, infusing them with Lorsith. If readers were among them, he didn't want to risk someone learning anything more about him. Why are you holding File? The forgotten glanced at the smuggler. He still cowered against the wall. Arziran realized he may not have been any more a willing participant than he had with Joseon. That didn't mean he didn't have a choice. I needed to see if what he said was true. And what did he say? That there is a dangerous man who can slide, one not Elvryth. She moved in a flicker, appearing suddenly in front of Arziran. Sliding. Arziran tensed. She'd slid faster than Arziran could blink. Faster than he'd seen Joseon slide. Arziran didn't think he could move that quickly, especially not with Jessa. I've met another who can slide, Arziran offered. He killed someone I care about. She leaned forward. She smelled of sweat and grease and something else. A familiar odor Arziran couldn't quite place. Where is he? Arziran didn't move. This close, he could sink one of his knives into her. Without moving if he needed to, but he needed to know more before he attacked her. She studied Arziran for a moment and then laughed. Confidence. Interesting. From one not born to the Elvryth. She nodded at File. He tells me you have another impressive ability. Arziran held his breath. If File had told them of his ability to push Lorsith, any advantage he had would be gone. Of course, Joseon already knew of that ability of his. He could have told any of the forgotten before File needed to. About how you escaped from Elvryth chains. She turned back to Arziran. Said you even slid into the palace. I would like to know how you managed to do that. Arziran shook his head. I can't explain what I do. I just can. A wide smile spread across her face. That's how you injured Joseon the first time. Damn near killed him. Had he not had a ready supply of chinth, he would have been gone. The Great Watcher knows it is a good thing you didn't finish him off sooner, or else we never would have found you. And why would you want to find me? Chapter 26. The woman had marched Arziran to a room above the cell, leading him up a narrow staircase. A low ceiling forced him to duck as he made his way along the halls. The air smelled damp and musty, stinking of wet earth. Strange carvings marked the wood as they passed, written with marks that reminded him of what they'd found on the crates in the warehouse and those within Venass. Small lanterns hung on hooks along the wall, staggered far enough apart that shadows still filled the space between them. When they reached the top of the stairs, Arziran and Jessa had to duck to move through the door, as if it were made for a much shorter person. And then they were in a wide room. A fire pit filled the middle of the room. Thick smoke rose toward a hole cut in the ceiling overhead, and thick logs crackled with heat. 2 long tables filled the rest of the space, with benches along either side. Another narrow door led out the other side of the room. The woman motioned them to sit, and Arziran did, glancing to one of the men carrying a crossbow behind him. He eyed it briefly, noting that it seemed tipped with Lorsith. Were he quick enough, he could deflect the bolt before it hit them, but they didn't seem interested in injuring him anymore. No longer did he fear for Jessa's safety. More than anything, he felt curiosity. She slid to a seat across from him. 4 lanterns hung on posts around the room, spilling bright orange light around them. She leaned forward, the line of her sharp jaw catching the shadows between lanterns in such a way that her face seemed longer than it should. Bright green eyes looked out at them. Jessa sat next to him, clutching tightly to his hand. She leaned toward him, as if claiming him as hers. She hadn't said anything since they left the small cell, abandoning File to whatever fate the Forgotten had in mind for him. After betraying him a second time, Aziran struggled to feel any pity for him. "Is this more comfortable?" the woman asked. Aziran glanced around the room. Other than the tables and the fire pit, not much else occupied the room. There was a faint scent of bread and meat. A sheen of grease smeared across the table. This was a barracks of some kind. "You think to hold us here?" he asked. She smiled. "From what I hear, you've shown you can't be held." She set her hands atop the table and leaned back, thrusting out her chest. A smile hadn't left her face since she appeared before them down in the cell. Aziran shrugged. "You can try." Darkness flashed across the woman's face. That one acted on his own more often than not. He was useful, in his own way, but careless. He thought he could act alone. And do what? After what happened in the palace and how File and Shael worked for Josen, Aziran had thought all the Forgotten worked with him. But Josen had denied it, claimed he only wanted to find the Forgotten. What was the truth? She arched an eyebrow. "Don't play the fool with me, Lareth. You saw what he wanted." Aziran resisted the urge to look over at Jessa. He wondered what she thought of this woman. With her sight, she always picked up cues he missed, even without reading. By the way Jessa leaned into him, he sensed jealousy from her, an emotion he'd never noticed from Jessa. "I know what Josen claims he wanted, but I'm not sure I know what he really wanted." The woman flashed her teeth, looking briefly like some kind of wild thing. "Fair enough. Tell me what you do know." He debated answering honestly. He didn't think she could read him, not with his barriers in place, but that didn't mean she couldn't read Jessa. Or that she hadn't heard from File or even Josen what he'd done. "He claims he searched for the exiles." Confusion flashed across the woman's eyes and then was gone. That was why he wanted to poison the council. He called it a demonstration, but it was more than that, wasn't it? And he shipped Lorsith out of the city. "Since you have File, you would know that. You didn't poison them." The way she asked made it seem as if she really didn't know. He shook his head. "I think I would have. But no, I didn't poison them." Aziran watched the woman. Her eyes narrowed and her brow furrowed slightly. One hand scratched at her face as she ran a hand through her hair. "Why would he claim he can't find you?" Aziran said. The woman hesitated before answering. "He can be a bit short-sighted. Comes from his abilities, I suppose. Well, that and the fact that he's never worn the chains like others of us." She cut off sharply and forced a smile onto her face. Others had worn the chains. There would only be one reason they'd need to wear them. "How many of you can slide?" "You're no fool, are you, Lareth?" the woman asked. "Josen made a mistake. With you, I think. He should have brought you here rather than trying to push you." "Josen didn't push me. He killed one of my friends. That is unfortunate. Doing so did nothing but draw attention to us. That's something we don't want yet. Why attack me in a lian? Why come after me already?" The woman flicked her gaze. "You haven't said how many can slide," Jessa said. The woman looked over to Jessa and frowned. It was the first time she'd spoken. "Or your name. If you're asking Aziran to help, the usual course would be to give your name. Draw him into your trust before you start making requests." Her smile faltered for a moment, long enough that Aziran noticed. Then it widened again, splitting her mouth. Ah, the sneak. We've heard about you as well. A thief of some skill. We could use your talents as well. You've said that before but shown no signs of anyone other than these men with you. She nodded toward the pair of men standing behind her, practically hovering over her shoulder. Both carried crossbows. Swords would be nearly useless against someone who could slide, but crossbows they could damage before he had a chance to get 'em away. And you've given no indication that you're anything but Elvryth tools. Jessa laughed at that. Elvryth. You're actually suggesting that we might be helping the Elvryth. The woman tipped her head and her eyes widened slightly. That's exactly what I'm suggesting. We live in Lower Town. We couldn't be further from the Elvryth if we lived here. Really. She leaned back and turned to Aziran. You think yourself so separated from the Elvryth that you're essentially exiled. She laughed darkly. Yet you still live within the city, enjoy the same protection of its walls, never fearing you'll be dragged away from your intended slide as we fear. And you have one among you who visits the palace with enough regularity that he might as well live there. Her smile disappeared. Do not tell me you are separated from the Elvryth. If what she said was true, the Forgotten didn't just live in exile, they lived in fear. But of what? Who pulls you while you slide? He asked. How many of you are there who can slide? Something changed about the woman's face. It was as if it softened, the edge, and the hidden anger fading. Aziran didn't know if it was an act, or if she simply showed her true emotions. You really don't know, do you? Aziran shook his head. This is not the first time you've left the city. You came to Asador, took one of the Smiths. Aziran nodded carefully. You didn't feel any influence while you were away from the city. Influence. The woman let out a breath and shook her head. You did not. Great Watcher. You really are a dangerous man, Lareth. You slide without knowing the dangers. You travel without fear. And yet you do so safely. Aziran knew from what Della had told him, and shown him, that his sliding could be affected by those able to sense him sliding. She hadn't thought there were many with that ability. But from what he'd seen of Venass, they had some ability to influence his sliding, especially if they managed to pull him into the tower. But he'd needed to be close for them to do that, hadn't he? What dangers are you talking about? How many can pull you from a slide? So you know about that. Not as ignorant as you would have me believe. I know a slide can be influenced. I've met someone with the ability. Where? Not in Ilion. That ability has been long dead, but there are those who study, who begin to understand. She cut off before she finished, but she didn't need to for him to understand what she meant. Venass. Aziran didn't say anything and hoped his barriers were stout enough that the woman couldn't read him. If she thought the ability long dead, then it was better for Della. Not as dead as you might think. He wouldn't tell her that he had been to Venass. Not yet. The woman laughed. Fair enough. But it is the reason we wanted to know about your ability. If you can safely slide outside Ilion, there must be a reason. We would like to learn what that is. Why only outside the city? What makes sliding within Ilion any safer? The Elvryth make it safer. I thought the Forgotten wanted to push the Elvryth out. Jessa asked. Is that what you think? There are some who feel that way. You've met one. Most of us don't care for the Elvryth, not after what they did to us. How they either exiled us or our families, but most understand they serve a purpose. And what is that? She shook her head. I can't believe you still don't know. The Elvryth protect the city and its people. That's their purpose, why the Great Watcher chose them to rule. Aziran shook his head. They don't do anything but collect Lorsith and sit within the palace. The woman smiled. For the most part, that's true. But the council, at least, knows of their other purpose and guards it closely. It's why exile is such a punishment. Haven't you ever wondered why the Elfreith banish people from the city? What kind of punishment is that unless there is something about the city that would benefit them? Arziran hadn't considered it, but it made sense. What kind of protection? She shook his head. We don't know the details. Those of us who've lived outside the walls of Ilion know some of the effects. We've seen how sliding can't be consistently used. It's a rare enough ability, but one that, outside of Ilion, is dangerous to utilize. She smiled, studying Arziran. Or, is for most of us. What of other abilities? Jessa asked. Sight or reading. For those recently exiled, there is no change. What of others? They fade. Within a generation, abilities begin to slip. Over enough time, there are only weak abilities. She nodded toward the men holding the crossbows. And Maven were both born to parents whose parents were banished. Arziran looked at the two men and only now realized the color of their eyes. They had faded green eyes that looked even paler than what Bruce's projected when he pushed. Arziran had never seen eyes so pale. Within Ilion, they would be very weakly gifted. He looked at Jessa before turning back to the woman sitting across from him. Arziran noted the color of her eyes, the depths of the green. Were you banished? He didn't say forgotten, worried he might offend her. I was born in Ilion. When my father was exiled, I went with him. There could be no evidence of him passing on his lineage. Arziran wondered about the woman's mother. As he did, he realized why. Bruce's mother would have left him in Ilion. Now it made sense. Had she taken Bruce's with her, his abilities would have faded. Arziran had come looking for the forgotten, and found more than he expected. How much did Bruce's know? How much did Hearn? He'd wandered outside of Ilion more than any of them. Did his visions tell him what happened to the forgotten? And if Bruce's knew, why hadn't he shared that with Arziran? You see why we'd like to know how you can safely slide. He shook his head. Because we're under attack, Arziran Lareth. We have been for centuries, only. Now the attacks have grown stronger. And the Elfreith will do nothing to help. Under attack. From who? The woman shook her head. There are those with abilities that rival those gifted to us. They would steal from us, claim a desire to learn from us. You mean Venass, Arziran said. Which meant that the Forgotten and Venass didn't work together. She sighed. You were a fool to come here, Arziran Lareth. It is fortunate you did, but you were a fool. Something struck the back of his head and he fell forward. The last thing he felt was Jessa. Chapter 27. Arziran awoke but didn't. Not really. He felt a haze around him. Colors swirled as if he was sliding. He smelled nothing like the slide, though, and had no sense of movement. Vaguely, he remembered what had happened. The back of his neck hurt and his head throbbed. He tried to move but couldn't. Panic started through him, making his heart race. As far as he could tell, nothing bound his arms or his legs. He simply could not move. Arziran tried to force calm upon himself and focused on his breathing. He'd been trapped before and escaped. If he could sense Lorsith, he would be able to slide and free himself. The air smelled damp and different than it had been before. A sweet edge hung to it, almost nauseating, like the edge of rot. The air didn't move, still as his limbs. There was no light. That, more than anything, sent fear coursing through him. Lorsith thrummed nearby, pressing on his senses. He felt his knives still strapped to his waist. They hadn't bothered removing the knives, thinking that he couldn't do anything with them if he couldn't move. It was a start. At least his ability to sense the Lorsith was not taken from him as it had been the times he'd been trapped before. He listened for other Lorsith, finally feeling it distantly. There were knives he'd made and others he had not. The crossbow tip he'd sensed earlier was somewhere nearby as well. A few lumps of unshaped lawsith, large enough to forge into swords, were near. Aziran ignored all of it, pushing it away. He listened for a small piece of lawsith, one dear to him. For long moments, he couldn't sense it. During that time, Aziran felt afraid. He'd failed Jessa again, brought her into danger himself. And now the Forgotten would do what Josen first tried to do to him. A sound came from behind him. Or above. Everything lost meaning as he lay, unable to move. A dark shape hovered nearby. Aziran smelled the sweet rot more strongly. Awake already. The Forgotten Woman. As much as he wanted his freedom, he wanted to know who she was. What she wanted from him. This should help. Can't have you. When he came around again, light streamed all around him. As much as he tried, he still couldn't move. His neck throbbed where he'd been struck, and his head ached. Other than that, he felt nothing else. He could still hear. Someone rustled nearby. From the occasional grunt, it sounded like a man. Aziran listened for lawsith, and found he still wore his knives. There was more lawsith in the room, a long, slender blade. And not one he'd made. Could he still pull on it? He reached for the lawsith and tried. At first, he thought he touched the lawsith, that it would respond, but then it slipped away. He could sense lawsith but do nothing more with it. A deep laugh came from where the person worked. Can't be us in your abilities, now can you? Aziran would have lunged at Shael had he been able to move. Don't be worryin' about your girl. She be fine. And she'll stay fine so long as you help. Aziran tried to speak but couldn't move his lips. Sound escaped anyway. Something that sounded like a low growl. Shael laughed again. He came closer, splitting the bright light so it bent around him. I do be rememberin' how you got out of the chains. Not going to make the same mistake again, am I? This be better. Can't escape if you can't move, now can you? Aziran smelled the sickly sweet scent that was edged with rot again and began to understand. They poisoned him. Only enough that he couldn't move, but it was enough that Aziran couldn't touch his abilities, either. They separated him from his gifts as surely as the Elvryth chains. Need you to rest a bit more now, Aziran. Do be needing to give 'em more time to work. He pulled on something. Aziran realized he took his knives from his waist, but didn't find the others he had hidden on him. You won't be needing these anymore, now will you? Probably fetch a few silvers for the pair. Aziran swallowed. His tongue moved, not much but some. Why? The question came out as a croak, nothing more. Shael leaned toward him, the sweet stench growing stronger, and laughed. Again. He lost track of how many times he started to come around, only to be dosed again. Most of the time, it was the woman. He'd come to hate her visits and the satisfied smile she wore as she looked at him. In some ways, Shael was worse. This time, Aziran awoke slowly. Blackness swirled around him laced with grey and deep green. His neck still throbbed, but it was distant, less than before. His head ached, pulsing with a steady pain that reminded him of what he felt while in Venass. Aziran shivered with the memory. He could still sense the knives on him and tried to push them but failed. Was Shael still here? He heard no sign of the smuggler. Shael knew of his secrets, knew enough to poison him to keep him from moving, but why would they want to keep him immobilized if they needed to know how he slid into the palace? He still didn't understand how they could learn anything if he couldn't move. But they didn't need him to move to read him, did they? He pushed up his barriers, and found it more difficult than usual to do. As he did, he became aware of a crawling in his mind, subtle but clearly a reader. Would they learn all of his secrets? That he could move Lawsith, and the way. Heartstone answered him as well. Would they learn how much Jessa meant to him, or that he would do anything to see that she came to no harm? Aziran felt violated in a way he never had before. Drugged so they could access his mind. He focused on his connection to the Lorsith. He might not be able to push it, but could he use it to support his barriers? With an effort, he strained to push them into place, trying to seal out the reader. The forgotten woman, he had no doubt. Lorsith infused the barriers as he squeezed, pressing them into place. Slowly the sense of another presence, the crawling sensation he felt, disappeared. Riran's breathing quickened as he held onto the barrier. Years spent living with his sister, a reader of only minor skill, had taught him to keep his mind barricaded, but not in the way that he needed to around the more powerful readers, those Elvryth and Forgotten. And he didn't know how to maintain the connection even when asleep. When they dosed him with their poison again, he worried that the Lorsith-infused barrier would fall again. He heard movement. A door and then soft footsteps. Someone leaned close. Aziran feared it was Shael again, but he felt a warm breath and smelled a mix of spice. The woman. "You won't be able to keep me out indefinitely," she whispered. "Already, you have given me much." She crouched, leaning over so he saw her as little more than a vague shadow. "I confess I thought Shael had inflated his claims of what you can do with metal. After what I've learned." Chapter 28. Aziran awoke to an absence of pain. He didn't know what it meant that he felt nothing. No throbbing of the back of his neck. No pulsing of his head. Not even the ache from lying on the floor. Simply nothing. He still couldn't move. And he was alone. No one made any sounds around him, not like there had been before. The air smelled only damp, none of the sickly sweet scent he'd come to associate with the poison. His heart hammered in his chest. That they'd left him alone meant they'd likely gotten what they wanted. But what did they want? He checked the barriers in his mind, but they were still in place. Somehow he'd held them while the poison worked through him, keeping him from moving. Aziran was no longer sure that meant anything. What if the woman could crawl past his barrier, even infused as it was with Lorsith? Why hadn't he pushed Heartstone into it? Then he remembered that he had. Aziran tried to swallow but couldn't. How long had he been here, separated from Jessa, trapped with the Forgotten? Long enough to feel the effects of the poisoning over and over. Too many times to keep track. And long enough for them to learn everything about him. He had thought to fear Venass, but they had not tormented him the same way. The Forgotten did. He was comforted by the thought that knowing how he slid past the Heartstone alloy didn't mean they would be able to do it. Unless they had others with his ability to sense Lorsith. But then what? If that was all they wanted from him, they could have it. Knowing his abilities didn't mean they actually used them as he did. Except he was trapped here. As long as they kept dosing him with the poison, so he couldn't move, there was nothing he could do to escape. And what of Jessa? Where was she? Shael claimed she was unharmed, but once they got what they needed from Aziran, what reason would they have to keep her alive? He had to think there was some reason, otherwise she'd already be dead. Maybe they wanted Josen back. And if they'd read him, when Shael had captured him the first time and put him in the Elvryth chains, he'd been cut off from Lorsith. When he could reach it again, he'd been able to escape, freeing himself. That had been a different sense of hopelessness. This, the ability to sense and hear the Lorsith but not push it, was a failure of his abilities. Aziran felt the Lorsith of the knives he had strapped to his calf. There was a misshapen item an arm's length from him. Somewhere nearby were the knives Shael had taken off him. And then there was the charm. He felt it differently than the rest, attuned to it in a way he wasn't to the knives. It was more like the sense he had with the sword, but different at the same time. If only he could anchor to the charm and pull himself as he had when he'd been trapped in Venass, but the poison kept him from being able to focus on the metal long enough to anchor. Aziran did nothing but listen to the charm. After a while, he realized it moved. If the charm moved, it meant Jessa lived. He refused to consider any alternatives. The charm seemed to be closer than before. Were they taking her somewhere? He wished he had some way of communicating with her. If only he had some of Bruce's abilities, he might be able to send her a message. Instead, he had to lie there motionless and wait. Eventually, the forgotten woman would return, or Shael, and they would dose him again. And then he'd awaken, unable to move, cycling through again and again. The charm came closer. Aziran felt his tongue loosen a little. Had they forgotten about him? He managed to swallow. And then blink. He prayed to the Great Watcher they gave him enough time. Maybe they'd miscalculated the effect. If it wore off before they returned, could he slide to safety? Somehow grab Jessa on the way. There was a sound near the door. His heart hammered faster and louder. He blinked again, willing his body to move, but it didn't obey. Would it be Shael this time, or the woman? At least he'd discovered that Jessa still moved. Hopefully that had been Jessa. A click came from near the door, soft but distinct. Aziran reached for Lorsith, trying to anchor and slide, but failed. He moved his tongue, trying to work moisture into his mouth and his lips. It didn't work as it should. The door pushed open with a soft burst of air. Did he smell something sickly and sweet, or was it only his imagination? Then the door shut with another soft click. Footsteps sounded softly across the floor. Too light for Shael. That meant the woman, the forgotten. Would she push past his barriers this time, or did it no longer matter? A shifting of shadows crossed over his eyes. Not enough for him. Refused. A fearful thought crossed his mind. What if this was another trick? What if she was compelled? Aziran, can you move? He thought she touched him but couldn't be certain. He felt nothing other than his tongue, and it felt thick and swollen in his mouth. The lighting shifted. He realized she lifted him, propping him up. Aziran didn't know what she intended. He was too heavy for her to carry. We have to move. I don't know how long we have before they find I'm missing. He licked his lips, moving his tongue slowly, and swallowed. Jessa. Her name came out more like a grunt, but he heard her sigh. I don't know what they gave you. Something to weaken you and prevent you from moving. Shael has come to me several times and said that if I told them where you'd hidden Josen, they'd let me go. The other, she practically spat the word, said he didn't matter. They wanted to know how you managed to reach the palace. There's something there they want. Again, Aziran listened for Lorsith around him. He sensed the knives still hidden on him. Jessa wore the charm, but no longer had the knives she'd carried when they first came. If he could find the Lorsith knives Shael had taken from him, he would find Shael. He felt it close by. How much longer before Shael discovered Jessa was gone? How much longer before he came for Aziran? Then she would be poisoned as well, left immobile as he was, unable to do anything. They would both be trapped. Shael. It was the only word he could get out. I know about Shael, Aziran. We need to get you moving. Can you slide? He blinked and tried to move his head. Did it twitch? He couldn't tell. No. He grunted. She swallowed. Whatever they gave you keeps you from your abilities. They know the Elvryth chains won't hold you. No other way to keep you here. Aziran didn't think that was the real reason they poisoned him. At least, it wasn't the entire reason. They wanted his defenses down. They wanted to read him. Read me, he said. Jessa leaned toward him. He knew from the way the charm moved against his senses and that he could smell her. All he wanted to do was pull her close and hold her, but they'd taken that from him. What do you mean? His vision seemed to be returning. Shapes blurred in front of him. The dark shadow that was Jessa now had hazy borders, lines that made up her face. Read me. She didn't move. And then she gasped. They poisoned you so they could read you. He tried to nod but didn't think his head worked. What do they want? Aziran worked his tongue over the inside of his mouth again. Same. She leaned closer. He imagined she hugged him but couldn't tell. There seemed to be a little pressure this time, as if she pressed against him. Aziran let out a slow breath, wanting nothing more than to put his arms around her and slide her to safety. But he couldn't. They were trapped because his ability failed him. How? You. He didn't know if she would understand, but at least his words came out more clearly than they had before. How did I escape? He tried to nod again. Yes. He didn't think she'd been compelled but still didn't know for sure. If they poisoned him to read him, there was no reason they wouldn't do the same to Jessa to compel her. After they attacked us, I woke up, locked up, the same as you. They didn't think I was as much of a threat. I've not been poisoned, at least that I know. It took a while, but I managed to pick the lock on my door. Once I figured out how, I waited until I knew I'd be alone for a while. The guards come by on a schedule. Then I came looking for you. How? She laughed and pushed closer to him. This time he definitely felt it. The necklace, she said. She laughed again. They took everything I had on me. My knives. The lockpick set. She said that with more than a hint of anger. But they left the necklace. They didn't think anything of it, I guess. But the shape worked well for a lockpick. Did you know that when you made it? Aziran licked his lips. His tongue didn't feel as thick as it had. Yes. Jessa moved so that her face was directly in front of him. Now he could see the contours of her cheeks, the set of her jaw, and the way her hair swept back from her forehead. A blurry bruise discolored one cheek, severe enough that he could see it in spite of the poisoning. Liar, she whispered. She kissed him. Aziran kissed back, thankful he could feel her lips. How long will the poisoning last? She asked. Don't know. He swallowed, feeling stronger by the moment. Think it is wearing off. How much longer until you can slide us out of here? I'm a good sneak, but I don't know if I can get us out of the building on my own, especially not if I'm carrying you. Don't know, he said again. I'll try. He listened for Lorsith to anchor. It would be easier than trying to slide without an anchor. But he didn't want to slide a great distance in the shape he was in. Shorter distances were easier, and he wasn't even certain he would be able to reach Alian until the poison completely cleared his system. While he sensed Lorsith around him, he didn't have anything he felt safe using as an anchor. Most of it was likely with the sword. He'd found Lorsith there, both his sword and unshaped Lorsith. Could he anchor to that? He listened for unshaped Lorsith. At the edge of his senses, he heard it, as if calling to him. Aziran held to it and tried to slide. But failed. Can't slide. Yet. Keep trying, she said. I'll keep us safe while we wait. There came a soft sound of metal against metal. The door opened again. Not sure how you be doing that. Shael, Aziran said weakly. Jessa leaned over him, blocking him from Shael. Leave him alone, Shael. Why are you doing this? I thought you were our friend. Friend. I do be telling Aziran before it is about coin, not friendship. When Bruce's do be having the coin, then I be your friend. He stepped closer. Aziran smelled the sweet scent of the poison he carried with him. The knives he'd taken from Aziran were tucked into his pockets. Now these folk do be having the coin. And you be the reason I keep workin'. Aziran had seen how Shael had some talent, the way that he had once prevented him from sliding. Aziran had finally managed to surprise Shael when he'd used Hearthstone as his anchor. Now, you be going back to your room. I be tellin' Inna it time to use Slithka. Syrup on you too. You be more compliant then. He started forward. Aziran felt it in the knives more than heard it. Stop. Shael laughed. You caught me askance once, Aziran, but you be doin' nothin' to stop me in the shape you be in now. Don, be movin', you see. He laughed again. Jessa lowered him back down. Then she lunged at Shael. She moved in a blur, kicking off from next to him. Aziran felt the Lorsith knife in her hand that she'd taken from his calf. Shael grunted and then Jessa cried out before thudding loudly against the wall. Aziran turned his head to try to see if she was okay, but only saw her legs. They didn't move. Shael crouched next to him. A hard hand pressed down on his chest. That, Aziran could feel it all told him the poison was wearing off. You be restin' again, Aziran. Almost got what they need. Stop. He said the word again with more force. He still could barely move his head and couldn't do anything against Shael without his abilities. Shael laughed. You're not gonna talk me out of this now. I'm not your friend. Aziran looked over and saw Jessa's legs. They moved, but not much. No. He focused on the sense of the one Lorsith knife still strapped to his calf. Don't make me do this, Aziran said. Shael chuckled. Slithka lingers, Aziran. Not much you able to do. He hesitated. Besides, what you be thinkin' to do? Aziran pushed on the Lorsith knife. He used every bit of energy he possessed, pressing on it as if physically doing it. At first, he didn't think it would matter. The knife wouldn't move. Aziran pushed harder. Nothing happened. For Jessa's sake, he reached deeper, drawing from the memory of where the knife was mined, the lump of Lorsith it once had been, the song it had sung to him before he'd forged it. They came to him in a flash, the connection strong as any. Aziran imagined the weight of Ilfison around him as he pushed. Then it moved. He felt the movement at the same time as Shael did. The smuggler grunted, and reached for the knife, but was too late. It tore through Shael. Aziran had no way of knowing where, only that it did. Shael coughed and started toward Aziran again. He reached for the other blades Shael carried and pushed them with the same force, that of the memory of Ilfison. The knives sliced through him and sank into the wall with a loud crack. Shael collapsed next to him. Wetness pulled around Aziran. He couldn't move away from it and lay. Chapter 29. Jessa. She groaned. At least she still lived. Jessa. He said her name more urgently. They needed to move or the Forgotten would come next. Aziran felt his arms regaining strength and pushed to sit. He blinked and his vision cleared. How much time did they have? Shael lay next to him. The knives had torn through his gut. Blood streaked across the floor, dripping a trail from where the knives had flown through the air after going through him. His chest rose slowly but still moved. Aziran wondered if he should care whether Shael lived or not. He dragged himself away from where Shael lay and toward Jessa. He found her resting at an odd angle, her back bent and twisted with her legs flopped over a box. For a moment, he thought Shael had broken her spine. Then she rolled, moving her legs with her as she did. Jessa, can you move? She pulled her legs in and moved into a crouch. Her hair hung in front of her face. One hand clutched her side. Probably still better than you. She tried to laugh, but it turned into a cough. Jessa got to her knees and looked past Aziran. Her eyes narrowed as she saw what he'd done. What happened with Shael? I didn't want to, Aziran said. Better than the bastard deserves. He was supposed to be our friend. And then, he does this to us. It wasn't the first time Shael had hurt them, but Jessa hadn't been there when he'd put Aziran in chains. She stood, still holding her side, and limped past Aziran. Aziran watched as she knelt over Shael and looked at his injury. Then she picked up a long vial with a needle attached. Thick yellow liquid oozed inside. She made as if to plunge it into his arm. Wait. She looked over. I don't want to risk him coming after us. Aziran pulled himself toward her, trying to stay away from the growing pool of blood around Shael. Not sure he can. Might need that. She frowned, looking at the needle, but nodded. Can you slide yet? Aziran focused on the far part of the room to test whether he could slide. It felt as if he started to slide, but failed again. He looked at Jessa and shook his head. Not yet. Aziran managed to move his legs. Relief spread through him as sensation began to return. Pain mixed in, the sense of thousands of needles stabbing into his flesh all at once, but he welcomed that sensation. Anything was better than the absence of feeling. Jessa hurried over to him and leaned down. He moved one arm, resting on the other, and pulled her toward him. He still didn't have much strength, but years of working at the forge had made him strong enough to pull Jessa down to him. Holding her against him, he inhaled her scent. They sat like that for a moment. Thank you for coming for me, he told her. She shook her head. You still had to save me. You're doing the work. I'm just tagging along. You might have to sneak us out of here until I can slide again. Jessa flicked her eyes toward the door. Her jaw jutted forward and she nodded. Slowly. If I don't have to carry you, we might be able to sneak out. She pointed to her side. Think I broke a rib when Shael threw me. Gonna hurt for a while. Aziran snorted. We make a perfect pair then. We always did. She smiled and took his hand. If they catch us, she didn't need to finish. Aziran knew as well as Jessa what would happen. There would be no hesitation to keep him fully sedated from now on. This would be their only chance. Then you'll have to be really good. She punched him lightly in the shoulder. I am really good. He smiled and took a deep breath. I need my knives. Can you just pull them? He tried, focusing on the 3 that were sunk into the wall. He was too weak to move them. Aziran shook his head. Jessa limped toward the wall and grunted before returning to Aziran. There. Too deep. How deep? Buried into the stone. Aziran swallowed. He'd not had much strength to push as Shael nearly injected him with the Slithka syrup, so he'd focused on Ilfison. How had that given him such strength? He doubted that he'd be able to use the same to pull the knives back to him. Guess I'm not getting 'em back. Jessa laughed. I need something to use. She nodded and started around the room. When she came back, she had the broken knife file had in his cell, as well as the one she'd thrown at Shael. These are all I can find, that's Lorsith. You keep the good one, he said. Better for Jessa to have the whole knife. Jessa studied him a moment and then slipped an arm around him and pulled. She grunted again as she did, the strain likely pulling on her injured ribs, but she pulled him up. Aziran nearly toppled over before gaining his balance. He wobbled for a moment and then tried taking a step. His legs felt weak, but they held. Jessa made certain to stay next to him, keeping her arm around him as they moved. We aren't going to move very fast this way, he said, still working his tongue in his mouth. Maybe you need to go on without me. Get help. She looked over at him and frowned. If I leave you, you're as good as dead. And it is unlikely we'd ever find you again. But you'd be safe. She shook her head. You can be so stupid sometimes, Aziran. What makes you think I want to be safe if you're not? He leaned and kissed her on the cheek. Time to show me how skilled you are. She kissed him back, this time on the lips. She still tasted of mint. I think I've already shown you. They made their way toward the door. With each step, Aziran felt his strength returning. By the time they reached the door, he felt strong enough to stand on his own. There's a long hall running outside the door. One end leads to steps. Upper level is where we were before. Other way is toward File's cell. I think we have to go up. Jessa nodded. Won't be easy. If there's anyone in the dining hall, then we'll be stuck. And we don't know anything about what's on the other side of that door. We could get through only to find another dozen guards on the other side. We can't sneak through there. Arziran frowned. The odds weren't in their favor if they went that way, not with only the two of them, and not with him as weakened as he was. What if we had help? Who's going to help us down here? File. She shot him a look. That bastard is nearly as bad as Shael. He could have warned us about what the Forgotten planned. They've got his daughter. Josen has his daughter. Arziran nodded. And I have Josen. Jessa took a deep breath and then sighed. I don't like it, Arziran. Do we have another choice? Besides, if he looks like he's going to betray us again, then we just sink the needle with the syrup into his neck. Let him sleep for a while. Jessa looked back to where Shael lay on the ground before glancing toward the door. Are you strong enough to stop him if he tried? Need to push much harder than he was accustomed to if File tried betraying them, but he could stop him if it was needed. Jessa shook her head. I still don't like it. Then she pulled open the door and slipped into the hall, heading toward File's cell. Arziran followed after. Jessa moved silently with the practiced steps of a sneak. Arziran tried to mimic her but didn't have the same ability to move quietly. He hoped he wasn't the reason they were discovered. Lanterns staggered on the walls cast a soft glow. Arziran had to duck as he moved along. The low-lying ceiling brushed the top of his head. Jessa stopped at the next door and looked back at him. When he nodded, she slipped the charm off her neck and used it to turn the lock on File's cell door before placing it back around her neck. The door opened silently and they slipped inside. Arziran closed the door behind them. A single lantern glowed inside. Next to it, File rested. File looked up. You already got what you need from me. He cut off and frowned. Shael send you. Jessa shook her head. Shael's dead. A dark emotion flashed across his eyes. Disappointment. Anger. Then it was gone. How? He poisoned me, Arziran said, stepping past Jessa. Gave me something that suppresses my abilities. File sniffed. Explains why you're here. Does it? Jessa asked. File looked at her. Arziran thought he was sighted, but what if File had another ability as well? I don't know another way out of here, he said. They covered my head before they brought me down. And if the poison is the same as they give me, I don't know how long it will last. You can move. File frowned. You couldn't. Arziran shook his head. Maybe they give me a weaker dose. Just enough my sight don't work. Leaves me blind here in the dark. He shivered. Nothing but the rats to keep me company. That and other things. We need your help, Arziran said. We don't know how many are out there. File snorted. Too many to slip past, that's for damn sure. He looked at Jessa. I know Brutus thinks you're a skilled sneak, but this is beyond what even you can safely do. He shook his head. Best hide until Arziran can slide again. Then you can get out. We don't know how long that will be. And we aren't waiting until we're caught again. File shrugged again. Why you think I'd help? File shook his head. She's gone to me no matter what I do. Don't matter if I find Josen. You're giving up on her. She didn't bother to hide the disgust in her voice. Not giving up. Practical. You're in my line of work long enough, you learn when it is time to be practical. I know what is done to her. If she still lives, she's too far for me to find anyway. Jessa turned back to Arziran. She made no effort to disguise the anger flashing on her face. I thought we knew him better than this. I thought I knew Shael better, Arziran said. He hadn't suspected either Shael or File to betray them, but both had. Shael was a fool, File said. Always thinking about coin, never looking beyond that. Never could trust him. Seems to me you're no different from Shael, Aziran said. File leaned forward and gripped his legs. I like having coin, but that wasn't what motivated me. I always did what I could for my family. Except it wasn't enough. He shook his head. Not when the Elvryth got involved. Nothing I did could keep him safe, no matter what I tried. Jessa didn't look back at him. He's not the Elvryth. They're not the Elvryth. They're forgotten, and I'm beginning to think there was a good reason for it. She started to turn away before pausing. Doing nothing hurts them more than if you tried and failed. She moved past Aziran and into the hall. Aziran looked at File, wishing there was something he could say that would make him change his mind. Though he'd betrayed them, Aziran couldn't bring himself to hate File the way he did Shael. At least File had a reason for his betrayal, one Aziran may not agree with, but could understand. You should have told us, he said. Would it have mattered? Not now, it doesn't. But had you told us before, you know Bruceus would have done anything to help you. We're his family too. We would have been there for you. Aziran turned to follow Jessa out into the hall. They'd wasted enough time with File. File called after him. What do you know of family? Aziran hesitated at the door. When they learned about my ability, my own family stopped caring about me. They banished me. Bruceus took me in. He turned and looked back at File. He helped me understand what it means to have a family. And family is the reason I risked my. Chapter 30. Jessa stood between the shadows cast by the lanterns hanging on the walls. She tipped her head forward, though wasn't quite tall enough to brush the ceiling as she walked, not like Aziran. We've wasted too much time on him, she whispered. Aziran wondered. File wasn't like Shael. He hadn't wanted to betray them. Still think you can sneak us out? Still not able to slide? Aziran focused on a spot 2 steps in front of him and attempted a slide. It happened slowly, like moving through mud, and a foul odor filled his nose as he emerged, but he slid. Then he collapsed against the wall. He struggled to catch his breath. Hard. Works, but hard. Jessa bit her lip. Then we sneak. They made their way along the hall. When would the next guards come through? Had Shael sent him away as he came into Dos Aziran? It seemed unlikely. More likely he'd come ahead of the forgotten woman, the one he'd called Inna. They wouldn't have much more time before she came looking for him. And what about Jessa? She was supposed to be locked up as well. If one of her guards discovered she'd escaped, they'd come after her. Aziran paused at the door to the room where he'd been kept. Shael looked to have moved. The pool of blood smeared across the ground, different from when they'd been there. He lay more on his side. His split stomach heaved with each breath. Glassy eyes looked over at them. Shael opened his mouth as if to say something. Aziran didn't wait to hear what it was. He pushed the broken knife at Shael's head, catching him between the eyes hard enough to leave an imprint, then pulled it back to him. Jessa glanced at him before looking into the room and nodding. The effort of pushing on the Lorsith lessened, giving him hope that they might get away. They reached the stairs. The door atop the stairs was closed. Aziran grabbed Jessa's hand and held her from climbing. She frowned at him, but he ignored her. Instead, he focused on Lorsith. In the room above them, he sensed a knife, possibly one of Jessa's, and a crossbow bolt. Probably 2 guards, but there might be more. What is it? Jessa whispered. 2, I think. Can't tell if there are others. She nodded. You'll have to go first. Aziran slipped past her and climbed the stairs, careful with each step so they didn't creak under his weight. At the top, he paused to listen. Muted voices drifted through the door. Aziran listened but couldn't tell how Many were on the other side. Possibly more than 2. He'd have to be quick. He shifted his focus to the Lorsith in the room, holding an awareness of it in his mind. Then he pushed the door open. Finally come back from beating on him, the guard looked over, and his eyes widened. Aziran pushed the broken knife at him, striking him in the chest, then quickly pulled it back. Another guard jumped to his feet. He pulled a crossbow up with a swift motion. Aziran was faster, pushing on the bolt, sending it flipping up from the crossbow to sink into the man's shoulder. He cried out, but it was silenced as Aziran again pushed the broken knife, sending it directly at his head. That left the knife he'd sensed before entering. It was moving in the room. Aziran sensed the knife and gave it a slight push. Someone grunted. He turned in that direction. Near the fire pit a man crouched, working his way toward them. His eyes flashed a deep green. Aziran gave the knife another push, but the man vanished before it could do any damage. "Damn," he whispered. He hadn't expected someone able to slide. "Anyone else?" Jessa looked around the room. "No one I see. Just these 2. He shook his head. "A slider. Disappeared before I could turn his knife against him." Jessa clenched her jaw and nodded. "Time to move quickly. So much for sneaking." She breathed out a laugh. Not sure it was ever going to be about sneaking. He hurried to the wooden door on the other side of the room and leaned against it to listen. Not for voices, but for Lorsith. He heard nothing. Aziran pulled the broken knife back from the second guard. They needed to hold on to the few weapons they had. He grabbed the thick iron handle on the door and pulled. It opened slowly, and, thankfully, silently. The hall on the other side of the door was nearly dark. A single lantern hung far down the hallway, spilling only a small circle of light around it. The air smelled different, like wood shavings and dirt. "Where were they? Can you see anything?" Jessa leaned against him and peered down the hall. "Nothing. It turns at the end where that lantern is. Can't see anything beyond there." Aziran moved carefully as they started forward, but they needed to be quick as well. If the slider reported they'd escaped, others would come. How many before Aziran couldn't handle them all? As they reached the corner, she grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. Wind whistled past his face. Lorsith suddenly bloomed nearby. A knife, and one he'd made. The outline of a shadow appeared near the corner. It flickered briefly. Another slider, maybe the same one from the dining hall. He pulled on the knife and then pushed it at the shadow. It missed, sinking into the wall before it could hit. Jessa coughed and he spun. The shadow had her gripped around the neck, pulling her back. If they slid, he might have no way to find her. He pushed on the knife she held and sent it twisting around her. It caught the slider on the arm and he released her, crying out as he did. The broken knife came next, whistling toward the slider's head. But he missed. The person sliding too quickly for him to catch. Aziran pulled both weapons back to him. "We can't stay here," he said, pulling Jessa toward him. "I can't hit him, and I don't think it is the same person as before. How many can slide?" Aziran wished he knew. Aziran. The slider had reappeared. Aziran slipped the knife back into Jessa's hands. The slider might be sighted, leaving him at a disadvantage in the dark. At least Jessa could throw the knife. Aziran could always retrieve it. She sent it flying over his shoulder. He looked back to see the slider disappear. Aziran pulled the knife back to him. He wouldn't be able to keep him safe like this. Anywhere he could slide, the person could follow. But not everywhere. With a force of will, he pushed away all sense of Lorsith and listened for Heartstone alloy. He could anchor and draw them to safety. Aziran. The slider had returned. Aziran felt alloy and reached for it. He didn't know where this was. Not the palace. But it didn't matter as long as it wasn't here. The connection was weak at first, but grew stronger the longer he held onto it. Jessa jerked him down. Something whistled over his head. With Lorsith pushed away, he couldn't tell if that's what the attacker used. Arziran held onto the sense of the Heartstone alloy and pulled as he slid. At first, nothing happened. He felt a moment of fear. If a single slider had him nearly incapacitated, what would happen if another arrived? Could they follow him along a slide? What if the alloy didn't stop him either? Arziran threw everything he had into the slide. Hot air whispered past his face carrying the strange sweetly bitter. He took a deep breath and stood, unsteady as he did. They were in a wide room. Faint blue light gave enough for him to see by. Twin tables rested against each other in the center of the room. Walls were lined with shelves that had books stuffed onto them. The blue light came from a dimmed lantern hanging from a hook near the center of the room. A woman sat underneath the lantern in a plush chair, a book propped in her lap. Chapter 31. The woman turned and looked at him. Her eyes had the same bright green intensity and her face wore wrinkles from age, but her face had none of the soft affection Della always wore. She set the book down and looked at him. How did you get here? Arziran glanced around before his eyes settled on the woman again. He couldn't shake how much she looked like Della, but wasn't. Where are we? She frowned and looked from Arziran to Jessa. You don't know where you are. Arziran shook his head. He felt the Heartstone alloy that had pulled him here, but couldn't see it. Then how did you? Her eyes narrowed. You traveled here. It was a phrase he'd heard before, but Arziran couldn't place where. We were being attacked. The woman pushed off the chair and stood, then started toward them. She moved slowly but with a grace to her steps. She weaved around the tables until she stood before them, looking up at Arziran and over to Jessa. You should not be able to travel here. Arziran frowned and then listened for Lorsith. There was none around. He pushed the sense of the knife Jessa carried and the charm she wore to the back of his mind, clearing Lorsith from it. Then he listened. The sense of Heartstone alloy came from all around. It practically infused the walls, reminding him of the way the walls in Venass were infused with Lorsith. Something else hummed against him more strongly than the rest, but he couldn't see what it was. I'm sorry we came, he said. Arziran shifted, pushing Jessa behind him. The slide had taken much energy from him, but already he began to feel better. All he needed was to focus on Lorsith, and he could anchor well enough to slide them to safety, but with all the Heartstone around him, would he be able to find an anchor? The woman took a step toward him. She had a curious expression on her face. The set of her jaw made her appear almost angry. Silver hair twisted behind her head into a tight bun pinned with a long metal rod. Arziran frowned again. Even that was Heartstone. Tell me again how you managed to reach me here. He shook his head and stepped back. Something told him that he didn't dare turn his back on this woman. A mistake. I'm sorry. We'll be going. A mistake. The Great Watcher makes no He swallowed, and the words came out in a tumble. You're right. I slid. Traveled. Whatever you want to call it. It was a mistake. I anchored to the first thing I could sense. Arziran cut off his words, recognizing what happened. The woman pushed him. He pushed his barriers into place, infusing them not only with Lorsith but with the Heartstone. Always before, it had seemed that he pulled on the sense of Heartstone from somewhere, but this energy seemed to come from all around him. This woman had been subtle. As had been the case with Tom, Arziran hadn't even known she was pushing on his mind much longer, and he might have said anything to her. Already he'd probably said too much. Her mouth twisted in a hard smile. Who taught you that trick? He shook his head, unwilling to answer. Jessa moved behind him until they backed against one of the long tables. Arziran looked down at it before turning his attention back to the woman. She hadn't moved any closer. As small as she appeared, she exuded strength and control. This was a woman accustomed to getting what she wanted. You will tell me what I ask. Who are you? Her eyes narrowed, flashing a bright green. Arziran Larith. A smile parted her mouth. The smith who can slide. I have heard of you. She hadn't read him. With the barrier in place, he didn't think she could. But that didn't mean she couldn't read Jessa. And you are Jessa and Talon. Her face darkened. You should not have left your parents. Arziran looked over at Jessa. Her face had gone white. I see you have not told him everything. Interesting. He touched Jessa's arm. She jumped but didn't pull away. He hoped he could reassure her but wasn't sure he could without revealing too much to this woman. If you can read her, you know how I feel about her. Be careful what you say to me. The woman laughed. He has teeth. I had heard you were one to watch. Arziran steeled himself. He released his connection to the Heartstone and listened. For Lorsith. He felt a moment of surprise when he couldn't. The woman watched him. Very interesting. From what she shows me, you access the Lorsith fully. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Not just a smith then. Arziran checked to ensure his barrier was still in place. As far as he could tell it was, but how would this woman know what he had done? How do you know that? She turned and waved her hands around the room. You think all this curiosity? She laughed. You aren't the first to be able to access the ore, only the first I've met in many years. The woman fixed her gaze on him. As she studied him for a long moment, something changed about her face. Not just the Lorsith. That is how you managed to squeeze your way in here. She laughed and shook her head. When were you banished? He asked. The dark expression slipped over her eyes again and then was gone. You speak of exile as if you know of such things. You speak of me as if you know of me. She frowned at him before laughing again and turning away. See, teeth. I will find you interesting to observe. She took a seat in her chair. Arziran considered grabbing Jessa and sliding from the woman. His strength had mostly returned, the effects of the Slithka syrup finally worn off, and he would be able to get him safely away. But this was one of the forgotten, and different from those who'd attacked him. He could get answers. Why did Inner Elvryth attack me? Why were we attacked in Ilion? The woman looked up sharply. You should not have been attacked. That is, early. She stopped herself and smiled. Tell that to Inna. She dosed me with Slithka syrup. A cloud passed over the woman's face. Foolish girl. Thinking the only way to get what she wants is by force. And how do you think to get what you want? Arziran asked. Persuasion. You won't be able to compel me. No, I do not think I will. Jessa moved around him. The Lorsith knife they'd taken from the Forgotten pointed at Riran's chest. Her eyes were wide and her jaw worked as if she tried saying something. Arziran backed up a step. Release her, he said to the woman. A feral smile twisted her mouth. Tell me about your other ability. You can manipulate Heartstone. Jessa took a step toward him. The knife came close to his chest. Arziran didn't want to move too far from her and risk not being able to slide them to safety, but if she kept the knife where it was, he might not be able to reach her. Della might be able to clear what this woman did at least, he hoped she could. But what if she couldn't? What if the compelling held even when they were away from her? Release her, and I'll answer your questions. As long as you'll answer mine. The woman grinned in a wolfish flash of teeth. Fair enough. Jessa blinked and lowered the knife. I'm sorry, Arziran. I couldn't control what I was doing. It was like there was another mind inside me, making me. He pulled her to him and wrapped an arm around her. I know. And we'll make sure she didn't do anything permanent, he whispered. The woman pointed to a chair. Sit while we talk. That way, I'll know you won't travel from here. Arziran checked to ensure his barriers were in place and fortified with heartstone. She didn't know he could slide without moving. Perhaps she hadn't stolen that knowledge from Jessa. Or maybe Jessa didn't know. Arziran pushed a heavy, wooden chair toward. Not if he couldn't even sense Lorsith outside the walls. Heartstone might work and allow him to slip past it. Jessa stood beside him. She clutched the knife in her hand, holding it against her chest. One hand rested on his shoulder, gripping the fabric of his shirt tightly. If they needed to quickly slide, the connection made certain she came with him. "Where are we?" Arziran asked. "My question first." Arziran took a deep breath before answering. She might know if he didn't tell the truth. If she could freely access Jessa, if she could read her as well as she compelled her, then he risked angering her if he didn't speak the truth. But he didn't want to share everything with her, either. "I can hear Heartstone." The woman frowned. "Here." He nodded. "Lorsith has a call. A voice of sorts. Some who hear it call it a song." Arziran nodded. The boy from the mines had called it that. "It calls to me." The original smiths all heard Lorsith. They were chosen by the Great Watcher to work the metal. It is not surprising that you can hear it. Della had once said the same, but had never shared more than that with him. Yet you claim you can hear Heartstone. I have never known anyone with such a gift. Arziran again debated how much to share. She already knew he could hear Heartstone if he listened. It didn't matter what else he told her of it. Mostly the alloy. "I think it is the connection to Lorsith I sense." The woman leaned forward and placed her hands on her knees. Long fingers bore wrinkles from age. Her pale skin had blotches of brown in places. "But there is none of the alloy here." Arziran frowned and listened, trying to ignore the wild thumping of his heart. Hadn't he sensed the Heartstone alloy? He'd never sensed pure Heartstone before, though had never really tried. What he sensed in the walls did feel different from the alloy. And the pin, holding her hair up, was not really the alloy. Could he be sensing pure Heartstone? "You didn't know." He shook his head. "Always before it was the alloy. That was how I managed to forge it. It is said that only a rare smith can work an alloy of Lorsith, even when the smiths were revered. In your city, those who can are no longer smiths." It took a moment to realize what she was telling him. The alchemists. That meant they could hear Lorsith as well. "Who are you?" Arziran asked. The woman leaned back in her chair and crossed her hands over her chest. "Which of my titles would you like?" she asked. "For I have many. I am the eldest, the mother, the watcher, the leader, the exile, forgotten. What is your name?" "Ah, that is a different question." It didn't matter if he answered. The Forgotten had already seen what he could do with Lorsith, if Shael hadn't told him already. Likely, it was the reason Ina waited until they were seated and practically disarmed before attacking. "I suspect you already know the answer." She waited. "I can push on Lorsith. It listens to me." She frowned. "And obeys." Arziran had never really tried to explain how he pushed Lorsith, only that it worked. The metal followed his commands, but only Lorsith. He could pull on the alloy, but wasn't that the Lorsith in it that responded to him. He'd never really tried with Heartstone. He took the broken knife they'd taken from File and pushed on it. With barely any effort, it hovered in the air, spinning end over end before he let it drop. The woman watched the Lorsith until it fell back into Riren's hands. "I am Evelyn. Can you do the same with Heartstone?" Arziran shook his head. Her eyes flickered to Jessa's necklace. "The chain of Heartstone alloy. Try." He listened for the Heartstone. With it all around him, infusing the walls of the room, it was easy to do. Rather than focusing on Jessa's necklace, which was made of the alloy, he pulled on the pin holding the woman's hair. The response was different from that of the Lorsith. Lorsith moved immediately. Or not at all. This felt slippery, as if he couldn't fully grip the heartstone. And then it moved. It slid from her hair and across the distance to him. Aziran caught it. The pin was a dull grey and harder than the heartstone he used to make the alloy. That was soft enough he could imprint it with his thumb. This felt firmer, but still less solid than Lorsith. Lines twirled around the length of the pin, spiraling in a pattern that blurred his eyes. I will have that back now. He looked up at Evelyn. Her face was an unreadable mask, but emotion split it enough for him to see the concern she wore. The corners of her eyes wrinkled slightly. Aziran pushed on the strange pin. Again it felt slippery, as if he couldn't get a good grip. He had the distinct sense that he wouldn't have the same control with it as he had with Lorsith, that if he squeezed too hard, the heartstone would slip away from him in a direction he didn't intend. With a cautious push, it crossed to Evelyn. She pinched it carefully and rolled it in her hands, running her eyes along the length of it before slipping it back into her hair. It seems you can control heartstone as well. It makes you dangerous. Others will wish to know how you manage. She looked to Jessa and her eyes narrowed. And it seems they already know of your ability. Venass. The scholars wish to learn as well, he admitted. She sniffed. Scholars. Is that what you think of them? What are they, then? She shook her head. You called me a name when you first saw me. What was it? Aziran hesitated. She'd already heard him say it, so why would she ask? You look like someone else I know. A woman in a liaun. She tilted her head, waiting. Aziran took a breath. I thought you were a woman I know as Della. Evelyn nodded slowly. Could she really think she's found the blood of the Smith? She said to herself. She fixed Aziran with an appraising eye. He felt a momentary assault on the barriers in his mind, but they held. With Heartstone, he made certain that they held. That is what I thought I heard. It is a name I haven't heard for many years. You know her. That is your question. Aziran had dozens of questions, but it was the one he suddenly wanted the answer to. Yes. Very well. I knew her. I no longer claim that I do. How? She shook her head. Why did you come here? I came looking for Shael. Shael. She frowned. He is the smuggler. Why would you risk coming here? For the smuggler. That is my business, but I wanted answers. Then you will get no more answers from me. Aziran glanced over at Jessa. She shrugged. Shael asked something of me once. I wanted to know why. And he had thought that the exiled Elvrith and Venass were connected, but he saw that wasn't the case. The exiles would not prevent Venass from summoning him again. That is all. He ignored her follow-up question. What did Inna want? Aziran asked. Evelyn laughed. You're learning, she said, touching her hair where the heartstone pin rested. She wants the same as most. To return. What did Shael ask of you? That's not what Inna wants, Aziran said. She wants into the palace. Why? What did Shael ask of you? She said again. Aziran considered pushing, but he wanted to know why Inna wanted into the palace. He wanted me to forge something for him. What is within the palace? Memories, she said. What did this Shael ask you to forge? Some kind of device. What are the memories that Inna wants? Evelyn hesitated. I think we are finished with our questions. Aziran shook his head. No, I don't think we are. What is it that she wants? It is time for you to leave. If you traveled here, you may travel away again. Do not return. Wait, why won't you answer? She looked at him. Ask Della. Della, why would she know the answer? Evelyn pushed up from the chair and started away from him. She reached the far wall and pushed open a hidden door, disappearing from the room without saying anything else. Chapter 32. Aziran looked at Jessa. We should leave. Can you get us back out? Aziran listened for Lorsith but couldn't hear anything to anchor to. Even Heartstone alloy was blocked, only the walls of Heartstone surrounding him pressing on his awareness. With enough time, he might be able to push past it, but he didn't want to remain here any longer than was needed. Not after what Inna had tried. Not this way. Then we go through the door. Once we're past the Heartstone, I can try sliding. For the first time since they became close, he hesitated, explaining more and telling her how the Heartstone interfered with his abilities. He'd probably told her before, but if Evelyn could use her against him, could compel her as easily as she'd seemed, then she could read her. It put 'em both at risk. Jessa frowned at him a moment before nodding. Arziran almost explained more but did not. Jessa started toward the door where Evelyn had just left. As they reached the wall, he looked back and considered the wall of shelves all around them. A library, but one unlike he'd ever seen before, one that exuded formality and wealth. Could the Forgotten have a palace the same as the Elvreith? If that was the case, were the cells where File had been held in the same building or different? And why would they want to return to Ilion? Arziran. Jessa held one hand on the door. Once they were through the door, he would try sliding them again. He shook off the questions and stepped into the hall. Massive walls stretched on either side of them. Pale white marble reached high overhead, arching with a smooth grace unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Deep etchings worked into the stone in various carvings. Light spilled through colored glass overhead, leaving the carvings on the wall awash with color. A few lanterns hung from high overhead, glowing with a steady blue light. Arziran had never seen anything so beautiful. Jessa pulled on his arm. "Can you slide?" He blinked and released his connection to the Heartstone. The sense faded, but not before he felt where Evelyn had gone, how she made her way far down the hall. He considered pulling on the Heartstone pin and dragging it back to him, but doing so would likely anger her. What would she do to him, to Jessa, if he tried? It nearly overwhelmed him. Most was unshaped, massive amounts that reminded him of Ilfison. Others had distinct shapes. If he listened long enough, the Lorsith promised to tell him all about what it could become. Arziran. "It's everywhere," he whispered. She frowned. "What is Lorsith?" "It's in the walls, in the windows, in everything here." Jessa shook her head. "Why? I don't know. But I think Evelyn does." Jessa gave him a dangerous look. "You can't go after her. You saw what she did to me. I had no control over myself. If she'd wanted, I would have stabbed you with that knife. You would never have stabbed me." Jessa sighed. "I don't know that I could have stopped her. I would have pushed the knife out of your hands," Arziran added. Jessa turned to face him and punched him on the shoulder. He shrugged. "Then I would have dragged you from here and back to Della too. Fix your mind. I have a few other suggestions for fixes she could make while she's working." She looked as if she might punch him again. "Can we go?" Arziran nodded. "It will be easier if we can get outside these walls. The Lorsith interferes with my connection to the smithy." It didn't, not entirely, but he wanted to see more of the Forgotten Palace before they left. Now that he sensed Lorsith, he had no fear of sliding. It would be as easy as anchoring to anything. Jessa took his hand. He slid them down the hall, emerging at the far end, thankful that his ability had returned. The walls towered over them, still the same white gleaming stone. The carvings in the wall were different here, and the colored glass overhead made of a pale blue rather than orange. The hall ended in a steep stairway leading both up and down. "Which way?" he asked. She looked back. "I don't know. Should we go down?" He held her hand and slid. They emerged on a massive stair landing. Polished stone gleamed under his feet. The stairs continued down. Arziran slid again. Each slide took him farther and farther down. the light streaming through. The colored glass high overhead began to fade, leaving them with only the glowing blue Elvrith lanterns hanging over their heads. And then they emerged onto a wide landing. A massive arched metal door, pure Lorsith, he noted, just like in Venass, was closed in front of them. Shadowed halls led away from the stairs in both directions. The lanterns down those halls were dim, the blue light barely visible. "Have you noticed?" Jessa asked. "Noticed what?" "There's no one safety. Not after what happened when they were trying to escape after being held captive. We didn't find out where we are. Where the Forgotten are hiding. That's what you wanted to know. Is that why you don't just slide us out of here?" "Part of it," he admitted. Jessa turned to him and pulled him close to her, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You're keeping things from me." He swallowed. This close, her breasts pressed against his chest and he felt her heart beating. He could no more lie to her than he could slide from the library upstairs. "What if they use what you know against us?" She laughed softly and kissed his cheek. "I have faith in you, Aziran. Even if they know what we know, they can't do what you can do. It's why they want to capture you. Why Venass wants to study you. The Great Watcher has given you a great gift." He hugged her tightly and nodded. "Can we go home?" Aziran sighed. "We need to talk to Della. She needs to know what happened here. And I have a question for her." Jessa pulled away, letting her arms slip apart as she ran her hands down his arms. "I don't trust anything that woman said to us." "I don't, either. But she knew Della, and we need to know why." Jessa frowned. "Why would you believe what Evelyn said? Della has only wanted to help us. That's all she's ever done. The Forgotten want into the palace. Venass wants to know how I can slide past the alloy. That's the only connection, isn't it? They want something there. Does it matter?" she asked. "Knowing can keep us safe. It's the not knowing that's dangerous. Right now, it feels like we're always getting chased, always a step behind and always in danger. If we know what they're after, maybe there will be something we can do to keep ourselves safe." Jessa kissed his cheek. "That's what I love about you. Always thinking you'll find safety. You don't." Jessa shrugged. "I've seen enough of the world to know safety is fleeting." As she said it, steps echoed toward them, the first sound they'd heard since leaving the library. Jessa looked up at him and smiled. "See." Aziran slid them just past the doors, leaving the Forgotten Palace. They emerged in darkness. The air had a familiar bitter scent of unmined Lorsith. Jessa pressed against him. "Why did you take us to Ilfisen?" He shook his head. "I didn't. I meant to slide us just past the doors." He turned, listening to Lorsith around him. It created a sort of map within his mind, painting the image of time. Could his slide have been altered? That was what interfered, the reason. Sliding was so dangerous for the Forgotten, but Aziran had never worried about sliding outside of Ilion. Did he need to fear where he'd emerge? He hadn't anchored his slide. Could that be the difference? "This looks like when you took me to Ilfisen. Like when he took me to Ilfisen." Aziran tried listening to the Lorsith. Could they be in another mine, one he hadn't come across while working in Ilfisen? As massive as the mountain was, it seemed possible. But how would the Forgotten Palace hide here as well, this close to Ilfisen? Unless his slide had been altered. It was the only explanation that made sense. "I told you how Della influenced my slide. How she pulled me toward her." "You did. Said she could sense when you were sliding, sort of how I can see it, the slight shimmering as you begin your slide. What if someone pulled us here? Or pushed? I guess. Why here? Why would they bring you to Ilfisen, unless it is only to show you that they can? But I already know my sliding can be influenced. That's the reason the Forgotten fear sliding too." "Yes, but who is influencing it?" Della didn't seem to think there were many with that ability. Does it happen when you? She paused, searching for the word when you anchor. He shook his head. Not then. Maybe this is another mine. Someplace other than Ilfisen. If that were the case, then why would Josen have gone to such effort to mine Lorsith from Ilfisen and sneak it from the palace? Can you slide us from here? Can you find another anchor with all this Lorsith around? Aziran took a deep breath and listened. The Lorsith called to him, some asking for him to pull it from the walls around him, others seeming to tell him what the nugget could become, as if bargaining with him. Aziran pushed it away, ignoring the sense of the unshaped Lorsith. With as much as he sensed around him, it was difficult to do. This was not the same as Ilfisen. Where are we? He muttered. Jessa gripped his hand, tensing. Not Ilfisen then. He shook his head. Within the mines, I can sense other Lorsith. This is different. How? I don't know. But it is not Ilfisen. But where had he ended up? And how could this place have as much Lorsith as in Ilfisen? Did the Forgotten have their own mines? Why would they have needed what Jose? Without knowing where he was, he hesitated, sliding blindly. Likely, he could get him back to Ilion. He knew it well enough that he could slide there without an anchor, but what if someone influenced his slide again? What if the next time, they ended up back with Inna? Or in Venass? No, he needed an anchor to slide him safely. With it, he didn't think he had to fear outside influence on his slide. But how to reach an anchor with all this Lorsith filtering his ability to sense one? He'd need to use a different type of anchor. The alloy. As he'd used the Lorsith forged sword before, could he use the Heartstone alloy forged sword as an anchor as well? If he could sense it, he could get him back to Ilion, and finally back to his smithy. He pushed away the sense of Lorsith he felt all around him, focusing on his breathing. When he had control of the Lorsith, when it was pressed into a corner of his mind, he listened for the Heartstone alloy. Not pure Heartstone. That he could sense it like he sensed Lorsith still surprised him. He had none of the same connection to Heartstone, not as he had with Lorsith. Except, he had been working with it more often. As he'd folded the Heartstone into the alloy, he'd worked it. How was that any different from how he first worked with Lorsith, slowly growing his connection to it? The alloy in Jessa's necklace called to him first. He pushed it away and listened. For long moments, there was nothing. Silence. Aziran wondered if it would even work or if they would be forced to slide blindly through the mines searching for a way out. Then he felt a distant thrumming on his senses, like a pinprick of light burning in his mind. Could this be his sword? Aziran grabbed onto it and pulled it toward him. As he felt himself slide, he realized he might have made a mistake. What if the alloy he felt was from the floating palace? Chapter 33. Sliding with the connection to the Heartstone alloy was different from his usual sliding. That was a blur of motion and colors and a hint of Lorsith. With the alloy, movement seemed slower. The colors more vivid. The sense around him different. Aziran didn't know why that would be. They emerged from the slide into shadows. He tensed, releasing his connection to the alloy and listening for Lorsith as he readied the broken knife. Lorsith bloomed around him, but different than it had within the mines. Unshaped Lorsith stacked together. A row of forgings, all done by him, were nearby. They were back in his smithy. Jessa let out a shaky breath and let go of his hand. That was different. The slide. What did you do that time? He looked around, his eyes slowly adjusting. Using what he felt of the Lorsith as markers for him, he made his way toward his bench and fumbled until he found the Elvrith lantern. Flipping it open, blue light spilled around them. Aziran shifted a pair of boards in the floor and lifted the Heartstone forged sword out from where he'd hidden it. I used this as an anchor. He carried the sword to Jessa. She took it carefully and twisted it. This isn't the one you made before. This is different. The color is wrong and the metal feels, she frowned, turning the sword, slippery and warm. She looked up at him and handed it back to him. Why would you make another sword? Arziran wasn't sure how to explain the reason that he'd felt compelled to do it. He had wanted to see why Joseon wanted the sword, to learn what the Heartstone blade might do, but now, when he put the swords together, they had a strange connection, like they were paired, meant to exist together. He didn't have an explanation for why that should be. He took the sword from Jessa and slipped it back into place beneath the boards. Hidden alongside the sword were 4 cubes of Heartstone, each large enough to mix into a large nugget of Lorsith for the alloy. Once, he'd thought the Heartstone he had precious, that the metal was rare. What he'd seen in the Forgotten Palace made him wonder if that was true. A tapping at the door startled him. Jessa looked over and jumped to her feet. She grabbed a pair of knives off the bench and turned to the door. Who would bother until we searched for him? And Hearn finds us when he wants to, she whispered. I'll check. Be careful. He smiled but nodded in agreement, pulling 3 of his small blades from the bench to him and pocketing them. After what happened with the Forgotten, he didn't want to be caught unprepared again. Arziran slid, emerging atop the roof of his smithy. Moonlight shimmered around him, filtering through thick clouds. The air felt heavy and damp, smelling of rain. Waves crashed against the shore, the sound carrying well. Gulls cawed as they circled. A cat yowled somewhere nearby, a single cry. Arziran shivered. He crept forward, using the slope of his roof as cover. The thick tiles were damp, and he had to move carefully so he didn't tumble off. Arziran didn't dare slide to the edge, not certain whether he would emerge safely. When he reached a point where he could look down, the alley below was empty. Arziran frowned. There had been tapping on the door. He looked up the alley. Most of the buildings were abandoned, no one but squatters living in them anymore. That was the reason the smithy remained hidden. Nobody would report the sounds of his work to the constables for fear of being discovered themselves. The moonlight didn't reach far enough for him to see well. Water pooled along the alley where the cobbles were pulled up. Shadows stretched outward, growing thicker the farther away from the smithy they went. Something moved below, small and slipping between the shadows. Likely the cat he'd heard. But he saw no sign of whoever tapped on the door. He should have brought Jessa. At least her sight would have penetrated the darkness. Crawling back up the slope roof, he slid back into the smithy. But emerged in Della's house. He blinked. Fire crackled warmly in the hearth. Mint tea steeped in a steaming pot. Della sat in her chair facing the fire, a striped scarf wrapped around her shoulders and a cup of tea held between both hands. She looked up, unsurprised at his appearance. Sit, Arziran. I've got tea for you. Arziran shook his head. Why did you pull me here? She smiled. Brutus has already gone to fetch Jessa, so you needn't worry for her. You and I need a few moments to speak. You knew I'd returned. She tipped her head toward her cup and inhaled deeply. I knew you'd returned. I knew when you left. I felt it each time you slid while you were away. You can feel me sliding from a distance. She nodded toward the empty chair. Arziran sighed. Can you feel Lorsith from a distance? Della asked. She handed him a pale white mug. It had a slight crack along the side, but it still held. Usually. Unless something blocks me. Such as Heartstone. He frowned. Heartstone doesn't block me, not anymore, but sometimes, I need to have something to anchor. When I was in Venass, the walls were infused with Lorsith. This is what made it difficult to sense other Lorsith. Infused. He shook his head, trying to come up with a better word. He hadn't explained to Della what he'd experienced while in Venass. It was like Lawsith was worked into the rock itself, but that isn't how Lawsith is found in the mines. There, it is only in lump form. Della took another sip of her tea. Could you tell where we were? She shook her head. That's not how it works. I can sense the changes from. You're sliding, but not where it takes you. Then how do you influence it? How did you pull me here? She set her tea down. It is imprecise, at least for me. I can draw you to me. But beyond that, my control is limited. She shifted the shawl around her shoulders. Did you find what you sought? We found Shael. We found the forgotten. Her brow furrowed. Dangerous times if they've chosen to reveal themselves. What happened to you? I didn't want to hurt him. He was poisoning me. Using Slithka syrup on me. Della turned slowly to face him. Are you certain that's what he called it? He nodded. The Forgotten were trying to incapacitate me, to break down my defenses so they could read me. They wanted to learn how I was able to reach the palace. How you could slide past the barrier. Yes. And did you tell them? Arziran wrung his hands together and looked over to the fire. I don't know what I told them while the Slithka syrup worked through my system. There was one woman, a reader, who might have learned everything in my mind while I was incapacitated. Della shook her head. A foul thing to do, especially to one like us. Few know how to make Slithka syrup. And a good thing. Low doses pull you away from your connection to the Great Watcher. Higher doses I couldn't talk or move. I couldn't slide. He shivered, thinking of how helpless he'd been. Had Jessa not come for him, he didn't know what would have happened. As I said, a foul thing. And to use it to read you while under its effects. She shook her head. I'm not sure how well they were able to read me. I could still sense Lawsith. You were able to shroud your thoughts. Arziran noted she used the same term as Bruce's for blocking his mind. I don't. No. I infuse my barrier with Lawsith to strengthen it. The twitch of a smile told him she knew he also used Heartstone. There's that word again. Do you know how you do it? He shook his head. It doesn't feel any different than when I pull on Lawsith to move it. Della watched him for a moment and then took another sip of her tea. Shael injected me with the syrup. I think he waited too long between injections. I was able to use my Lawsith knives. Della closed her eyes and sighed. You had no other choice, Arziran. Shael chose a dark path, one that carried with it many risks. Perhaps darker than you even realize. I still regret what I did. She opened her eyes and looked into the fire. You wouldn't be you if you didn't. Arziran took a sip of the mint tea. A wave of warmth washed through him. There was another person we met. She sighed and turned, meeting his eyes. That is why I called you here. Arziran gripped the cup tightly. Had Della read him, even with his barriers in place. You know Evelyn. Della nodded. I knew her many years ago. Who is she? Della turned back to the fire. I don't know what she considers herself these days. She always had an inflated view of what the Great Watcher had in mind for her, but always wanted to put herself before others. That is why she was exiled. How did you know her? She didn't tell you. Arziran shook his head. She said you were the reason she was exiled. That is partly true. Then who? He didn't get the chance to finish. The door to Della's home opened and Jessa rushed in, hurrying over to him. Bruce's followed after and closed the door behind her. Are you? I'm fine. Della wanted to remind me that my sliding wasn't always safe. We already knew that from what happened when we slid from the palace. Della frowned at him. You returned to the palace. Bruce leaned against the wall. Since his poisoning, he hadn't seemed entirely the same. A weariness worked across his face as if he still hadn't shaken the effects of what happened. One hand fingered the cloth of his pants, twisting it around the ring he wore. I thought you went to find Shael. Arziran looked up at Bruce's and nodded. We did. And we found the forgotten. Bruce's hand stopped moving. You found them. Where are they? Asador probably. But more than that, I don't know. And Arziran wasn't about to go search. Excuse me. Arziran glanced at Jessa. You didn't tell him. She shrugged. Thought we'd tell him together. Arziran laughed softly. When we were escaping, I grabbed onto the one thing I could sense. It took us to this palace. Like the floating palace, only different. Della sighed. And that is where you met Evelyn. He nodded. You said you knew her, but how? Who is she? Della took a sip of her tea. Evelyn is my sister. Arziran nearly dropped his tea. Your sister. But he reminded himself that the resemblance between them had been enough that he'd confused Evelyn with Della when he first saw her. She said you were responsible for her exile. Jessa said. As I said, partly true. How? Arziran didn't ask about how it meant Della was Elvrith or why she no longer lived in the palace. Those were questions for another time. As I imagine you learned, she is not without abilities of her own. Arziran nodded, remembering how she compelled Jessa to nearly attack him. Jessa touched his shoulder and looked straight ahead. I was able to block her from compelling me, Arziran said. Della smiled. I wonder how she handled that. Jessa's face darkened. She twisted my mind so that I nearly attacked him. Della nodded toward Arziran. If you were able to keep her from reading and compelling you, your friends become your weakness. Arziran swallowed. That was what he'd feared, the reason he hadn't wanted to share with Jessa his plan. But it left him feeling empty. But your friends are also your strength. That is something I am not certain. She understands. He looked up to Jessa and took her hand. It felt like someone else was in my head, Jessa said. For that type of influence, you need to exert more direct control. It is never subtle, Bruce's said. Is that what you do? Arziran asked. Bruce's eyes flashed a bright green. I have never compelled you. I have only made suggestions. How is that different? Trust that it is. Jessa nodded. What Bruce's does is nothing like what she did to my mind. Would Jessa know if she were being compelled again? Arziran asked. Della shook her head. It depends on how strongly Evelyn chooses to influence. If it is only a subtle influence, you might never know. That's why she was exiled. Jessa knelt next to Riran's chair, keeping close to him. Della nodded. She used her abilities to compel another of the family, a young man she desired. The family. Della had practically admitted she was elf. She is not the only one with skill, Della said. She sighed. When I tore her from his mind, it was nearly too late. Little could be done to help. I don't understand. Pray to the Great Watcher that you never have to understand, Arziran. When I knew Evelyn, she did not have the control I suspect she now does over her abilities. She delved deeply, too deeply, into his mind, forcing him into an action that was anathema to who he was. With such force, she destroyed his mind. Arziran shivered thinking of what could have happened to Jessa. Had Evelyn tried forcing her to attack him, would that have been enough to tear apart her mind? Would she have tried to fight, only to end up changed? She said you know what they're trying to find. Della frowned. And you believed her. Arziran thought about how angry Evelyn had become when he asked. It was. When the questions had stopped. I had no reason not to believe her. Della looked at him and took another sip of her tea. Della. Bruce's pushed off the wall and took a step toward her. What do they want? Arziran answered for her. Both the Forgotten and Venass are interested in knowing how I can slide past Heartstone alloy. They hadn't asked him the same way, but that had been the purpose. Other than the barrier Arziran created around his smithy, there was only one place with enough alloy to make sliding difficult. What do they want in the palace? Della glanced at Brutus before turning to regard Arziran with a weary gaze. There are many things the Elvryth hide, Arziran. But there is only one thing both Venass and the Forgotten would both seek. And it is something they cannot be allowed to have. Della. Brutus asked. No, Brutus. This is not my secret to share. There are things in this world greater than me. I've never hidden the fact that I don't trust those in the palace, but they serve a purpose. What purpose? Knowing will only draw you deeper, she said to Arziran. That is my fear. As one with the blood of the Watcher, you are at greatest risk. Brutus frowned. I don't understand. And you should not. And not knowing. Brutus asked. What does that do to us? She didn't answer. Instead, she turned away from them, and sipped at her tea. Arziran couldn't shake the frustration he felt at Della not sharing with them. After everything they had been through, everything that it seemed the Forgotten and the scholars had got. Chapter 34. Arziran stood by the rocks overlooking the shore. Jessa stood next to him, staring at the sunrise. For long moments, neither spoke. He had been thinking about what to do ever since leaving Della, and kept coming back to the same answer. It was the only thing that would bring him any sense of closure, any sense of understanding, but it was something that could be avoided if only Della were willing to share. I need to go into the palace again, he finally said. Jessa shook her head. No, that's not the answer. You heard what Della said. Della said that the Elvryth hold secrets. We already knew that. But she won't share what those secrets might be. Arziran, if you go there, if you do that. But I'm the only one who can. Della won't tell us what they want, and we can't be safe without knowing. As much as he tried, he hadn't been able to convince Della to share what might be hidden in the palace or learn why she might hide it from them. If there was something there that could help them, why wouldn't she share with them? And then what? Jessa asked. What do you think you can do? They won't stop. Not until they find out how to enter the palace. And here. He had thought the key had been the warehouse and what had been stored within it. Instead, he had been the reason the Forgotten began moving. The reason Venass wanted him. And they all wanted a way into the palace. Even mentioning it made him anxious, but more than that, he had the urge to get moving. To begin, once he knew what everyone wanted, he might finally be in a position to stay ahead of them. Maybe then they could be safe. Could he really slide into the palace? The alloy didn't stop him as it once had. And he wouldn't need an anchor to get in and back out. With all the time he'd spent sliding, he didn't think such short slides would even require much energy. Then there was the added benefit that he'd already sensed some of his forgings within the palace. He could use them, anchor to them, and reach any place in the palace as easily as sliding into his smithy. The only problem he had was that once he was there, he had no idea what he was looking for. He suspected that whatever the Elvryth kept would be hidden deep within the palace. Getting there meant risking exposing himself. Doing so would put him in more danger, but wasn't he already in danger? Simply being in Ilion put him in danger. For too long, he'd blamed Brutus for what had happened to him. The more he thought about everything, the more he realized his choices had led him here. It had been his choice to leave the mines. He likely would have died had he but leaving set off this chain of events. It had been his choice to go searching through the warehouse when he learned of the Heartstone. That led him to File's ship and to the alchemists. And it had been his choice to go after Jessa. Knowing what he did now, he would not change any of them. He could do nothing and wait, but already he'd been sought out. First by Venass. And the Forgotten knew about him now too. Who would search for him next? The Palace Elvryth. The alchemists. Or someone else. At least in making a decision, he still had a choice. Jessa had been watching him, and she took his hand, squeezing gently. You don't have to do this, Aziran. And if I don't, who do I have to fear next? Where can we hide? Once he would have thought that leaving the city would keep them safe, but it seemed that only put them in more danger. At least here they had friends. They knew the city. Outside there were the exiled Elvrith and Venass. How could he keep them safe from both? There's always something that will happen. Fearing what will come does nothing to change it. You just need to trust the Great Watcher knows what is doing. And if not, Jessa shook her head. You can't think like that. When have I ever had reason to think otherwise? You think you suffer such hardship that others don't know what it is like to suffer. I'm sorry. I know that you've been through a lot. No more than you. Mine is different. Had Hearn not brought me back to Aleon, I don't know what would have happened. I've heard the stories, though. I know how they use women outside of Aleon. For that, I thank him. What does this have to do with the Forgotten? With Venass. Only that we all have suffered, and we've survived. We'll survive this too. Aziran thought of the helpless way he'd felt when he'd been in Venass. He'd felt it again with the Forgotten. He'd felt it his entire life, from the moment his father learned of his ability. He was ready to no longer feel that way. I need to know, he said softly. And what will that change? Aziran shook his head. Maybe nothing. Or maybe it begins to give us answers. Leverage, so that we might understand why everyone has been trying to use me. Isn't that worth it? Jessa took his hands and sighed. For a moment, she said nothing. Just you. You're not going to leave me behind on this. You can try, but I've already shown you I know when you're going to slide. Chapter 35. They stood in shadows near the palace wall. A cool breeze gusted from the north, carrying the hint of Lorsith with it. He wondered if he was the only one who noticed it. The wind rustled against the dark grey clothes he wore, so similar to what he'd once worn while working in the mines. These were different enough that they couldn't be confused for them. Bruceus had made certain of that. The embroidery running down the sleeves was far too rich for the mines. The shirt covered the leather wrap around his waist where he'd fitted a half-dozen of his slender knives. They were all placed so they could be easily pushed away from him. Aziran felt a certain reassurance with their presence. Jessa stood next to him. A blood-red flower tucked into the charm hanging over the deep brown shirt that clung to her chest. She caught him looking and smiled, nudging him with an elbow. Tonight, she wore a thin leather belt with loops for the pair of Lorsith knives she carried. The Lorsith lockpick set was tucked into one of her pockets. I still think this is stupid, Jessa whispered. The wall loomed in front of them. They'd walked from the smithy rather than sliding. Emerging from a slide so close to the palace might draw attention and neither of them had wanted to risk it. Aziran snorted softly. Probably. Do you have any other ideas? She fixed him with a hard stare. None. Once we find out why they want to break into the palace, we can prepare for what they plan. Don't you think that's worth it? But if you break into the palace, and if whatever we find there is well protected and we still fail to reach it, how does that help us with the Forgotten? With Venass. Aziran sighed. Then we'll know that I can't help them. That's worth something, as well, don't you think? And if we get caught? If they were caught, Aziran suspected the worst that would happen to them would be that they'd be exiled. Forgotten. No longer did he fear that as he once had. We'll just have to make sure we're not caught. Do Bruceus and the others know you plan to do this tonight? Aziran shook his head. Bruceus can't know or he'd try to come. He's still too weak from the poisoning. What Aziran hadn't said was that there wasn't anything Bruceus could do to help anyway. And Aziran didn't want the strain of trying to slide more than himself and what about Hearn? Aziran spun. The scarred man stood leaning against one of the earth trees that grew only near the palace. He had a long knife in his hand and used it to pick at his nails. He studied Aziran with an amused expression that didn't quite reach his eyes. How had he sneaked up on them? Aziran flicked his eyes to the knife. Not Lorsith, though after their experience. Prior to the last time Aziran slid into the palace, he didn't really expect Hearn to carry any of his knives unless he wanted Aziran to know he was there. Hearn, Aziran started, but didn't know what else to say to him. How would he explain that he hadn't planned to tell him what he wanted to do? Hearn shook his head. Don't, Aziran. That's not why I'm here. Aziran frowned. Then why are you here? Hearn laughed softly. Just because you don't tell me what you're planning. Don't mean I can't see it. I thought you couldn't see anything when it came to me. Hearn's brow wrinkled, twisting the long scar across his face. And I still can't. He pointed his knife at Jessa. But I've known that one too long not to look after her. You might be able to protect her, too, but that don't change the fact that I watch after her. Jessa took a step toward Hearn. What do you see when you look? Hearn flickered his eyes from Jessa to Aziran. That you'll need help. You don't want to stop me? Aziran asked. Hearn flicked the knife, and it disappeared so quickly, Aziran almost hadn't seen it happen. Not sure I could if I wanted to. He shook his head. Your gifts make you dangerous, Aziran, but you got a good heart. That much I've seen. I trust you'll do what's right. And if this is the only way to find out what the exiles and Venass want, then I think we need to do it. This is just for information. I'm not going to steal from the Elvryth, he said. Hearn grunted. Wouldn't help you if you did. Aziran frowned. Why is that? Hearn nodded to where the palace loomed over them. This close, it no longer looked as if it floated like it did in Lower Town. Here, it jutted out from the rock the city was built upon, rising high overhead. A few lanterns glowed in windows, pale blue light shining. Hearthstone lanterns, what he used to call Elvryth light, though Aziran still hadn't learned the trick of making them. Is it any better for us to have whatever's stored there? He asked. If it is so valuable that the exiles and Venass want it, do you think we can keep it safe? Do you know what the Elvryth hide? Jessa asked. Hearn fixed her with a hard expression, his lips pressed tightly and his eyes tightening. The one curse of my sight. I see the potential of what's in there. And the dangers. That's why you came. You thought we were going to take it. I said that I wasn't. Then what? Far as I know, the Elvryth have protected this power for hundreds of years. At least since our people left the AISL. But they do, others with visions as strong, or stronger, than mine. While the Elvryth know how to protect it, I'm not so sure we do. He fixed Aziran with a hard stare. Were you to take it from the palace, you think you can keep it from the Forgotten? From Venass? From any other thief who might think to sneak into wherever you end up storing it? He snorted. Least the Elvryth have kept it safe all this time. They both want to use me, he told Hearn. Venass and the Forgotten. I need to know why. See if there's anything that we can learn from it. I'm doing this for information only. Hearn nodded. You're different. Don't know what it means, but your abilities, the combination of your gifts, is different from anything else I've ever heard of. Makes you strong. And, like I said, dangerous. That's why they want you. He grunted softly and finally stepped away from the tree. Not sure Josen Elvryth knew that when he first thought to involve you in his plans. When you didn't kill him then he must have decided he'd use you in a different way. Aziran shook his head. He only wanted a sword. Hearn grunted again. Why do you think he wanted a sword? Aziran hadn't discovered that answer yet. I don't know. Hearn studied Aziran. No, I see you don't. You see or you see. Hearn shrugged. Told you. I don't see anything with you. Arziran looked at the palace wall. Standing and talking to Hern didn't get them any closer to what he wanted, and needed, to do. I don't think I can slide all of us around the palace, he told Hern. A dark smile twisted his mouth. Don't need you to take me. Can you get me past the wall? Arziran nodded. That's all I need. What if you get caught? Hern laughed softly. I won't get caught. Besides, you need someone to draw the Elvryth away. That's why I'm here. Jessa sucked in a breath. Hern. He fixed her with his hard gaze. The light from the moon and nearby lanterns made the scar on his face seem to stretch. Haven't you seen me get out of worse? He asked. Let Arziran and me do this. You don't need to put yourself in danger. We're all in danger now. Doing this don't change that. He looked at Arziran and waited. Arziran took Jessa's hand and grabbed Hern by the sleeve. Then he slid. They emerged on top of the wall. The wall here was nearly 2 feet wide, but Hern wobbled. Arziran held him tightly. Hern's face had gone white and his jaw clenched. The palace loomed larger now, the darkened ground sweeping out below them. The last time Arziran had been here, he'd almost lost Jessa. That time, he'd come thinking he might need to harm the elf. You've never slid with him, have you? Only once. Didn't like it then, either. You were barely awake. Had I not slid you out of there, you would have been captured by the alchemists. Hern nodded once. Didn't say it wasn't necessary. Only that I didn't like it. He turned, shifting his weight so he crouched near a pool of shadows atop the wall. He scanned the palace grounds quickly. Looks like a pair of guards, he said. Jessa nodded. Same as the last time. Hern frowned. Same. She nodded. He grunted softly. Then we're missing something. Elvryth are nothing if not careful. Not smart to go jumping in somewhere without having a better idea of what they've changed. I don't plan to walk across the yard. Arziran stared at the dark building near the center of the palace lawn that he knew to be made almost entirely of Lorsith. The last time they'd come, he'd used one of his knives to gain access. Would he be able to slide this time? And then what? Hern asked. You plan to walk through the palace. You aren't dressed well enough to go unnoticed. That's why he brought me. Jessa crouched next to him and watched Hern. You think me incapable of such a sneak? You're incredibly skilled. But where you're going, they know how to sniff out sneaks. Riran's ability masks him somehow. I'm not sure it carries over to you. He's not going without me. Hern flickered his eyes over to Arziran. That's how you feel, knowing you might not be able to protect her once you get into the palace. I need her with me, Hern, Arziran answered softly. Hern took a slow breath, his eyes losing focus as they did when he attempted a vision. Go. I'll do what I can to give you time. But be safe. There are things even I can't see about the palace, but He cut off, his head snapping around to the left. Go, he hissed. Arziran followed the direction of his gaze. One of the palace guards moved through the shadows toward them, as if he knew where they were. Hern shook his head, already moving down the wall, fading into the shadows. Arziran didn't understand how he managed to move so stealthily. Without waiting, he squeezed Jessa's hand, focused on his target, and slid. Chapter 36. They emerged inside the Lorsith building. Arziran had been here before, making the slide less dangerous than it otherwise would have been. The air stank of dampness and bitter Lorsith. Muted sounds drifted toward him, but he couldn't tell if they came from the other side of the door or down the stairs. Very little light made it to him, leaving him again in the dark, nothing but the Lorsith to guide him, much like the Ilfisen mines. Do you see anything? He asked. Stairs. Move carefully. I'll guide you. Arziran pulled against her hand. They could walk, but doing so meant they Would spend more time in the palace. More time for the Elfwraith to learn he'd come. And Hearn was right. What had they changed since he last had come? Someone would have learned of their presence, and the Elfwraith already knew sliders existed. Would they have moved walls and created unfamiliar barriers, or didn't they know about the need for some familiarity with a slide? More than that, he had no idea where in the palace he planned to go. Did they wander, searching for places that might be heavily fortified, indicating the Elfwraith hid something? Della suggested what they sought would be deep within the palace and heavily guarded. But how would they find that? Every step sounded loud in his ears, as if he thundered through the palace. How long until they were discovered? If they wandered blindly, how long would it take to find what they needed? Too long, he decided. Long enough that he didn't dare wait. That left searching a different way. Aziran thought he might be able to find where he needed to go, but not without focusing. Wait, he whispered to Jessa. What are you doing? Trying to learn where we need to go. She said nothing. He listened to the Lorsith, letting the sense of the metal call to him. All around him, it practically pressed upon him, an oppressive sense different from what he'd grown accustomed to while working in Ilfisen. At least then, he hadn't really known what he felt. Over time, his connection to Lorsith had strengthened to where he could pinpoint the smallest of his forgings from a great distance. Even unshaped, or he could feel from a distance. This was different. The Lorsith here seemed a physical sense. Heavy and demanding his attention. Aziran closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. As he did, he pushed forgings he'd made. Some of those forgings were here in the palace. That realization nearly made him lose his focus. But he pushed them away. It left him with the yearning call of the Lorsith building. Aziran listened to it, slowly understanding what it wanted. And then he pushed that away as well. Once done, he felt emptiness around him. Pushing away the sense of Lorsith was dangerous. Hearn could see him when he did, which meant the Elfwraith could also. But it also left Aziran more attuned. He listened. At first, he heard nothing. Silence. Only the sound of his breathing and the beating of his heart. There was a distant awareness of Jessa, but he'd had to push that away as he cleared his mind, or the Lorsith she carried with her would have overwhelmed him. Then, distantly, he had the sense of something. Not the alloy. That was a hard clash of awareness when he recognized it. And not Lorsith. That was softer, eager, and one he could ignore. Was it pure heartstone? This was warm and welcoming and seemed to draw him forward. If he followed it, there was no telling where it would take him. Possibly out of the palace and away from his goal. But without knowing another way, he worried they wouldn't find what the Elfwraith hid in the first place. Intruding on that sense was the distant awareness of Lorsith moving toward him. His forgings within the palace. They had to move. Hang on, he whispered. Where are you sliding? He appreciated that she didn't question otherwise. Jessa trusted him. I don't know. She squeezed his hand tightly around hers. Then he focused on what he sensed and slid. The feeling was nothing like a normal slide. That was colors and movement. And a hint of bitterness that reminded him of Lorsith. And it wasn't anything like what he experienced pushing through the alloy. That was hard, and he felt it as he squeezed through the barrier it created. This felt warm and welcoming and strangely vast. Rather than a sense of movement, he felt as if he shifted. The only thing he could compare it to was the way he'd had to slide in Venass. As he slid, Jessa was torn from him. At first, she was holding his hand, sliding with him, and then she was not. He tried calling out her name in the middle of the slide, but nothing came out. And then it was done. He emerged surrounded by blue light that reminded him of the Heartstone lanterns. This glowed differently, deeper and purer than that light. It was everywhere. The sense was different from before and not the oppressive sense he had when he slid into the palace building. This was vast like the ocean rather than like Ilfisen. And he sensed no voids as he did within the mines, nothing he could use to guide his steps. He pushed up, rubbing at his eyes to clear them. Slowly, the soft blue light began to fade, and he could see the space around him. He stood in a massive room, so large that he couldn't clearly see the walls. Overhead, lights flickered, as if stars twinkling in the sky. The air was warm and smelled familiar in a way he couldn't quite place. He had the vague sense of welcome. 5 distinct orbs rested atop pedestals within a ring in the floor. Each glowed with that pure light. One pulsed slightly, drawing his eye. What was this? And how could he get back out? He might have slid here, but he didn't know if he could find his way back out. And Jessa was nowhere to be seen. His heart hammered. When first learning to slide with her, he'd worried about what would happen if he lost her during the slide. Where would she end up? Would she carry onward to where they traveled, or would she emerge along the way? He listened for the Lorsith in her charm and knives, but with Lorsith all around him, he couldn't focus well enough. Arziran tried to steady his breathing, but failed. He couldn't clear his head enough to listen for her. She might be stuck, trapped somewhere in the palace. Or worse, caught in that place between slides. The glowing orb surged brighter with one still pulsing slightly, beckoning him toward it. The pedestal seemed made of twisted wood, almost like vines or roots of some great trees weaving together to hold the orb almost at eye level. The blue light came from deep within it, vibrant and pure. If he stared too long, Arziran felt as if he might be drawn into it. He started to turn away, but paused. Isn't this what he came for? Didn't he want to know what the Elvryth protected? Nothing about this was like anything he'd ever encountered. And he knew, with a deep certainty, the Forgotten and Venass could not be allowed to reach here. Had he not had the ability to sense Lorsith and the Heartstone, he doubted he would have been able to find it. Which meant that they wouldn't be able to find it. No longer did he want to remain. He wanted to return, find Della and ask about the orbs. And after that, he hoped Venass wouldn't reach him. All he wanted was to live in peace, Jessa at his side. First, he had to find her. But how? While he felt Lorsith all around him, he had no way of sensing her. He tried to slide a step away from the glowing blue lights and failed. Sweat slicked his hand. Chapter 37. Arziran looked around the room, searching for some other way to go back. If this room was in the palace, then it made sense there would be some way to access it other than sliding, especially given the way the Elvryth had protected the palace against sliding. He moved away from the softly glowing orbs. The nearest one still pulsed. Slowly. If Arziran stared too long, he felt he would be drawn to pick it up and slip it into his pocket. After everything he'd been through over the last few months, the last thing he wanted to do was take something like that from the Elvryth. A high wall rose overhead in the pool of shadows at the edge of the light. The air felt different, stirring with a soft breeze that touched his cheeks and cooled him. Arziran touched the wall and found it warm like the rest of the room. Shapes were etched into the wall, but he couldn't see through the shadows to discern what they were, whether writing or simply decorative. He traced his way around, following the wall, trailing his hand along as he went. Rather than running straight, the wall circled the room. He didn't find any other access. No doors interrupted the wall. Nothing that would provide a way out. He looked up. The distant lights that twinkled in the darkness above could be open sky, but he had no way of reaching it. And without being able to slide, he couldn't escape. Panic sent his heart racing. The Elvryth would find him. And then what? Would they force him to tell them why he'd come? If he couldn't slide from here, they must have some method of restricting abilities, more than what the Elvryth chains had managed. Or did they? Arziran looked back at the lights. He'd managed to slide here. Had the Elvryth blocked his ability, they would have prevented him from reaching this room. But they hadn't. He slowly looped around the ring that surrounded the pedestals. Each glowing orb looked the same, resting on a similar pedestal made of the same twisted wood. But when he stared at them, actually studied them, subtle differences slowly emerged. At first, he saw a difference to the light in them. He'd thought the blue glow coming from them the same, but the more he studied them, the more he realized there was a texture to the light. Aziran frowned, trying and failing to shape had something to do with the light. He continued in the circuit around the orbs, finally stopping before the one that pulsed. The light from this one was definitely different from the others. But why? What about this orb made it different? Aziran circled the pedestal. The twisting wood looked no different from the others, so it was not a measure of the pedestal that made the orb different. In the moments when the light pulsed lower, he almost saw the shape of it. As he studied it, it pulled on him. Before knowing what he was doing, his face was barely a hand's width from it. This close, he felt warmth radiating from it and knew the orbs were the reason. The room felt so warm. It even had a distinct odor, a little like Lorsith, but sweeter. Something about it reminded him of Jessa. Aziran needed to get out of here and get to Jessa. But there was nothing that would help him escape. Nothing but these orbs. He steadied his breathing, hoping to slow his pounding heart, and wiped sweaty hands on his pants. Then, without thinking too much about what he did next, he grabbed the orb he'd been studying in both hands and lifted it from its pedestal. And then he held his breath. The blue light within the orb faded, leaving only a white, almost colorless, pulsing light. It began pulsing more rapidly, faster than he could blink. Aziran felt himself drawn forward, pulled, almost as if sliding. But he had no other sense of movement. No flashes of color as he was accustomed to seeing as he slid. No scent of Lorsith. Just a feeling of movement. And then blackness all around. The orbs had all gone dark. The air turned cold. He realized he still held his breath and forced himself to suck in a breath. It was cold and tasteless. Then white light flashed below him, distantly. He no longer saw the floor, the ring, the orbs. For a moment, Aziran had no idea what he saw, but as he became aware that the sense of the Lorsith all around him had faded, he realized what he saw below him was the ore itself, not just sensing it as he always had before but seeing it, in its raw, almost brilliant form but from high above. Some of the lights he saw were massive. One in particular seemed incredibly vast, and he wondered if it was Ilfison. But how was he seeing this? There were other lights below him, some nearly as large. Above what he suspected was Ilfison, to the north, he supposed, though direction had little meaning where he was, there was another bright light. He frowned. Could that be Asador? To the east was another, as bright as the last. He didn't expect an answer, and none came. The lights shifted, dimming until he couldn't see them anymore. Slowly, new lights appeared below him, a deep blue that both resembled the light from the orbs and could not compare. As before, some of the lights burned brighter. One in particular, not near where any of the others had been, glowed with a steady, deep blue, nearly the match of the light of the orb he still held in his hands. Within the darkness, Aziran couldn't tell where this would be, or even what the lights represented. There were others, though most were smaller, only a pale blue, with the vaguest similarity to the orb. There weren't as many as the white lights he'd seen before, and he had no sense of location as he had with the other light. Then they faded. The light of the orb he held faded with it. Aziran was cast into darkness so profound, he felt it in his bones. He shivered. Because of the time spent in the mines, he hated being in the dark. It left him with a crawling sensation at the back of his mind, like someone crept up behind him. This time was no exception, but the sense came from all around. Aziran turned, looking for who might be near him. There was nothing. He held out the orb, wishing for light to spring from it again, but it remained dim and grew cool in his hand. The presence neared. Aziran didn't know what he felt, only that he knew he was no longer alone. And whatever approached was enormous. Then it stopped. Aziran held his breath again. Moments passed. Time had no meaning. There was only the sense of the other. Nearby, the air warmed suddenly. The orb sprang back to light. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw someone standing next to him. Pain shot through his head, blinding him. When it cleared, whatever he'd seen was gone. Aziran blinked tears from his eyes. He stood in the middle of the circle made by the pedestals, and blue light glowed brightly from them once again. He'd been holding one in his hand, but somehow it had returned to its pedestal and no longer pulsed with different light from the others. He had no way. Chapter 38. Aziran sat on the stone, warmth radiating through him. The sense of Lorsith surrounded him again, nearly oppressive. Within the ring of orbs, the light glowed so brightly, he couldn't see anything else. As he sat, he steadied his breathing, focusing on the Lorsith. While he felt it everywhere around him, he began to wonder if he could listen. For Lorsith he'd forged. Always before, it pulled on him differently than the mind, or could he distinguish it from what he felt around him? Time passed as he listened. Aziran had no idea how much. He breathed, listening, hoping that he could find Jessa. She could be trapped anywhere. He still didn't know if she'd been lost in the space between the slide or if she'd been captured by the Elvryth. But, if he couldn't escape from this room, he would never find her. His priority was finding a way out. Once out, he would track her using the Lorsith knives she carried. Then, slowly, like a tickle at the back of his mind, he had the vague, familiar sense of forged Lorsith. Something about this particular Lorsith called to him strongly. Aziran grabbed onto this distant sense and held it. At first, he did nothing else. It became more distinct the longer he held onto it. Something about it changed. Not just the sense of Lorsith, but there came a sense of warmth and light that reminded him of the vision he'd had while holding the orb. Aziran almost lost his connection. He steadied his breathing again and listened. This time, as he re-established the connection to the Lorsith, he pulled rather than using it to anchor. It was the same as what he'd done when trapped in Venass. This time, he had the same sense of movement. There came a flash of blue and the sweetly bitter scent he smelled while holding the orb, and then he emerged. Aziran sat in a darkened room without windows or lanterns to give him any light. Lorsith burned nearby, the sense more acute than anything he remembered having before. He didn't move for a long moment, listening for other Lorsith. It was all around him, but this time it seemed to come from distinct locations. The knives in the leather he wore around his waist. Another knife, somewhere close. And then the charm. Jessa. A hand touched his face and ran through his hair. He smelled the flower she wore, and when lips touched his, he kissed her back, pulling her down onto his lap. She tasted sweet, like mint. He didn't stop until someone cleared his throat nearby. "Have you had enough?" It was Hearn. "Hearn," he grunted. "Where are we?" "Better question is where have you been?" Aziran shook his head, but had no way of knowing whether they could see the motion. "I tried to slide into the palace." Jessa tensed atop him, and he put his arms around her, holding her close. "What happened when we were separated in the slide?" he asked. At least she hadn't been trapped in the place between the slides. Aziran wasn't sure he would have been able to find her again. "You were holding my hand when you slid, but I slipped away." It had felt like they were torn apart to him. At least she was safe. Whatever else happened, he could get him to safety. How did you find Hern? Hern grunted again, softer this time. Not too hard. She was standing just inside the door. Where are we? You don't know, Jessa asked. I can't see anything. Still a babe, she whispered in his ear. We're in the palace. Too many guards coming by for us to move safely. Jessa said to find a place to hide and that you'd find us. Didn't know if I should believe her. How long have you been here? No one answered. How long? It's been the better part of a day, Aziran. When I lost you I didn't know what to do. I knew it wasn't safe for me in the palace. I traced my way back and reached the door when Hern pushed it open. We heard voices and knew we needed to hide. This was the first door we found. A day, he repeated. How have I been gone a day? That's what I keep asking Jessa. Aziran looked toward Hern's voice. The darkness had faded somewhat, and he thought he could make out a shadowed outline crouching nearby. Why did you stay here? Where else would we go? Jessa asked. If we returned to the palace yard, we would have to make it up the wall before the guards found us. I wasn't sure we could manage without getting caught. She squeezed him and seemed reluctant to let him go. So we waited. From the edge of tension in her voice, he could tell how difficult it had been. She didn't think she could manage to escape on her own. But what would have happened had he not been able to escape from the room? With the orbs, would they have tried to get out on their own eventually? Aziran didn't want to think about that. He had escaped, though he still didn't know what the vision meant that he had while holding the orb. And what did it mean that he'd twice managed to slide without taking a step? What's in here? With the darkness, Aziran couldn't see anything and again wished he had some of Jessa's sight. Boxes. The darkness around him continued to fade, but not enough for him to make out anything but lines, gradients of shadows. Boxes. Like the crates in the warehouse. Pretty much. These are smaller. I can't really tell what's in them. This is even too dark for me, and I don't dare step out to find a lantern. How haven't you been discovered? Hern grunted. Damn lucky. His voice sounded closer. Did you find what you were looking for? Aziran took a shaky breath. I think so. What he'd seen in that room could be nothing else. Lorsith all around, the blinding blue glow, the strange pedestals made of a twisted wood, and the massive room with starlight for a ceiling. What else would it have been? I found what they want. This time, he said it with more conviction. I don't know what they think to do, but I've seen it. Hopefully Della can provide answers. He had the sudden memory of the sharp pain stabbing through his head. When he managed to clear his vision, the orb had been back atop the pedestal. I'm not sure they can even take what's there. Could you reach it again? Hern asked. He tried to remember the sense he'd felt when he cleared his mind, the sense he'd focused on as he slid to where the orbs were kept. This time, he managed to clear the sense of Lorsith away quickly. He felt the heartstone chain around Jessa's neck. If he listened, he could hear the alloy of the bars within the palace, the heartstone all around him. Aziran pushed this away as well. He was left with emptiness. It reminded him of the blackness that had surrounded him after touching the orb. Then he felt something warm and powerful and calling to him. Aziran let it go before it pulled him back. He didn't know if he'd have the strength to return to Jessa. What is it, Aziran? You almost slid again. You felt it. She shook her head. The shadows around her had cleared enough that he could now make out the outline of her face. I saw it. The swirl of colors that usually surround you when you slide. But you stopped. At least, I think you did. I stopped. He took a deep breath. I found what the Elvryth protect. There, one of them pulsed softly. I couldn't find a way out of the room. I couldn't slide, and there was the sense of Lorsith all around me, like this building in the palace. So I touched it. Hearn leaned toward him. You held one. Arziran couldn't tell if there was accusation or a question to what he said. I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't get out of there, and it seemed one of the orbs wanted me to hold it. That was the only answer he'd been able to come up with for why the orb had stopped pulsing after he touched it. If only he knew what that meant. Hearn leaned back and rocked on his heels. Had the room grown lighter, or had his eyes finally adjusted to the dark? Now he could practically make out the look on Hearn's face, the way his jaw clenched while he contemplated what Arziran had said. Can you get us out of here? Jessa asked. I think so. Better hurry, Hearn said. Arziran stood and ready to slide. As he did, a heavy pounding came from a nearby wall. He looked toward Jessa and Hearn. The Elfrith knew they were here. Hearn stepped over one of the boxes on the floor and grabbed Riran's hand. Arziran held Jessa close. He tried taking a step and sliding but couldn't. Arziran he tried again. Again he failed with his slide. I don't know what's wrong. I can't slide us. Jessa tensed next to him. Hearn. Chapter 39. You were able to slide to us, weren't you? Jessa asked. The pounding came louder and now mixed with a scraping sound. Arziran imagined the door slowly peeling away until they were exposed. I did, but it was different. Hearn turned to him. He still held onto Riran's hand, as if he hadn't given up on the possibility that Arziran could slide them to safety. Different. Like in Venass, he explained to Jessa. When the Lorsith surrounding me kept me. He stopped and looked around. Lorsith surrounded him here much like it had in Venass. The only difference there had been that the walls seemed infused with it, whereas here, the walls were Lorsith. He didn't know why that should prevent him from sliding, but it seemed to work that way. When he'd been in Venass, he'd been able to listen for one of his forgings and use it to anchor, to pull himself rather than step into the slide. Arziran focused on the Lorsith around him as the pounding built louder and louder. As before, he pushed it away, ignoring the immediate Lorsith. He was left with a sense of heartstone alloy coming from Jessa's necklace. Ignoring this, he listened for his forgings, knowing hundreds were scattered around the city. The faint sense of one of his forgings pulled on his senses. Arziran listened, trying to ignore the pounding that seemed almost in the room with him, as he focused on this forging. But he couldn't tell what it was. Possibly a knife. The Great Watcher knew he made plenty of them, or something small like that. Definitely not the sword, though he didn't know why he wouldn't feel the sword. Always before he'd been especially attuned to it. Arziran gripped Jessa and Hearn and then pulled on the sense of Lorsith. At first, he didn't know if it would work. Then, as light pierced the darkness of the room, he felt a move. The slide was different, slow and thick, but picked up speed as they moved. And then they emerged. Arziran blinked, looking around him, surprised at where they were. In spite of the darkness, there was no mistaking where he'd slid them. The bath. They stood in the kitchen of the wretched bath. A massive hearth that usually burned brightly was cold and dark. Cookpots lined one wall. A shadowed counter stretched in front of them. The scent of orange light spilled around the room from a small lantern. Hearn held it out and twisted around. Arziran shook his head. I had to use Lorsith to anchor. This was the first thing I sensed. Hearn turned the lantern toward him. It nearly blinded Arziran, and he put his hand up in front of his face and turned away. What? The bowl he'd once made Liana hung on the wall near them. That was what he'd sensed, what he'd used to anchor to. Arziran pointed to it. Hearn lifted the lantern to look at the bowl. He grunted again. Couldn't just take us to Della's house. Arziran shook his head. I can now. But I think I'm lucky I was able to sense anything. Jessa pulled on his arm. Arziran he turned toward her. The lantern light played with the shadows across her face, leaving her looking lean and haunted. Her dark brown hair fell past her shoulders. The flower she'd been wearing had faded. "There's someone else here," she whispered. Hearn's head snapped around. "You saw something." He spoke softly and set the lantern on the counter in a swift motion, another knife appearing in his hands as he did. Jessa shook her head. "Movement only." Arziran listened for Lorsith, using his ability to try to determine whether they had anything to fear. He couldn't sense any Lorsith other than what they'd brought with them. But there was something else. He almost missed it, and realized nearly too late what it was: Heartstone. Not the alloy, though. This was pure Heartstone like they'd found in the Forgotten Palace. Arziran quickly worked to clear his mind of Lorsith. It was the only way he knew to sense Heartstone. As he did, he knew Jessa was right. They weren't alone. The Heartstone was behind him. Arziran turned, twisting with Jessa to take advantage of her sight. As he turned, he grabbed 2 knives from his leather belt, and held them ready. A deep laugh echoed from the shadows near the door. "Impressive." A figure stepped forward and Jessa gasped softly. "Tom, you were dead," Arziran said. Tom smiled. The long scar tracing up the side of his face twisted with it. "Was I?" An image surged in Riran's mind, that of Tom lying on the ground, blood pooling around him. He'd been pushed. Arziran released the sense of Heartstone alloy, but not before realizing it wasn't somewhere near Tom. Arziran frowned, trying to think about what Tom said when they'd first met. Had Tom been the one to mention Bruce's name, or had he? "Why are you here?" Jessa asked. Tom turned to her, his smile fading. "Why? The same reason as you, I suspect." His eyes narrowed as he studied her. "I know your secrets the same as I know his." He jerked his head to the side, to where Hearn had been creeping closer. "And now it is time we know his," he said, motioning to Arziran. "Consider this your summons." Before Arziran could answer, Hearn stepped forward, holding onto his knives. "Most know my secrets," he said softly. "Much as I know yours." Tom tilted his head. "You really think so?" Hearn frowned and pursed his lips. "They know about my past. Don't change what I need to do now, does it? Doesn't change that I can't let Venass summon the boy. No, then it wouldn't matter to you if Bruce knew where you studied before. You returned to Ilion." Hearn grunted. "That's how you knew." Tom tapped his head. "We're more alike than you know." Hearn shook his head. "If you've studied there, then you know we're nothing alike." Tom smiled, his lips peeling back to show his teeth. "Perhaps." He turned to Arziran. "You've been busy. When I met you near the AISL, I never expected you'd be so resourceful. I'll admit that I didn't think you would be the one to reach it, but the others thought you might. And when you traveled within Venass, then I was sent to watch." He laughed. "You've proven to be quite interesting, Arziran." "Arziran," Jessa whispered. Tom didn't take his eyes off Arziran. "If you were to refuse the summons, then I will have what you took from the palace." "I didn't take anything from the palace." Tom took a step toward him, moving in that dangerously graceful way that he had while one hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Arziran had no doubt that Tom knew how to use his sword. He didn't know if he'd be able to reach him with his knives. "We know you were in the palace. And then you weren't. Hand over the crystal." Arziran frowned. When he'd slid to find the orbs, hadn't he still been in the palace? But would he have known if he had slid from the palace? The slide had been different from any other he'd done. "I'm not going back to Venass. You made a bargain. Consider it broken," Arziran said. Tom smiled. "What did you take from the palace?" "We didn't find anything," Arziran said. Tom angled to keep Hearn in view and twisted toward Hearn shifted and Arziran glanced over at him. "How do you think you can stop all of us?" Tom shook his head. I don't have to stop all of you. Just one. There are 3 of us. I suspect you know what Aziran can do, so you know how dangerous he is. Tom tipped his head slightly. And you know my history. Tom sniffed. That's 2. And this one. He nodded toward Jessa, his hand still on the hilt of his sword. He hadn't tried to draw it yet and seemed completely at ease. You think I should fear your sneak? More than you know, Hearn said. He made a movement to come around Tom, but Tom raised a hand and wiggled a finger. Didn't I say I only had to stop one of you? Hearn suddenly jerked and stood up straight. The knives he'd been holding dropped from his hands, clattering to the ground. Aziran turned. Hearn wore a blank stare, much like when he had one of his visions. Hearn. Tom chuckled. 1 down. What had Bruce's said about Tom? That he was a skilled reader, one who could compel even more strongly than Bruce's. Aziran made certain his mental barriers were in place, drawing on Heartstone to fortify them. He grabbed onto Jessa. If he needed to slide, he would at least make sure he got her to safety. Tom laughed again. You'd leave him behind. Aziran didn't think he'd read him, but didn't know for sure. Sometimes Della seemed to read him even when he thought he'd fortified his defenses. I'd get us to safety. Tom smirked. Thought I'd read you differently. I never expected you to be so callous. He took a slight step forward, edging closer as he did. Aziran pushed on one of his knives. Don't. Not any closer. Tom paused. Are you fast enough with the knives? Tom shook his head. Sliding. Tom lunged toward Jessa, slender knives appearing in his hands. Aziran had been ready. He slid faster than he ever had before, anchoring to a knife in Della's home as firmly as he could. Everything blurred as he tore Jessa through the slide. Air whistled past his face, colors surged. The air smelled of burning Lorsith. He emerged long enough to drop her near the hearth. Della sat in her chair and looked up at him with a deep frown. Then he slid back to the bath. He had moved quickly enough that Tom still moved in his lunge. When Aziran emerged, Tom spun, flinging one of the knives at him. He ended near Hearn, who still stood staring blankly. Tom looked at him, and as he did, Hearn grabbed toward Riran's arm, gripping tightly. Hearn. It had no effect. Another pair of knives appeared in Tom's hands, so smoothly that it reminded him of Hearn. Aziran hesitated. As he did, a knife nearly struck him. Then he anchored again and jerked Hearn with him into a slide. Pain shot through his arm as he slid. He glanced down to see a knife protruding from his upper arm. Aziran ignored it long enough to complete the slide, emerging again in Della's home. Hearn let go of his arm and grabbed his neck with both hands, squeezing with a suffocating grip. Aziran tried pulling away, but couldn't. Between Hearn's grip and the pain in his arm, his vision faded. He thought he heard someone call his name, but he couldn't be. Chapter 40. Aziran awoke to blurred vision and warmth. Pale blue light glowed somewhere nearby. For a moment, he thought he'd returned to the room with the orbs. Then his vision cleared. As it did, he felt the gentle pull of Lorsith all around him. He sat up quickly and looked around. A lantern glowing with a deep blue light rested nearby. Unshaped Lorsith filled a bin. His forgings practically spilled over the table along the far wall. His smithy. But how had he gotten here? You're awake. Aziran pushed up. Pain shot through his arm, and he remembered Tom's knife hitting it as he slid with Hearn. He swallowed, feeling his throat burn as he did. An injury he hadn't expected. He looked over to see Della sitting next to him, her legs tucked under her as she sat alongside his thin bed. She sipped from a steaming mug. He smelled mint. Who let you in here? Della's eyes sparkled a deeper green for a moment. You nearly die, and your first question is about the safety of your smithy. Yes. She nodded. Perhaps that's good. She leaned toward him. Her silver hair, twisted atop her head. A colorful scarf, slashes of blue and green and orange, twisted around her neck, the only colors she wore. Otherwise, a flowing tunic of white draped to her ankles. I brought you here. With Jessa. He looked around the smithy but didn't see her. She was the only one with a key, though Brutus had already proven he could pick the lock. Except, when he'd left for the palace, Arziran had barricaded the door, slipping the heartstone-forged blade in front of it to prevent anyone from sneaking in. His eyes flickered to the door, and he saw the barrier remained in place. Not Jessa, he said. Arziran leaned back, shaking his head. His arm throbbed, and he wondered why Della hadn't simply healed him. Not Jessa, she agreed. Della laid a hand on his arm, and a sense of calming warmth worked through him. The pain persisted where he'd been struck, but he didn't fear pain. Did I slide us here? In a way. Arziran grunted. You guided me. Like the time before. She nodded. It seemed safest. I cannot slide on my own, but my abilities allow. He remembered the first time it had happened. He'd appeared at Della's home. Unexpectedly. That was when he learned she could sense him sliding. Not just sense it, but influence it. Another weakness of his abilities. How? She smiled gently. I asked. Something about the way she said it made him think of how he forged Lorsith. The way he asked the Lorsith to take a different shape than it wanted. It was how he'd made his knives, even before knowing what it was he did. What of Hearn? Della's face tensed for a moment. Hearn will be fine. Brutus helped clear the compulsion. And me. You will live. The blade was poisoned. Chaln powder. Had we not already had the antidote? Arziran blinked. That meant she used the antidote he'd been given in Venass. The one meant for Brutus. You couldn't heal me. It is a fast-acting poison. I stabilized you, but without that antidote, even my skills wouldn't have been enough. She frowned. I haven't seen Chaln powder used in many years. The making of it is mostly forgotten, a mixture of several different poisons, each with a distinct effect. Taken together she shook her head. You are lucky. Arziran could think of a place where the making of such a poison hadn't been forgotten. A place where Hearn, once an assassin, had trained. It was Tom. When we left the palace, I couldn't slide at first. Something blocked me. I anchored to the only thing I could sense and pulled us from the palace. We emerged in the bath. Della took a sip of her mint tea. When she set the mug down, she was frowning. You did not have the same difficulty the last time you went to the palace. Arziran shook his head, understanding what she was getting at. I sensed the sword and used it as the anchor. And when we left the palace the first time, I used what I sensed in your home. You were less skilled then. She was right. Riran's skill at sliding had increased significantly since he first entered the palace. Now, even the Heartstone alloy didn't limit him. But something had. He thought of the way Tom had been waiting for them at the bath. The idea that he'd been compelled frightened him, but what else would explain it? Could Tom have blocked me? Della took a deep breath. Worry crinkled the corners of her eyes. If he managed to compel you to believe he was dead, it is possible that he managed to do other things as well. She hesitated. I understand he pulled you there as a summons. When Arziran nodded, the worry in her eyes deepened. And you refused. I'm not going back there, he said. The last time. Arziran sighed and rested his head back on the bed. You know what happened. In the palace. I know what Jessa told me. He turned to look at her, wondering if she would be disappointed that he hadn't returned with whatever it was the others sought. The source of power Della had told him about. He'd come away with nothing. It would have been better had he never gone. As it was, he'd risked Jessa and Hearn for nothing. For him to be trapped in the orb room and to hold the orb and have a vision. She studied him, as if expecting him to say more. "I never planned to take anything from there," he admitted. Della surprised him by laughing softly. "I know." He struggled to sit up again. "You know. You didn't try to stop me. Would it have mattered what I said? Had I told you that the crystals can't be removed but that they are the reason that Venass and the Forgotten seek your abilities? What would you have done?" She paused, and her eyes seemed impossibly green, depths there that he didn't fully grasp. "You needed to go, to understand. It is something that can only be experienced, not explained." Aziran blinked. Crystals. That was the same term Tom had used. "You knew I would go." "I suspected. And you've seen them." She nodded. "I've seen them. And like you, I suspect, have held one." He pushed the barriers up in his mind, but suspected he was too late. It probably didn't matter anyway. Della seemed to read him regardless of what he did to protect himself from her. And if she could, did that mean Tom had read him as well? Hadn't Bruce's commented on Tom's skill? "I think you already know what I did." She smiled and sipped her tea. "I didn't read you, if that's what you're asking." Aziran frowned. Della set the mug down and fixed him with a direct gaze. "The Great Crystals are said to be items of power gifted to our people by the Great Watcher himself. What are they? What do they do?" "Power," Della said. She took another long drink of her tea. "The Elvryth call them crystals, but they are more than that." She glanced toward his forge. "As each of the Elvryth are born with varying degrees of all the abilities of the Great Watcher, these crystals concentrate that power." "I don't understand," Aziran said. Della smiled. "Few understand what they are. Even the Council doesn't fully know what they possess. They are power, but more than that. They are a way to speak to the Great Watcher. It's why those who have held them call them sacred crystals." Aziran didn't know what to say. A way to speak to the Great Watcher. If true. He understood why. Brightening again, Aziran caught a hint of surprise, fear, in her tone. "And with that kind of power the crystals change you. Speaking to the Great Watcher changes you." "But I didn't speak to the Great Watcher." "Are you so certain? Do you think the Great Watcher would use words like you and I?" Aziran thought about his visions, the steady glow of the white lights in the distance that switched to the deep blue glow. And then the immense presence. Had he witnessed the Great Watcher? "I see you aren't certain. That's good." Aziran sighed. He needed to share what he saw with someone, and Della would be the most likely to help him understand what he'd experienced. "When I held the orb, the crystal, I had a vision. White light, massive amounts, that spread below me. With the light, I could almost make out cities, as if the light represented people. Or something else. At the time, he'd wondered if the light represented Lorsith. But that meant the dark blue light represented something else. Heartstone. And Aziran didn't think there was any source remaining. Then it was gone. I was left in darkness. Nothing but night surrounding me." Della listened intently, nodding as he spoke. When he finished, she looked over at him. "When I reached the heart, I saw the crystals likely the same as you." Her eyes went distant, reminding him of what happened to Hearn when he had a vision. "This was many years ago. Much has changed since then, but I doubt the crystals are any different. There was one, different from the others, and it pulsed slowly, pulling me to it. It wasn't until I held it in my hands that the pulsing stopped." Aziran shivered. What she described mirrored his experience. "And then I saw a vast expanse below me, as if I sat within the stars. I saw no glowing lights, nothing but darkness. As I sat there, I felt connections I had no other word for it and still don't form between me and distant places. Like you, I felt the presence. I did not see anything. When it was done, the crystal had returned to its place among the others. I remember standing among the crystals, uncertain which of them I held. She fell silent and took another sip of her tea. Aziran thought about the similarities of their experiences. Why do you think you spoke to the Great Watcher? Della smiled. I don't think I spoke to him. I do not doubt that he spoke to me. And what did he say? Those connections I felt, I feel them still. Every day, I am aware of the connections I first felt when I held the crystal. What are they? They are people I'm meant to help. That was what I was shown. And given the ability to do so. The words took a moment to settle into him. Given the ability. You're saying, your abilities changed after you held the crystal. Della nodded. There is much about me I do not share, Aziran, but I didn't always have the abilities I have now. Without that experience, without holding the crystal and feeling those connections form, I would never have gained them. She smiled at him. I would never have been able to heal you when Bruce's first brought you to me. I would never have been able to heal you when you slid to me on your own. The Great Watcher added to your abilities. She shrugged. Or simply allowed me to access what I already possessed. You think the same will happen to me. I don't know the will of the Great Watcher, Aziran. Few can claim they do. But I know what I experienced. It is the reason the crystals are so well protected and why Venass cannot be allowed to possess them. Just Venass. I don't think the Forgotten would do anything more than what you were able to do. Even were they able to reach the crystals in the first place, which isn't possible for most, they would find that, like you, they wouldn't be able to remove them. The crystals are well protected. But Venass. Della's eyes narrowed. Venass studies many things, twisting what the Great Watcher has made. The crystals, they are the purest form. I fear what would happen were they to possess even one of the great crystals. How they would twist what was meant to remain pure. And I fear that whatever Venass sent in those crates, whatever device they thought to bring into the palace, would give them the ability to reach them. Had this been about Venass the entire time? If Venass managed to bring him toward Thea, using Bruce's poisoning to convince him that he needed to slide north, what else had they been involved in? Had they convinced the Forgotten that they needed to obtain the crystals? Aziran shivered again. Venass intended to use him too. You see the difficulty. Aziran nodded. I'm not sure I can do anything against them. If they managed to compel me, Della smiled. That, I think, is why the Great Watcher chose you. Your specific combination of gifts protects you from them. But it doesn't. They drew me north. I was trapped within Venass. Were you? Didn't you tell me you managed to slide out of the cell they placed you in? He nodded slowly. They let me go. Released me. They tried to bind you to them. They wanted to convince you that you needed to return. Della's eyes hardened. I think the scholars knew they could not truly trap you. That's the reason they thought to convince you otherwise. If Tom compelled me once, making me believe him dead, what keeps him from doing it again? What protects me from that? She sighed. I don't think he compelled you. Perhaps pushed. I am not certain. One such as you can be compelled. What do you mean? Only that nothing protects you other than the defenses only you know how to build. For you to be safe, for us all to be safe, you must learn to shield yourself at all times. But doing so is difficult and will make sliding more challenging. You think I need to stop Venass from reaching the crystals. Once I would not have thought it necessary. But now I think you're the only one who has a chance. Aziran thought about how hard it had been for him to even reach the crystal room. But if the scholars pushed him, even if they didn't compel him, he doubted he would be able to prevent them from using him to find it. What do I need to do? Della shook her head. What she said next struck fear through his